We are live and welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 112, where I titled this "The Green Bandana Soldiers Pop Up Despite They Were Hunted for More Than a Year," which is one of the most surprising thing that people notice about this situation in Gaza, where the Hamas soldiers just appear in beautiful uniform with rifles and what the hell has been the IDF been doing? Who knows, man? So this also shows how the lack of a political solution is just shit. So well lost. So anyway, so DPA Open Mic as usual is multicast on multiple DPS platform on YouTube, on Open Mic channel, Rumble on the Open Mic channel, on DPA Twitch, DPA Telegram, and DPA Twitter. So hello everybody, and today is a little bit later than usual, I think. And people in Asia is like early morning, and like for me it's almost 4 a.m. So people is about to go to work, and then and then we are still in Sunday mood. Totally wrong. So anyway, I'm going to drop the link to join, so you guys can come on and chit chat. Anyone can come on to chit chat as long as you have earpiece, ideally. But as I think nowadays the technology for Streamyard is much better. I think is the audio quality and whatnot is all better. So I dropped the link to Rumble, and also on YouTube. I've pinned the link, and I also going to drop it on where's my Twitch? Okay, Twitch is here. So, and I'm going to drop it on Twitch as well. So yep, and I pin it. Okay, so hi Wayne, hi Shadowy.
Hello.
Hey guys.
Earpiece.
I had to spend money.
Oh, that looks cool. That's pretty.
Yeah, new microphone. I realized I was having sound problems, and my microphone's like 30 years old. So
some people just use their phone. They just use their phone, and it works perfectly fine sometimes.
Yeah, but I use this for other things too, so it's worth it having the extra capabilities.
And
so many people already inside.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Hi all. So I think the biggest news the past week is the Israel peace deal, right, with Hamas, and the first images come out is just shocking. It's like it's as if nothing has changed. The Hamas soldiers still in perfect uniform. He's like, what
nothing's
the hell?
changed. Like nothing changed. No,
nothing changed.
It's just to make sure that Biden is happy when he's leaving the White House.
We can draw two conclusions from like how much it was year and almost a half from that. Like that political terrorism works, because before Hamas attacked, no one was talking about two-state solution seriously, and now people are talking about two-state solution. So political terrorism works, and that Israel will do anything to defend their interests. You may agree with what Israel considers like the interest wrong, but it doesn't matter. Like for them, it's right. They will do genocide. They will do everything, because for them, two-state solution means the end of Israel. Like if there is Palestine, there is no Israel for them. It's like existential question. So nothing changed. We will have another war in a year, maybe 2 years, because it's just temporary. Like good that killing will stop for now, but it will resume a little bit later. So it's just nothing burger. Like I'm happy for the people of Gaza that they will have a break, but it will resume.
But Bigari, just one question: why do you think that Palestine or Gaza existing independently are a threat for Israel's existence? Because why is it a threat? Will the people stop working? Will
doesn't matter what I think.
Crossing the border to work in Israel, there will be
doesn't matter what I think. It matters what Israeli thinks. it matters what Israel thinks about this question.
Hmm.
Look at the geography. Look at the geography.
It's
If Gaza
complicated.
exists, like Israel is sandwiched between Palestine. Like how?
Well,
Like West Bank. What we will do with West Bank? What we will do with Gaza? Like how does it work? For Israel,
Well-
like doesn't matter. Like it's the same as Westerners talking about why Russia invaded Ukraine. Doesn't matter what West thinks. Matters what Russia thinks why they invaded Ukraine. The same is goes to Israel. Like people need to understand. Like take position of your adversary and think how they think. Like Israel thinks that Gaza is like they cannot exist as a like independent entity for Israel to exist. That's all. I'm talking. Doesn't mean that I'm agree with it. Like I'm not. I don't agree. Like I think that if we had like good diplomats, good politicians, maybe we can work something out. But we don't have that in the modern world. So
Chadavi.
Yes, I just
I
wanted
think
to
you're
complete what you were saying by make sure that nobody forgets that when we speak about Israel in this situation, I think we are speaking about 20 to 40% of the Israeli population. And basically, they have so much hate and so much anger, so much anger against the Palestinian situation that they want to kick them off or kill them all. It depends. But don't forget that a lot of Israeli people want this to just stop. But
Yes.
very sadly, they are not in place to make decision.
like
Very sadly, it's
can I make a
Netanyahu
comment,
and
Prate, before you go? Like what Shadawi said, like, but it works in every country on the face of the planet. Like 20% of the people decide, or maybe even less than 20% decide what country will do. Like
Yes.
it goes like in Ukraine, in Russia, in France, in UK, in United States, everywhere. It's like that everywhere.
Exactly.
I think we like when we look as historians from a distant past, things are always very logical and make sense. And at the moment, it's difficult to make decisions. And one of the things I notice is that Israel, for the God's sake of its existence to survive, has made many very bad decisions. I mean, most and foremost for me is the creation of an apartheid system in Israel is a very complicated thing to hold for much longer. It will break away. It doesn't matter. I don't know what Israel really plans how to solve this problem, but it's not solvable. It is a system that will break and will create a lot of problems. So the fact that the international community, of course, they closed their eyes and permitted this system to develop and the way it is now, the way it is today, it's fully unacceptable for today's concepts, but nevertheless it is hidden, is not publicized, but it exists. But just like in South Africa, there are limitations to the existence of this system. And there I see a lot of problems that Israel will have to deal with. If you allow me just to go a little bit before Bigari starts denying everything I said, the other thing I mean about this, it is very interesting. We should also analyze it, the influence of Trump, the fact that it was the agreement was made today, exactly one day before Trump comes, and my feeling is that the Biden administration had nothing to do with it. It is pretty much the Israelis noticed they need to change something before the time is out, and this I think it was a very good decision. Although the consequences of all this act, like many people said, Wade was saying, what was all this for then? If this ends like this, what was all this for? And this is the problem that Israeli society, Israel as a country, will have to be confronted and will have to justify itself. What was all this for? How many people were killed? And how to deal with the accusations of genocide? How these will damage Israel's reputation extremely in the near future. And this is something I take into account. So let's go back to the apartheid system. Go on, Bigari.
Yeah, you're saying about international system, like reputation. I will tell you that Israel doesn't give a fuck about reputation and international system. They understood, maybe the first out of all, that international system as we know it is already dead, and you can just take advantage. Like we are entering the age of the who has the power has the right. Like so, they like, okay, man. Like who cares? We can do anything we want, and you cannot do anything about it. Like you like, yeah, United States can put pressure on us, but we don't really care. We don't care that you talk about us, that we commit genocide. Like, oh, you can talk. Like, we don't care. Like, we are entering the new world. Like, all these international systems doesn't matter. Like, and Israel showed it completely. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, the death of International Criminal Court is basically Israel caused it. Like, it's completely useless institution now because we saw what
are we
happens.
Talking about no, they are not being. They are not. The international the mandates against Netanyahu. Oh yeah, that's a joke. But I mean the one that really counts here is the International Court of Justice, and once
who cares?
It will care because many countries will probably have legitimacy to impose sanctions on Israel than officially.
You believe that?
No one cares. Like, no one cares. It's
Yeah.
not 2018 anymore. Like, no one cares.
I agree with Prada from one point of view. He's right. This is going to have a negative impact on Israel for years, and also on Gaza and on the West Bank. There's no way that the amount of hate that this has driven up is going to go away in any short period of time. The problem is that it's not just Israel's issue. This is going to spread well beyond. And I don't know how we get a handle on it because, well, we probably can't, but it's something that needs to be taken into consideration. The amount of hate this has generated is going to spread, and it's going to keep on metastasizing. And I suspect we're going to see more groups like Hamas and Hezbollah and all these, UNITA and all the rest of them. Of course, UNITA is probably old enough for you guys to know what the hell it is. But they're going to keep on popping up because of the amount of hate. Hate is a huge driver. Anyway, that's my statement. Next.
It's coping.
I think it's coping.
Nika can go first, but it depends. I want to kind of tie this a little bit into what Bigari said about the base who are supporting, be it in Israel or the United States or the Islamic Republic of Iran, because I was not able to enter when we were talking about that, and it kind of pertains. So I'm not sure, Nika, maybe you want to go before me, and then I can go after instead.
Yeah, hi guys. Hi. First of all, I want to salute everyone who stood against that destruction, because let's face it, if the Palestinian conceded to what Israel wanted to do and left the area and abandoned, we will not see what's happening now. So the resistance is the only part that kept the Israeli losing, because if the Palestinian didn't resist and surrendered, we will not see this. We will see 2 million people outside of their homeland and scattered, as what happened in 48 and in 67 and so on and so forth. So this is one thing. So it's not only the resistance is a major part of it. Secondly, to understand what's happening, you need to understand, as I said from the start, the region. If you don't understand the region, the whole region, the Israelis, the Arabs, the Palestinians, you will not understand. If everyone remember, or the first or the second time I appeared here, I think it was the 83 or 82, I said, in order for Israel to succeed, they need to kill every Palestinian, every Arab, and then every Muslim. And and I said that in the 83 or 82, I think. So they can never win, because I know the region, I know how they think, I know how Israelis thinks in majority, not in detail, but I know how Muslim and Arabic and Palestinian themselves think, because they know if they concede even one thing, you can all see what's happening in West Bank, and how when the government there had like an agreement with Israel, is like you cannot do an agreement when you are weak. If you don't have something to pressure them, something to they need to pay, they will not like succeed. And you see with all the destruction and everything, you see the pickups and the fighters went from the north, from Gaza streets, which were destroyed. You see the pickups that went, they couldn't went from the south. They were inside Gaza, which is totally destroyed. Inside the pickups that had like maybe got to Israel and went back, like still existing. So with all that destruction, with all in one minister, I think the communication minister said we will get back, because they were like upset about it so much. That visual, that defeat visual, is very, very important. The Israeli is like they think that a lot of Israeli population are indoctrinated from childhood to hate on everyone else. And they are entitled. They think they are entitled to the whole region. I'm not talking only about Gaza and West Bank. They think they have ownership on Jordan, Syria, Egypt, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia. They really think it's theirs. They have the right. Someone from New York or from Baltimore or from Lishbona have the right to come there and say, this is my 3,000 non-ancestors, right? And they can claim it. And there's generations upon generation who believe that and who fight that, especially the settlers, especially the most radical proportion of the Israeli population is the settlers, because the mentality to have to be able to live there and take the land and impose yourself and harass the Palestinian is different from the Israelis who live inside the Israeli border. The most racist ministers and officials, if you see from where they come, they are Ben Gvir is a settler. Ehud Olmert is a settler. All the most top racist ones are settlers who live in the occupied, like even in West Bank. So I will not I will give the chance to coping. Yeah.
Thank you.
Nick, a quick question, Nick.
Sure.
So you see the parallels, between Israel and the other guys?
No.
You got to be kidding! You just stated it dead on. Israel thinks it owns everything. Russia thinks it owns everything. China thinks it owns everything. We're talking basically the same situation.
Yeah, I'm
USA
trying to
too.
think.
USA too. They think
Russia
Canada
and Ukraine
they
is
own
a civil
Canada as
war.
well.
This is a civil war. You are comparing a civil war?
No, it's not a civil war.
It's a civil war. It's a
Two
civil war.
different legally
Donbass,
recognized countries.
what's the nationality of Donbass?
Ukrainian.
Okay, when you were gonna ask him a question, that's it, and now we're veering off from topic. So while we're on the Middle East, we can get back to the Donbass, Ukraine, and all that a little bit later. I wanted to kind of bring it because Bigari mentioned something about the 20% that is supporting, and this is kind of brings a sort of universal truism that pertains to really every nation. It's actually the biggest threat to those in power. It's not the dissidents; it's the base, right? If the pro-regime, pro-government, pro-whatever, because if everyone knows if you lose your base, you lose your power. And that means the base also sets the basis for what legitimizes that authority. So And I wanted to just to start here with the Islamic Republic, because I think there was an important thing that was missed on a couple of open mics ago when I, for technical reasons, were not able to join. There was someone who mentioned, I forgot if it was Vaughn or someone who said that they, or Bradley maybe, that the Islamic Republic looks surprising enough to be maybe possible to even collapse this year or next year. Now, if you had asked me a few months ago, I would say, yeah, you know, everything comes to an end, but I think you're a few years off. But then I came across some information that made that statement a little bit more valid. And it all ties to the collapse of Syria and a hijab law, which would otherwise not have any reason to be mentioned, but bear this in mind. You see, the base of the regime is the biggest threat to the regime, the Islamic Republic. And they set two principal criteria, and I'm oversimplifying, of course. One is Israel, and by that I mean a victorious war with Israel. And the second one is Islamic law. And here the hijab law comes into place. For when Assad fell, there were also Shia shrines, ancient Shia shrines that were centuries old that they had to abandon. And the pro-regime, the state media, it stated that, oh no, our reason for sending the IRCG to Syria was to keep ISIS out. Now that the ISIS is not really a big threat anymore, we're just moving out. To which the pro-regime people promptly pointed out bullshit, because there's a level of hypocrisy they're okay with when it serves the political interest. But this was certainly not one of them. They knew very well that the IRCG was sent there to keep Assad in power, and this was before ISIS. Then, and the second thing was that the Shia shrines that they abandoned, like, what? You sent billions over there and you sent thousands to fight in a war, and now you're just going to leave it to like HTS or possibly ISIS, who are prone to actually destroy them. So this put a furore against the Ayatollah's regime, who then put in turn a hijab law. Now, this hijab law would usually not be worthwhile mentioning if it wasn't for one thing. It's not that it's stringent and draconian and all that kind of stuff. No, it is one single provision. It enables foreigners to enforce it, which in this particular case means, hi Nunya, which in this case means mostly Afghanistanis and to a lesser extent Pakistanis, who ideologically speaking are, be it on a state level or on a nominal level, not exactly friends with the Islamic Republic. And so on the Iranian social media, they came out a lot more people who said, you know, I don't care what the regime is going to do to me. If any Afghani or Pakistani lays a hand on my woman or any other Iranian woman, I will promptly kill him. This was the kind of sentiment they showed. Nunya, please mute while you're typing. Now, imagine the signaling that sense, right? You need foreigners to enforce your domestic laws. That is an astonishing amount of weakness that signals, which makes it more convincing for me, the statement that was made on a few open mics ago, that the Islamic Republic may very well fall within a year or two. And that kind of pertains, I think, to why I think the notion that this ceasefire and this hostage exchange with Israel and Hamas is going to be anything long-lasting. For the same reason, I don't think that Hezbollah and Israel is going to be long-lasting, because both of them are not really a ceasefire. When it comes to, for example, Hezbollah and Israel, they had to actually withdraw north of the Litani River and disarm. Now, you can call that a ceasefire as much as you want, but that is actually a surrender, which, politically speaking, Hezbollah cannot accept. And so a conflict with those two are very likely to resume, albeit probably involving more the Lebanese army in this round. When it comes to Israel and the hostage exchange, what I think this is, because Trump was tweeting this as him pressuring the Yahoo to give in to this hostage exchange and so forth. And what I think this is Netanyahu giving Trump a PR prop, and Trump is demanding that he's probably in this hostage deal, trying to make sure that the first hostages to be released are the American hostages. For there are one or two, three Americans or whatever. So if phase one goes through, which I think is still a big if, I'm not too convinced even phase one will go through before everything falls apart and the conflict resumes. But if the phase one does go through, then I'm pretty certain it's going to be all the Americans left that are going to be taken out, after which Trump will have no reason to give a crap. And subsequently, the enemies can begin persecuting each other until one surrenders or succumbs, like they would be doing. And the reason this is also untenable from Israel's side is kind of for the same reason as we're talking about the Islamic Republic and what Bigari was saying. Netanyahu's base are certainly not very. What I view from the Israeli public, generally speaking, is that they're a bit dismayed that it's just some of the hostages and not all of the hostages. But generally speaking, they're just happy that the hostages are coming back, and they're kind of, tacitly okay with the ceasefire deal for now. But the ones who are very much supportive of Netanyahu and more on the right wing, they are staunchly opposed to this, and it considers this, which I also would agree, it's kind of a surrender. You have fought all this. You've declared a war against a paramilitary entity. You've gone on for 15 months, and it's been over a year since the last hostage exchange. Remember, so here they are coming now, and you're gonna give up 30 prisoners in exchange for one, which is, that's one thing is the ratio, but the other thing is that it's also live prisoners for carcasses, because as far as I understood it, of the 30 to be released, about 10 of them were dead, which, if you want to have a proportional exchange here, you give like the 30 ones that you thought you would be getting for this live one, you now give them.
Just a correction, even the 30, we don't know who's alive and who's dead, by the way. Because even the 30, we don't know who's going alive and who's going in
Thank you for mentioning that, because I think there are two facets of this. One is the political theatrics that I alluded to when it comes to Trump and Netanyahu, and the other one I think is possibly that along the command chain of the IDF, it was a recognition that Hamas may actually not have, because Hamas themselves, they have also been quite battered. There's no doubt about it. And due to like any other military command chain, they need to have certain levels of compartmentalization. And even more so, since they are a paramilitary group meshed in with the civilian population, which can have who knows how many spies. So you need to divide up in cells. And so Hamas, with much of their, at least on the ground leadership, the military leadership, and so forth, and the more important political leadership having been hollowed out, they may actually not have an overview of where the hostages are, how many they have remaining, how many are alive, how many are dead. And the IDF may have some in the IDF may have, alongside discussions, figured out that maybe we would like to give them a breather just in order to see how many we got here, and then we can also placate Trump a little bit and give him a win, so that when this inevitably breaks down, because Hamas made it also clear this is just we're going to make this a yearly thing. We're going to go after you and make an October 7 every single year from now on. So obviously this is from every standpoint not going to be holding, so it's going to be collapsing. So I think that might, but I'm not sure about the last part, but there might be a recognition that actually the enemy needs to be able to actually reorganize, so they can actually have a clear overview what left do they have as a bargain. So yeah, I mean, there's more things to say, but I would like to kind of move on to Egypt as well. As if someone have been noting, they have been mobilizing and deploying quite a lot of troops and logistic stations and so forth, which some think is a matter of offensive, some thinks is something else. So, but I'll leave it there. Who was it that held the finger first?
I would say the super chat first.
Bagari.
Wyatt. Oh, Wyatt.
Oh,
Wyatt,
wait,
of course.
super chat first. So by Logizen, tinfoil theory, truce with Hezbollah, Syria taken out 4 weeks later, truce with Hamas, is it Iran next? Discuss. YT censored. Then after that, Paul say, always good to hear from Coping and Upgrade, although no upgrade is not here. And Eutis say that Israel exists only because of support of the USA. So Israel's opinion isn't the only one that counts. America's counts the most. Yep. So Coping can choose who is next. I'm not sure who is next.
The question is,
near
America,
but I thought the first super chat about ceasefire with Hezbollah, Syria falls, ceasefire with Hamas, Iran next. In lieu of everything I just said, that's kind of a fun. I thought it was amusing. Who knows?
It could be Yemen. Why Iran? It could be Yemen, right? Yemen is the one that is actively attacking Israel. No?
Oh, did you guys did not discuss the dispute between the IDF and Mossad? Did you? As far as I recall, the IDF they wanted to go after Yemen, whereas Mossad said no, let's go after Iran. And the discrepancy is that in Iran, the Mossad this is likely the case because they have lots of spies over there tied to the dissidents, whereas in Yemen, not so much. And comparatively speaking, distance-wise, because if the further you have to project, the more complex and difficult it gets to perform an operation. So the IDF might have been thinking, well, when it comes to the Houthis, they are nonetheless a much smaller and easier target, but they are comparatively as in distance as Iran. So it would be making sense to practice. If you are going to actually be planning making big, massive strikes far ahead, then the Houthis might actually be making sense to start with at first. But again, I'm talking. I'm not supposed to be talking. Who's
It's
finger?
me. It's me. It was
Okay,
me that
Tata,
was
go ahead.
having the finger. So the thing about the last open the last chart, super chart that appeared. If you can put the back, wait, the last one. Yes, it is not true. Israel doesn't exist just with the support of the US. Quite the opposite. Israel didn't have the support of the US when it became a country. It took a lot of explaining, a lot of effort to force the US to accept the creation of Israel. And actually, the Soviets were the first ones helping Israel even before the Americans. Then everything turned away, and we know what it is. But even today, the Israel has a lot of strength. It's not completely fully. They control more the help that they get from the US than the other way around. But it's very interesting because my theory is that one of the reasons why this ceasefire was attained so fast is because there are some talks about Biden officials being quite afraid of Trump coming to power, because they feel that they will be brought to justice for their actions and decisions. It sounds like the White House was in a complete disarray, and officials were taking decisions and doing things as they wanted. And one of the reasons that also this might have been coming is because it is clear that the Biden administration, or Blinken most and foremost, was delaying the achievement of this ceasefire. And I think they got cold feet and tried to bring the best one. But it's a very bad deal for Israel in many sense. I'm not trying to excuse nobody. I think it's a very bit for Israel. On the end, Israel has to take all its troops out of Gaza. It sounds that they didn't achieve as much as they wanted. And on the end, they have to carry with extreme these accusations of genocide, which will be very problematic in the next years for Israel. It doesn't matter how you guys see it. If it's strong or not strong, they don't care. This is something that will always wait. And the problem as well is that the United States could have tried to explain the Israeli elites that I understand that they just I think it's also, if you guys know Israelis do talk a lot, and they sometimes they don't measure what they say. It's pretty much, if you're from Southern Europe, you know these. It's like you talk too much, but it's a kind of an exercise to get away your frustration. And so sometimes you say bullshit, but you don't really take that for granted or seriously. And from my visits in Israel and all other Israelis I know, they do like to talk very aggressive about stuff, but they don't mean that way. It's just a way of getting out that pressure. And in that sense, I think someone should have explained to the Israeli government that officials doing those statements, they were going to be used against themselves. And this is a big problem, that it goes a little bit over the ceasefire question. I think the ceasefire will hold for long. Because as some analysts have been saying, at this sense that Israel had, but everybody had a few years ago, that their military might was so strong and powerful that they could do whatever they want. This has been challenged, be it Russia in Ukraine, be it the US in Afghanistan, and be now Israeli in Gaza. And they are very stressed. They are in the south of Lebanon, they are in Syria, and they always have to be with their eyes open about Iran. And what Coping said and this is something I've always criticized many analysts towards Russia, is this magical thinking. Don't count that Iran will fall apart. It makes no sense. Iran is what it is, and it is now. We have to analyze things that exist now. They already thought about the fall apart of Iran for many times. Many times they've previewed that, and it didn't come. It was students' demonstrations. How many times did they try the revolutions through students' demonstrations, and it didn't work? There are differences today, but there were always difference in all the other times that they previewed that Iran is going to fall apart. But there are things that are happening in Iran that we should also not forget. Iran is getting also more. They elected a non-religious president for a long time. They didn't have such a known in charge religious president. And Israel and Iran is integrated regionally with the countries around. And now I think if you take into account, it just made a deal with Russia, a 20 years deal. There's a lot inside. And for what I know, for instance, from the deal with North Korea, there are strings attached. So Russia is not putting, no, sorry, Bigari. Russia is not putting their fingers they are not giving their hand to Iran to burn themselves. There are strings attached, and Iran had to accept those strings attached. I remember you guys, I know Bigari, you want to deny everything. Perhaps
the agreement, because you're talking shit right now. Have you read it?
Of course, you're sure. I know,
Super
for
chat,
instance, from
super
parts
chat.
that, for instance, in North Korea, the North Koreans had to conquer Canada, and we take the canal. Yeah, sure. So
Thank you.
I know,
Finally.
for instance, in the deal. I know from the deal in North Korea that the North Koreans had to rewrite in their constitution that they have no interest in conquesting the South.
That is full text of the deal between Russia and Iran on the Kremlin website. You can read it. You are talking shit right now. It's not comparable with North Korean deal. Like, you're talking shit right now.
What did I say? That there are strings attached. The Russians are not going to help the Iranians if they are going to burn themselves. There are strings attached, and we don't know yet what is the strings attached. But we know, for instance, that it has to do with nuclear deal. And don't tell me that it is not. The Russian promised they are going to build them
fucking read the deal, blядь.
What's happening to you? Did you get crazy or what?
Because you're talking for like 10 minutes about nothing, and you're talking shit. Like, it's kind of fucking annoying. Like.
Yeah, but
well, you
Bigari, go on.
Drunk too much. I think, Bigari, you drank a little too much coffee today.
No, Bigari,
Nevertheless,
Bigari,
the idea of strings attached is that there is a nuclear power plant that is being constructed, that the Russians are going to construct for the Iranians, exactly to take out the danger that the Iranians will get a nuclear bomb. So there are things that we have to take in. This is in answer to Coping saying this magical thinking that if Iran disappears out of the map, things will be solved. This doesn't happen. And sorry, Bigari, you should behave a little bit better. Because
I never said that. I never said that. I never said that. I was referring to what someone was saying, and then I proved the point. Because you can check this up yourself. If a government has foreigners enforce their domestic laws, that is a tremendous signal of weakness. You cannot deny that. That was the only thing I said. That the regime will fall, or everything will solve itself, or something like that. I never made any such assertion. That is simply you. But it's projecting. I don't know what you're doing really. But anyways, you've been talking for quite a while. So can you please get done and hand over the finger?
And he's gone.
Yeah, go Bigari, please.
Go Bigari.
Prata was talking shit because the text of the deal is publicly available, and he is fucking imagining things like and talking like, oh, it's the same deal as North Korea. North Korea, there is a clear deal on the security side that we will provide security in the case of attack. In Russia, Iran deal, there is clearly stated, in case of attack on one of the countries, another party commits to not provide any help to the attacker on the other country. There is no thing said about like help in defense, anything. They just said that they will not intervene and not help the attacker. That's all. And it's on the fucking Kremlin website, man. Like, why are you talking shit and creating like fairy tales, like comparing the deals. This deal is basically economical deal, like economic relations between Russia and Iran. There is nothing said about security there. Like it's so fucking like triggering me when people create shit and present it as a fact.
Super
I
chat,
wanted to address another super chat before I want to punch something.
Okay.
Like super chat about how United States and Israel, blah blah blah. Like who is controlling who? Who is controlling who? Read about fucking AIPAC. AIPAC is controlling the Republican Party, like basically the whole Republican Party is controlled by AIPAC.
Yeah, I would answer
Republican, every Republican congressman, senator are afraid to do anything that will harm Israel. They go to Israel based on the Israeli money to trips to Israel. They are in the pocket. Who is controlling who? Who is controlling
They
who?
control both parties, Bigari. Both parties.
Yeah, but AIPAC is work. It's like just easier to as an example because they working with Republicans. They controlling Democrats, Republicans, everyone.
Sorry, Bulgari,
Who is controlling
they control the media. They control the media. That's the
media, Hollywood, everything. Who is controlling
They
who?
control everything.
And the last point I want to say is that fucking Israel topic is so fucking boring, man. I want to kill myself. It's so fucking boring. Israel,
Sorry,
Gaza,
Bulgari.
Israel bad, Gaza good. Oh, blah blah blah. It's so fucking boring, man. I want to kill myself.
Bigari.
Just kill myself, man.
Super
so
chat.
boring.
You can answer this. Conquer Canada first or retake the canal? Which one? Panama or
just do both.
Canada?
Just do both. You have military for both.
Please,
Canada is in 3 days. Canal in 24 hours, man. Like just do both.
One more. Initiating deportation using railway, stock car, or force march.
Just put them on the fucking oil tankers and send them to the third world, man. Do two things at the same time: export oil and gas, and deport immigrants.
Okay.
May I respond to the super chat real quick? The one about the canal or Canada. Does the U.S. actually need to conquer? Like I think I keep thinking that it's more like
they already own Canada, man. They don't need to conquer it.
Yeah, exactly.
Canada can do anything.
They don't really need a military. Like they can assert a military presence without annexing or taking over. Anyways, they have bases all over the world. Anyway, so I kind of like.
Can I say something? 78% of our exports that go to the U.S., like Mika said, it's already conquered. Like go for the canal.
Think Canada can do any action without the okay of the U.S. The people who think Canada is independent and have like every freedom, it's like Europe. It's
guys,
but in worst case.
Guys, come on.
But
come on,
in worst case, it was my. I want to talk.
You guys are ignoring. Yeah, but you talked a lot. You guys are ignoring pretty like clear facts that are occurring right now, in which like Canada and Europe, they are loyal to something. They're completely subservient to something, but at the same time, they're constantly trashing Trump. Okay? And the same thing with Israel. Like, who controls who, Israel or the United States? What is Israel and what is the United States? Like, Israel is sort of an artificial outpost propped up in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by all sorts of enemies and doing all sorts of retarded stuff. The United States is an oligarchy that has this complete puppet democracy going on for the last couple of decades, and no one knows who's in charge. I mean, some people know who's in charge, but it's not the politicians, it's not the people who represent the United States aren't the ones who are in charge. So what is the United States? Who is actually in charge? And who is actually in charge of Israel? And
sorry, Gabriel, sorry for stopping you, but there are other people holding their fingers up, and you're veering into a black hole right now. So if you could please really quick.
You haven't stopped yapping for like half an hour, dude. Chill. So the United States and Israel have the support of this global community. of this global community, the Europeans and the Canadians. But those guys have been trashing Trump pretty harshly in the past 12 years. And so Trump has no reason to consider them his allies. So that's why he might be considering invading or taking over Canada, because they have shown allegiance to something else that isn't America. They've shown allegiance, just like the Europeans, to something that isn't the entity called the United States. It's something else, because it depends who is in power if they support it or not. So they're not actually supporting the United States. They're supporting a faction of the political infight of the United States. So go on, whoever wants to go.
Mike.
Okay, sorry, I think it was me now. I've been raising my hand for a long time. So even before everybody else, but let me just say something quickly, right? I would just want to say, firstly, I'm go back to the about the
Can't hear you.
My first thing to say is that I'm going to talk about the pivot of what he said earlier about the Israel, right? Who control who control Israel, right? Without the United States, Israel cannot exist. And who creates Israel is the British create Israel state, not Soviet. Okay, that's the point to correct on that side. Is the British. And again, let's go back to Canada. Canada is like a province of UK. It's like a province of a United Kingdom, not fully like a zone on its own. Whereby most people still missing. People have to understand that. Okay, it's still mostly controlled by UK. Okay, so they have their own parliament, all those things. But yes, it's still kind of like something like that. They still report to the King of England.
You have
Canada
literally
still,
two people who live in Canada saying no to you.
yeah, maybe living in the French side of Canada. So you know,
Yeah, but
understand
Tonya doesn't live in the French side, and we both disagree with you.
let me go back to the.
Listen.
I'm gonna go back to.
Hey, living in a place doesn't make you the expert on the place. Okay, Gareth is in England and he knows shit all about England.
So let me go back to Israel. I think what's going on. So let me go back to Israel. I think what's going on in Israel right now, they try to reset the table, reset the whole game. Right now, what they're doing now is we are watching mission creep in action. Okay, West are creeping in, both in Russia and in Arab. West are creeping in slowly, right? Now they want to reset the deck again. Now they try to reset the deck for Trump, right? Now they will release all those things. They will say, "Oh wow, this thing is just like this ceasefire is even worse than a setup. It's like a setup to the Palestinian. They are setting them up for what's about to come next. Okay, this ceasefire is not to help them, it's to set them up even more than what they already go through in October 7th. Because now when after all this, now somehow somebody gonna break it and they're gonna blame it on the Palestinian. Now they're gonna go all in because they say, look at it. Israel released so much hostage for this little hostage, or some of them they already know that some of those hostage already died. So now see how much Israel released. Now see what the Palestinians are now doing back to them. So now it's going to be like, oh, we're going to revenge in full action. So Trump been promising. So it's going to be like how would I say, all hell break loose there. But as I'm looking at things as my own visions of what I'm saying, this is going to be like hell on everywhere. Not just going to be in the Middle East, because it's like this is going to trigger beyond anybody's thinking. Hopefully I'm wrong. Okay, this is going to become supernova, that total Armageddon. Let me just, hopefully I'm wrong, because I always wrong on everything. So this is gonna be total. It might not start right now, but it's gonna take a while. It's definitely gonna take a while before we start to see something go down. Maybe I was saying it like this is like a 1935 of Second World War. We are right now. The war's not even begun yet. This all this you've seen in Ukraine and it's just a preparation for what's about to come. So for us to think this war is gonna end, and for us to think that maybe Trump gonna stop this, it's like we are totally wrong. This is just gonna accelerate than ever we thinking, and hopefully let's just pray that hopefully somebody can come along and change the whole thing. We thought Trump gonna change it, but I think I'm wrong about him, about hope on him, because it's not him, it's his own advisor are the problem. He might understand things better that this is not to be doing, but his advisor are like they are the main one that he can him. We have a Trump, we have a Trump advisor, we have a media, we have a Congress, right? And the fact is that the media control the country, not the Congress. Because if any Congress say do something wrong or do anything, try to go against the line they already set up, they will just use media to track him down. Look at the Gates. See what they do to that guy. See how they take Gates down quickly, faster. They will find skeleton in your closet to bring that person down quickly. It's the media. So when the media starts screaming, not in the United States, not everybody brain goes the same way. The freedom of the advantage of freedom of speech is also the disadvantage of it. The freedom that America has, right, is also the most disadvantage that America also have, because now everybody has their own thinking, their own mind, which is thing, but which is also the bad thing on the other side, because now somebody have a stupid ideology, stupid thinking. Nobody know, sometimes you don't even know who really have a best idea as until time pass. Until time pass, then you start to realize, oh, that's a good idea. But at that moment, most people would think it's a bad idea. Even what we are saying, even what I say sometimes, I might think is a good thing. I'm saying it. At the end of the day, I might end up regretting it. Say this is a bad thing. I completely say. Even I think
but
through it.
are you going to say anything, or are you just going to keep on?
Oh, what I'm
What
I'm saying is that hopefully we are wrong about all the things we are saying, and hopefully this will get to end.
Yeah.
What are we saying?
You already said that. Are you going to say anything, or are you going to keep on saying nothing?
Okay, I'm good for now. Somebody else, please.
Thank you.
Super chat first. Wait. Give us again. Super chat. By John. How much of Gareth's welfare check goes to Antifa? Gareth actually did
I doubt.
Yeah.
I doubt he sends anything.
Then thank you, Steve Buckley, for giving love and ask people to give love to DPA. Thank you so much. And then UTC true experiment. I'm not sure it's experience or experiment, but no, the US imposed sanctions on Israel.
Thought experiment. Yeah. Thought experiment.
Thought. Short of a T. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thought experiment. The US imposed sanctions on Israel. No weapons. No joint development project. 6 billion hole in budget. No veto in UN. Israel is done. That's why it's such a strong lobby. I just have a quick answer. Israel will immediately switch and pivot to Russia and offer Russia a naval base. That's it. And then they will start to buy Russian weapons. And you see Israel start to fly Sukhoi 57s. And they will even work with them and develop a 6th gen fighter.
More unstable than the Syrian base. They have a lot of places in the Mediterranean to have a base. I don't think if Israel is in that condition, it will be in a deep, stable situation. So I don't think Russia.
I would say it depends on the deal. Depend on what Israel want to offer. If it offers to help to pay for 50% of the Sukhoi 57,
they cannot pay without
fighter.
They have economical issues now. 50% of their exportation is in electronics, and they are struggling with this war. And it's listen, the strategic situation without the West is a shit show, because they are surrounded by enemies. Because if you are supporting Israel, you need to subdue all the political region. You see what if Egypt and Jordania weren't supporting Israel in the blockade, people will be starving in the area.
Yeah, the population is a serious deal. If the U.S. stopped supporting Israel, the Arab countries around would also stop supporting Israel.
Exactly, because so
because the populations are very fickle on that.
A lot of people with dual citizenship will go back, and it is happening now. I think it's like tens of thousands get back to their countries before with this war, because economics is in deep shit. Even with all that might and attacking people with like Kalashnikovs, and well, they had to ask for weapons from America to bomb Gaza. So you cannot like have small population, no natural, no big natural resources. So without the West, it will be cooked. Secondly, I'm going back. I go back to beware. There is a small. So
beware. There's a small head% on OM.
Yeah. So one thing, I'm sorry to be boring and repeating again. If you don't know the region, you cannot like take one event or one information and project it. For example, thinking that Iran or Yemen is a easy target is like a wishful thinking. I know there is a lot of division inside the Iranian population, but you need to take it as a whole. You cannot like say because of this Iran would be a quick defeat and we will forget it. Anyone who thinks that Afghanistan is an impossible place to invade, you need to double it multiple times from Iran and Yemen. Of course, there is division, but there is a big portion of the population who are with the regime and ideologically with the regime and religiously with the regime. So they will fight even those who are against will fight because they will be opposing the invasion. So Iran has a big army, has a very well-trained army because they involve themselves in a lot of areas. They have a good strategical place, a lot of resources, a lot of mountains, and Yemen too. You can think that Yemen was in war in 10 years with Saudi Arabia, and they are still there. So I don't think that that's a good idea, attacking Yemen and Iran. Even if you can manage to topple the government, you will have a continuous war inside the whole region, not only in Yemen. And don't forget, because they have allies all over the region, they will fucking harass all the allies. So this is what I remember I want to say.
It's Nunya next.
Nunya,
Super
yeah.
chat. Mike, should I invest in a bunker?
Travel to someplace else.
I don't know, but right now I'm gonna say we never say never. Never say never. If you have money,
okay,
put it there, because
I
we never
say
know what
never.
coming next.
so next is Dunya.
No, I don't even remember what I was going to say, but I think it was something along the lines of I wanted to respond to Gabriel about your comment about the various people in Europe and Canada being opposed to Trump. I wouldn't read too much into that because like that's just politics, and I can only speak to Canada, but what tends to happen here anyway is if one party in Canada is a left party and the party in the US is right, or vice versa, there always seems to be that kind of political, tension. But if both parties are right wing or both parties are left wing, there's no problem. So I think it's all political theater, to be honest with you. And then to Mike's comment about the UK controlling Canada, I'd agree with you on that if we were talking like 100 years ago or even 50 years ago, maybe. But now I think, both the UK, Canada, and everybody else, we're all wrapped up in the US's control. Like we don't have a whole lot of, the UK doesn't have a whole lot of control over Canada anymore because they don't need to, right? Because the US controls both of us.
Sorry, what I'm saying is that the Canadian, Australia are still part of like a providence of UK.
Well,
Sure.
Okay,
And I guess what I'm saying is now we're both states of the US because like other than the king or queen sending over one of their weird children to like christen a ship or something, we don't have a whole lot of dealings with the UK, like other than traditional Commonwealth ties, The US runs us now, and the UK for that matter. That was the only points I had.
Hey, Nunya, can I please respond quickly? You touched on a really good point.
No, you can't, Coping. I've been waiting. Wait, you can come in later. I'm going to pivot away from the Middle East because it's really fucking tedious, but I will do it with the Jew thing, right? So I want to pivot to Redbook. Redbook is the most interesting news of the week. TikTok has been cancelled. All the scamps are saying that the reason TikTok was cancelled is because of the rampant anti-Semitism that was on TikTok was waking up the American population to the wickedness of the Jews, right? Which I doubt, but whatever. The point is that Americans have been flocking to Redbook. And one thing that I would say, I've been on X over the last week, which is a mistake because it's an echo chamber to some extent, but there is a huge amount of growing public anger in the world, in Australia, in America. And Redbook really amplified this because a whole bunch of people went on Redbook and they saw how much Chinese people are paying for groceries and rent and other basics of life. And they just could not believe the price difference. This is really interesting, right? Because groceries are groceries. An egg is an egg. A vegetable is a vegetable. If you're paying 12 times as much as a Chinese person, you've got to wonder, like, where's the extra cost in the supply chain, right? And when you have a look at property prices, it's even more insane. So this to me is a really
the information is available easily on Google, if they bother to search. Like and it's not just China,
But now that they're going on Redbook, there's this really interesting cultural exchange. And I'm saying this because this is what we do on the OM as well. Like when people aren't talking complete nonsense, so that 5% of the time, we actually have an exchange between people from all over the world. And so we learn a little bit. Some of us learn more than others, but we learn a little bit. And that's going on with Redbook at the moment. And I think that's a really good thing because basically people are people everywhere, and people in China are discovering that not everybody is a pervert in the West. They're discovering that there are a lot of furries in the West. That's causing a lot of consternation in communist China. God bless them. But anyway, this thing about the anti-Semitism that's going on, there's huge amounts of anti-Semitism going on at the moment. Like the Jews are responsible for all the bad things that ever happened, which seems to be their historical role, right? And we can go into reasons for why that is, but I won't because it's pretty dull. But the other thing that I'm noticing is there's heaps of racism getting around. And I find this fascinating because racism is a special kind of retardation. Never mind that you get to blame all of your problems on someone else with a different skin pigment. The implication of racism is that everybody who shares your genetics or a couple of your characteristics is truthful and good and can be trusted. And can be trusted, right? It's really, really interesting psychologically. Racism is a special kind of retardation. And I think that, like, without doubt, it's all coming from anger. There is a shocking amount of anger on X and in social media. And I think that the music is about to stop in the West. And what I mean by that is, like, I think we're headed for a colossal financial crunch. All of the indicators are pointing to that. And if you have a look at what Trump has got to do, right, he's got to try and bring America's $1 trillion deficits under control. He's got Elon there, Rocket Man, and their big thing is they're going to cut all of the spending in America. They're going to cut all the waste. But what they're really going to do is they're going to cut the middle class welfare.
if they sack all of the people in the US government who don't do anything useful, right, there's going to be very few of them left, and they will save a lot of expenditure. But the other thing they'll do is they'll collapse their property market, because all of those people are using those government wages to pay mortgages, right? So, and the same is true in Australia as well. Basically, the entire system has wound itself up into a real problem. And you can see it with interest rates. They can't raise interest rates because they'll collapse the markets, right? But if they don't raise interest rates, inflation will keep going, and that's going to collapse the markets because people can't afford food anymore. So the whole system is like starting to tremble and quake. And I get the impression in Australia that neither side of the corporate uni party wants to win the next election. I think they can see what's happening with the property market. They know that it's all about to go tits up, and neither side really wants to be the one holding the bag when the music stops. So anyway, I thought that was the interesting thing that happened this week was Red Book. And I will now hand over to Wayne.
Me.
One comment.
And I'll see you all
Because
later.
hold on. I had my finger up before Toby did.
No, just a comment. I will not speak.
Okay,
Just
go on, Nick. Sorry.
with all what Toby said, and they are sanctioning Russian oil and gas. This is the dumbest thing that you can ever do. Go away.
Okay. Sorry for dropping off earlier. The dog crawled under the desk, stepped on the power supply, knocked my hearing aid off. Anyway, in case you guys are wondering about the dog,
The revenge of the dog.
this is the normal size of bone I buy for him. Okay.
You don't own a dog.
Now you
own a
understand why I
dinosaur.
sometimes tell you I
You
fall
own a
down. I
reptile.
end up getting knocked down
The
by
dog
him.
owned him. The dog
Big
owned him, man.
puppy. Anyway, as far as what's going on in the economy, there's a problem. People think that normal is normal. And when I say normal is normal, they think that there's, what is here today is going to be here tomorrow and will be here the day after. And economies aren't like that. Economies are, how should I put it? An economy is rather like a whirlpool full of those small balls that they put in the play parks at the McDonald's. And all the balls are bouncing all over the place, and you never know where the heck they're going to go. That's what an economy's like. And basically, running an economy is rather like herding cats. You can't control it. All you can do is you can try and prevent it from doing the worst things possible. And yeah, well, if you think you can do that, good luck to you.
Degenerates on Red Bull are finding out chinks don't like LGBTQ. Finally to watch the gay freaked out.
Oh, hey, they don't
what
like
do you expect? It's
Canadians
a
either.
Chinese platform. And
They really don't like us too much, Do you hear the shit we've been getting recently? Though I got to
That's
say,
you, Wayne.
they're getting politer. They actually called one of our warships and said, "Which way are you going so we don't run into you?" First time in 5 years. Guess what the difference was?
We tried to bring
Reporter
this,
from the national press was on board the warship.
we tried to tie this back together with Wyatt's question about Israel pivoting to Russia. Now you like to separate Israeli Zionism from global Zionism, and the unipolar world to the multipolar world. And you said, like, well, to a large extent, Israel, the army, but Zionism is not ran from Israel. It's ran from New York. It's ran from the stock exchange. It's ran from London. And although Israel could conceivably pivot to Russia, survive in a different world, the general support, they probably have to end the right of return to American Jews. The corporate structure, we talked a lot in the past about copyright laws in China or Russia with the decline of the West. And also note, definitely like Zionist, Jewish power, any global power, if you want to park money and grow it, the best place to do it is in the U.S. economy. Like Trump in the data centers or something with the Middle Eastern oil money, where just well, if you have $20 billion, where's the best place to invest it? The U.S. economy, because you could put it in anything. You could buy real estate, you could run business, data centers, restaurants, even China. Everybody basically parks their money in the U.S. economy, and that could shift. And then also the corporate structure of the global national corporations that's based on British common law, or part of the larger reason for pushing back against China and Russia. So in the coming multipolar world, there's going to be a lot of factors. There's going to be the military on the ground, Russia, Ukraine, Israel and the Axis, China, and Taiwan, any of these, and the decline in the U.S. economy, possibly the bust of the corporations, or maybe if you're on the side of the corporations, like the prices keep on going up. But I think a lot of these things are going to tie together in terms like Israel was probably not going to be able to break the Axis. Whatever is going to be coming out of this ceasefire, moving up, likely the Axis is going to start to rebuild, and it's not going to be good for Israel. Just like Ukraine, likely it's going to side for Russia, and that's going to side against the corporate structure. It's going to side against copyright laws. It's going to side in favor of multipolarity and China and the U.S. economy, because the U.S. as empire could basically go, keep on doubling down or bust, or we could go here, just to settle into mediocrity, into because the U.S. is in pretty good status, besides the fact that we don't actually own our own country. That at this point, 80% of our country is owned by people who don't live here. Besides for Jewish money, Zionist money, say basically everybody has invested in America, like the housing crisis, rent, food, inflation. At this point, it probably takes some sort of civil war, because houses, everything is owned by corporations, and those corporations are not largely owned by Americans. A lot of these corporations are owned by international investors, and so all these things are going to probably factor together. Like Wyatt's point about Israel pivoting to Russia, they could do that militarily, but it's not going to be the same power structure where you're moving towards a one world order with the U.S. in front of a corporate order that favors Zionism, and some sort of multipolarity where Israel has to align with Russia and the Axis just to survive might happen, but it's going to be a completely different world.
I just want to
Yeah.
let the new guy introduce himself. Emmanuel.
I'm
Can you
Emmanuel.
introduce yourself?
I'm Emmanuel, and I'm from London. And let's be honest here. Israel hasn't lost anything. Maybe lost some people, maybe lost some people due to the war, but hasn't really lost anything. Iran is lost. Syria is gone. Right? Syria is dysfunctional. In Lebanon, Hezbollah is weakened, and politically is also weakened, because Hezbollah wasn't allowed to play a role in picking the president of Lebanon. So, if you're going to be very honest here, Israel has won. And Israel's plan is to win in part since 1948. Every time there's a struggle, Israel improves its position in the region. And it's done the same thing again. And let's be honest, I used to support Palestinians till I realized they like Iranians. And I thought, why? Why would Iranians want to die for these people that don't like you anyway? Iranians are very weird. I mean, maybe because of religion, but if you think about it realistically, as politically, they're not natural allies of Iran. Most Sunnis don't like Iranians or Shiites anyway. So it's just weird that the Shiites are the ones that are willing to die for the Sunni Muslims. It doesn't make sense. So I think Iran is going to pull back.
Hamas is Sunnah. Hamas is Sunnah, by the way. So they're not Shia, Hamas.
Sorry.
We can't hear you. Your audio is just went.
We lost your
Emmanuel.
sound, Emmanuel.
Your audio
Yeah,
went
you sounded
distorted
super
and
low,
gone.
and now we can't hear you at all.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you
Yeah,
now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
If I was Iranian and I was advising the leadership, I would tell them, forget about Syria. I mean, Lebanon is sad, but help as much as you can, and think about Iraq. Make Iraq the Shiite border, because Sunnis are not your natural allies. Like Iran, look how many commanders died for Iran. What do they get out of it? Nothing. And I see Palestinians celebrating and saying, "Oh, okay, now the war is over. We're happy. There's no more Iran in Syria to deal with." So everybody's lost. Iran is lost. Syria is gone. It's dysfunctional. It's never going to be a proper state. And Israel is going to come back and get more of what it wants. So when people are happy, I mean, we're happy that people stop dying. That's all. But what has the Palestinians actually got out of this? Nothing.
What is
Gaza
happening?
Well, they survived.
Gaza-
You're saying Israel didn't
Yes.
like lose military.
Yes, what I'm saying is,
They lost
but I mean,
dominance. They had
what is the
15
difference
months
between
carte blanche to destroy
what
Hamas
is the difference
and
between
failed.
their position now and the 4th of October or the 7th of October? It's worse.
I mean, it'd be like
It's worse.
US against the drug cartels. Like
Oh my
Israel
God.
didn't lose; they didn't win, and it puts them in a worse situation.
The only thing that
There's
Israel
something
lost
terribly wrong
politically.
with your microphone, Emmanuel.
Emmanuel,
let me hold it
especially
up.
when you start yelling, it becomes really hard to make out what you're saying.
Because it's already
Yeah,
because
let
it's
me hold
already
it up.
muffled. Because it's
Can
already
you hear me
muffled.
now?
But anyway,
we can
we
hear
can
you,
hear
but
you.
it's
It's just
just
muffled.
hard.
It's super
Okay.
hard to understand what you're saying because it sounds super buzzy. Like,
Oh, okay.
So anyway, I just
Okay.
want to read the super chat first before so that I can
Enough,
put it
enough.
down.
But what I'm trying to say is, if you're going to be honest here, Israel has just done what it's been doing since 1948. There's a struggle, destruction, and it moves forward. Now,
This
the
time
only
they
thing it's
couldn't.
lost
This time they
is
couldn't.
its soft power. The only thing Israel's lost is really its soft power around the world. The only thing that's lost is soft power. That's
So
it.
let me read the super chat so that I can put it down. Does this Royal Borean have something to share with us, ignorant peasants? Dude is insufferable. Just to highlight, we do not know who is
no
Dude
lies.
at this point.
That's Wayne.
He's talking about the Borean.
No. You cannot say the quiet part out loud.
Oh,
Anyway,
yeah,
Wayne went to walk his dog, so
He shall not be named.
Emmanuel, fix your
Go, big guy.
fucking microphone.
I don't know, man. There's nothing I can do. Look,
If
Go
it's your
big
first
guy.
time
Go
online,
big
you
guy.
might have to invest. Like if
Go
you
big guy.
is this
Yeah,
your
you
first
need to
time
buy a
ever
good mic.
streaming using it?
it's my first time ever. This is my first time ever.
I mean, you might just have
Yeah.
a low quality microphone and consider your cell phone might be more clear, or you might have to.
Yeah,
invest in better
I mean, it's a headset that I use for anything.
Fuckers,
calls
man.
and everything.
Okay, all right, okay.
Don't worry.
Go,
Next
big
time,
guy.
next time.
Go.
So
We
no,
can't
after the
hear you
stream
anyway.
finish, you come back to watch. You will hear yourself. Then you will feel
You'll
like you need to
understand.
buy a. Yeah, you'll buy. I'm quite sure if you're going to come on again, you will buy.
But if you don't
Everyone
use a
around-
headset, if you
Your
don't
cell
use a
phone would
headset,
probably have good sound. If that's
Can
if
I
you had
talk?
more to say, your cell phone would
Can
probably
I
have
talk, man?
sufficient sound.
What I noticed was that is when you raise your volume,
Can I just
Emmanuel, when
fucking
you
talk,
start
man?
shouting, it gets really distorted. So you kind of have to be mindful of
Let
that.
big
So it's a
guy
good advice
talk.
if
He
you
will
go in on that.
explode, man. He will
Fuck me,
explode.
man. I
Let
will
him
kill
talk.
you all.
Next time.
Peace, yeah, it's okay. Big Adi, go ahead.
not
Okay.
kidding.
Israel lost the most important thing. I mentioned it at the start that people are seriously talking about two-state solution. That was the Israel loss, and it was the biggest Hamas win. That was political. Anyway, I'm so fucking tired. Like one last point on this conflict and the deal that I mentioned in the comments, but I didn't see anyone and didn't hear anyone mention it. Is the ship traffic across Suez? Like, because Houthis were blocking that just to help Palestine, and now the ceasefire is gone. It's the biggest consequence of that deal, as I can see in the global sense. The ship traffic against across Suez Canal. That's the biggest consequence. I just wanted to talk about the what's it called? Fucking TikTok shit show in the United States, and for me, it was the biggest own goal by Biden you can ever fucking imagine. Like, let's go back like 4 years ago. Trump is like a fucking retard trying to ban TikTok. It was overruled in court, and now Biden got the bait and banned the TikTok, and 12 hours later, Trump is like, no, we will unban it, and maybe we will like do some deal, 50%, blah blah blah. You know, like, did you see the like the screenshot from the app in the TikTok? It's like saying explicitly saying, due to President Trump efforts, we are
will come
operating
back.
again. Like, it's the biggest fucking win in the young generation of the fucking retards that are just sitting on the TikTok, don't know what Pythagorean theorem is, and they just watching the videos, and they will vote in like 2-3 years, and they will, oh, President Trump saved us, saved our lives, because we cannot live without TikTok for 4 hours a day, man. Like, they sit on that app, and Trump saved them, so they can do a
Trump
brain
might have
rot
saved
for 10 hours,
millions
for
of American
longer.
lives. Trump might have saved millions of American lives by saving TikTok.
Yeah.
Literally saved
Trump
generations.
helped them to brain rot for longer, man. Trump helps them, so they can fucking lose the IQ points on the TikTok, and they will help him. They will thank him. They will worship Trump because he's a savior, and it's like the biggest fucking free points ever, free political points ever. I don't know why Biden, like, it's unbelievable. Some retardation. Like, Biden is a retarded dementia patient, but this was like actually fucking impressive, man. You
Too
ban
much.
TikTok
Yeah.
one day before you out of office, so it will be overturned, and it's a free political win for Trump. Like,
Maybe
it's
that's what's
unbelievable.
going on. What if that's what's going on? What if
Yeah,
Nika's
it's
waiting to
almost
go.
like Trump is getting support.
Yeah, like Trump is getting a good negotiating position to nab up half of TikTok in America. Sorry, go ahead.
Maybe not. Right? Like, here's
Not
my theory
everyone-
on this. Go ahead, Wyatt.
Okay. So now everyone, in United States, all the who's who is all, suddenly become pro-Trump. Like, I just before the open mic start, I saw the Airbnb co-founder wrote a very long piece talking about he finally coming out of the closet and said that he actually voted for the Republican. I was like, what the fuck?
You
It's like, you
Why?
could have said
Why?
months
here's my
ago.
theory on.
You see what that reminds me? It reminds me of
Can I-
our dictatorships. It's like the most signature of our dictatorship. When ones go and ones come, all the lick ups, all the sack ass will lick the new guy.
I think this is pretty
it's
bad because
typically
they don't.
dictatorship.
Because
Well,
they know that this time round Trump is in his second term, and this time round he have no fear and he wouldn't give a damn. So everybody is like extra careful.
But here's the thing about
Nanya,
Trump.
Nanya,
Nanya,
can I make one point?
Yeah,
30
go
seconds,
ahead.
and then you go. Like, and finishing on the Trump point, like, I don't think that the reason he's taking like making inauguration inside is cold weather. It's because shooters cannot shoot inside. It's really hard. Because if he is outside, it will be another Pennsylvania or some shit. He's taking precautions, I think.
Yeah, you can't
Well,
say.
Here's my thought on the whole TikTok thing. Yes, I agree with Bagari.
Before
It's
TikTok,
total
Nanya,
own goal.
Can I just
Total. Let me just finish the point, and then you can yap away, have at it. Like, I think that it was total own goal by the Biden administration. Now Trump has inherited this problem, and it looks like he's going to be made the savior. However, what he's proposed is 50% owner in ByteDance. And ByteDance has basically said, well, no, it's not for sale. So now Trump has set him up potentially to be the bad guy, because if they can't negotiate a deal with ByteDance, what then? Right? Does the US back away from it altogether, or do they actually ban TikTok? So now I think what Trump has effectively done is he's got a 3-month window to negotiate some sort of deal. And politically, he's put himself in a position where they need a deal. So, ByteDance is a private company. So they're going to, if they can get a deal that's favorable for them, they'll make it, right? So the way I kind of see this whole thing, because of Biden, and now subsequent to him, Trump, they've kind of set themselves up in a position where they don't really have a lot of negotiating leverage if the end goal is to get TikTok or a 50% share of TikTok. So this could potentially backfire on Trump. That's my point on this one. I'm not, Nika, you're next, I think.
Yeah, I just want to show the what was said just now. So this is the screen that every American will see. Welcome back. Thanks for your patience and support. As a result of President Trump's effort, TikTok is back in the US. So this is like ultimate the ultimate. And then this is the official TikTok account on Twitter. They say that in agreement with the service provider, so TikTok is restoring service. So apparently that the ban is on, but then Trump is not even president. They are now defying the order because Trump promised that there will be no penalties for providing TikTok service by all the service providers. So this is like, yeah, ultimate flex. Like he's the president without being the president.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Trump could, because really China's just
TikTok is just a way. It's just
doing the same thing the other social media companies are doing, just collecting the information for their purposes as opposed to sell you things or whatever the corporations are doing it for.
Yeah, practically TikTok is just the US don't want any other nation or any other country to control the masses as they do. That's it. It's like it's a way to control. Like look to all social media apps. The famous one are American, so they don't want to control anyone else to control their population. They want to control the other population, but not the vice versa.
It's not a they, it's private corporations that
it's not private. Yeah, it's really private, but not private.
The US or the people. It's private corporations that control all the social media anyway. So the question is, China, who do you trust more, Zuckerberg or China? And so Trump, it's not us that controls it. It's Zuckerberg. It's a handful of people.
Zuckerberg is easier to control because you can go FBI practically went and did whatever they want in Facebook, but you cannot do it with China. Plus, you have more data. China can have more data about the American.
You could argue the opposite. It'd be easier to work with China than it is our own oligarchs.
Yeah. So another thing I want to respond just to Emmanuel and the people they have the same mentality. It's not like people think that there are two countries in war and one country wins and one loses. It's not. It's a population who are invaded, and that population is resisting. If it was like what you are saying, Emmanuel, Algeria will never get independence from France. In the 30s and 50s, where the population were very low, Algeria lost approximately 1.5 million people, fighters and civilians. There were massacres back there. France occupied Algeria for more than 100 years. It's not about two armies fighting together and one army wins and one loses. It's who can, if the native population can survive enough and can resist enough and can give the occupier the hardest time.
It's a matter of if the population can tolerate the occupier.
You can check all examples in the history of the war. If the occupier cannot eradicate the occupation, like what Americans did with the natives, you can never win. You see Algeria, Vietnam, every occupation case, it will happen like this. If you cannot uproot. Yeah, if you cannot uproot the whole population and subdue them or kill them, you can never win. And even Israelis, you are more like me. Even Israelis in Israel, they say we are lost. We did lost. They didn't achieve anything. You thinking destroying buildings and killing 1,000 or 2,000 people is winning? It's like you galvanize the whole region. And another thing, as I said before, you can never win against Hamas or any entity like this in 6 or 7 months ago. I will say in the future, the biggest issue that will the biggest like headache for Israel will be Syria. And mark my words, I know a lot of you think the opposite. The biggest issue that will happen to Israel, the biggest headache will be coming from Syria. Not today, not the next month, but in the future. And mark my words very, very carefully.
I think it's from themselves.
Yeah, but beside themselves, because there's a lot of inside issues that it will be messed up. Copy? I think.
Yeah, Amanda, you come after me. We follow a finger rule, and Nika pointed. So I just want to touch quickly on the thing about TikTok, and maybe follow it up with a question, because for the same reason that all Western media would be during the paper days, they would be sending their media out into the whole wide world. It would be to influence, so that they could spread their culture and make them more amiable to basically foreign policies pertaining to them. And that was also partly the rationale for why DARPA released the internet, so that soft power could also go global, and then the preponderance in cultural influence that the United States had could then be enhanced, and it would make it easier for them to also predict coups and what have you. And we see this has been the case often, that they have social media campaigns, and other countries are doing the same. But thus it comes into the thing with TikTok, because the notion, I'm not so sure. I mean, there's maybe something to what you were saying about the that they don't want to lose control of the information of the masses, but they're not necessarily doing so. I mean, they're making a lot of money from that, but by just having them, they can still exert control. And if I'm not mistaken, TikTok is also something that is used in China, right? So they will necessarily have to kind of go around, like basically it's a tug of war where they can influence each other either way. So I'm not really so sure. I think it's more like this is an instrument that stays. All those bigger social media platforms, because they are there and they have so many followers, by default, the governments are not going to try to get rid of them. They're going to try to control them in order to kind of be able to project soft power. And one thing I want to ask before Toby came along, to Nunya, because I kind of agree with you there. The thing about it's the UK partially owning, the Canada partially owning. That's the unique thing about the United States. It has a lobbying system where it basically invites the whole world to come in and pay for foreign policy favors, which is only something that the United States can do by being the most powerful nation. Instead of going to the elites and whatever, just have, hey, you can come here, we make a deal, and then you see what happens a little bit later. And so if you follow on, for example, the lobbying, the 10 biggest lobbyists, they are like the biggest US corporations, which is why they set the policies, generally speaking. And then you have also several from abroad, a whole bunch of countries, like Norway, for example. We pump a ton of money into the lobbying system in order to have like a good PR when it comes to green energy and what have you, whilst while also getting licenses to be drilling in the Barents Sea, getting contradictions in order. And the Qataris as well, they're known for having influenced quite a bit of the universities and standing behind quite a lot of funding. So now when we look talking about the United States, I think it's a fallacy to kind of be thinking it as a one country, and what I don't even think like one of the parties have complete rule. I think they're kind of all the time a little bit in between, and the overarching rulers are where the mutual interest aligns. That's generally how I view it. But yeah, that's just
it's called oligarchy.
Exactly. So, right, and so it doesn't really matter for national border. Doesn't matter for national borders.
It's different than like Russian oligarchy, because American corporate oligarchy is actually like a global order. It's not just what controls, because the corporations are global entities and they're just headquartered and based on U.S. law. And I mean, you could refer to that called like global Zionism as opposed to Israeli Zionism. And there's a little bit of an overlay, but saying it's largely ran from New York and Washington. It's based on the stock market, the corporate system, the laws. And I mean, the previous streams, we talked a lot about the copyright laws, but all these various issues that are crashing the U.S. View of the one world order that you could loosely call global Zionism versus the other systems like Russia and China. And the U.S. order appears to be losing power. If the TikTok ban goes through, it's likely to be bad for the U.S. corporations, because American people are going to see the delusion.
Okay,
it's not us.
David, sorry. I think you kind of made your point. Thank you. I think you repeated yourself over again. But anyways, Emmanuel was the one who had the finger after me. So
Hey, I'll be
Emmanuel,
back in a
go on.
while, guys. See you later.
See you later, Gabriel. Nice to see you again.
Like I heard what Nika said. It makes absolute sense in a way, but the question about Syria.
I think it was
itself,
Nanya
yeah?
next. I think Nanya was speaking next.
No. Emmanuel was after me, as far as I recall.
Okay.
But
Like with Syria, he said Syria is going to be a big problem for Israel. Now, Syria in its history has never been independent. It was only independent through the Assad family. So the new Syria is either going to be Turkish influenced or Qatar influenced because they pay the money to get the revolution done. So the new Syria, if it's going to be Turkish influenced, Turkish and Israel are like this. Right? Now, if it's going to be Qatar influenced, Qatar and America are like this. So, you know, it's 3D chess. You know, most of the Arabs don't understand what's happening to them. Anyway, it's 3D chess. I mean, because the problem with the Arabs is they put Islam above politics or willism. So it confuses them sometimes. Just because somebody's Muslim doesn't mean they follow the sunnah that you want them to follow. So Syria is gone. Because Syria in its history has never been independent. The only time it was independent was with the Assad family.
Can I quickly interject here? Because I think what Nika meant about that is because they are going to be much more hostile and also chaotic. They're going to be much more difficult to control because they're going to be having they already stated very clearly they're not going to be done with Damascus. They're going to go to Mecca. They're going to go to Jerusalem, and they're also going to go to the Vatican. You know, they Al-Sham means it refers to basically everything from the Euphrates River to the entire Levant. So they are basically like a different. They are a different version of ISIS that wants pretty much the same. It's a caliphate. So that's why, you know, I agree with Nika that they're very likely to be. This is not someone you can. It will basically be like Hamas on steroids, which is also why I don't think Hamas is necessarily, even if the Israelis stay at the Philadelphia corridor, they're still going to be. They're still going to get headaches from Gaza because. I'm pretty sure that the HTS will be doing what they can in order to project an effect on Israel from Gaza, because of course they would. That's you cannot. The Syrian-Israel border is already heavily fortified. It's entrenched lines, and they've already, and for the time being at least, the Israelis took out, you know, all the military assets basically of Assad, which were just left and abandoned. You know, so which also of course makes sense if you're officially at war, But the point is that I think, if Nika might correct me here, but the point is that Nico's making when it comes to Syria is that that's going to be a very long-lasting, and it's going to probably be a bigger headache than, for example, Hezbollah was. Hezbollah was already a pretty big headache. They were much more focused on Hezbollah than they were on, for example, Hamas. Which, interestingly enough, Hezbollah were the one who kind of caved in a little bit first before Hamas.
I understand,
but yeah.
if it comes to that, yeah, who are the people that are going to be able to support HTS? Because HTS is not independent. Like we said, Hezbollah's got Iran, HTS has got Turkey and Qatar. Both of them are under American influence. So if Syria goes crazy, America is going to punish Qatar. Or
the
punish
drug
Turkey.
trade infrastructure. Assad's regime relied quite a bit on drug sales, and that infrastructure is still remaining, which I'm pretty sure the HTS is going to be utilizing the very same logistics and routes, and they're going to be having some form of revenue.
HTS doesn't have power. They're not independent. That's what people don't get. They're not independent.
Neither is Gaza, but it's still a headache.
Syria's got a long way.
It's still a
Syria's
headache.
got a long way to, building up a nation that could do anything. First, they have to get control of their own oil. Once Assad lost control of their own oil, that was the beginning.
And the Kurdish is not coming back.
A new government that gets control of their own oil, and then they have oil revenues. they could build up in any way, and that will be much more dangerous than Hezbollah or Hamas. But like for that, it's going to be years. Might be 5 years, but like, yeah, and it's also like the Alawites. You could have a unified Islamist country that represents 60-70%, however you draw it up, that will likely be a hostile country to Israel, will have tens of millions of people, will have countless oil revenues, and will also be directly on the territory. It's going to have territorial claims and battles against Israel, but it's probably 5 years down the line.
Yes, you're right. But let's be
I
honest
didn't say tomorrow, by the way, David. I know. I'm saying that for a purpose. I didn't say next month or next year. It will take a process, but when counting with nation years, it will be quick, but it will not take too long to.
Well, I mean, they have to get control of their own oil revenue first. Like if they don't actually control their own oil revenue, they're unlikely to be able to rebuild.
There is a process. I know, and the only way that you can control. Sorry, Bigari. Sorry, I cut you down.
Oh, okay. I forgot what I wanted to say because like everyone is fucking interrupting, man.
They kept going and going. I just put my finger down.
wanna fucking kill everyone, man. Like when fucking Copin shows up on open mic, he interjects himself whenever the fuck he wants, man. Because he thinks he's a fucking star of the show. Like David interjects, man. Like respect the finger. Like
the new multipolar world.
I remember that I wanted to say. I remember because I wanted to clown the fucking EU retards. Toby would appreciate that I am clowning EU retards because Biden banned TikTok. 12 hours later, Trump unbans TikTok, and EU retards have a fucking lag of because it's Estonia, and you need to understand the jokes about Estonia in the Soviet Union that they are so fucking slow to understand everything. So Estonian foreign minister says, "Oh, United States bans TikTok. We need to ban it too. We need to ban it." He said it after Trump already.
Estonian is sometimes slang for idiot. In
it's slang for really slow in development person, man.
Yeah, like more.
Like, Estonian intelligence
what is he,
services.
Estonian? Who wrote that? Was that an Estonian? You look at their Olympic performance. People are like, yeah, it's the Estonians, of course. So.
Yeah, it's like the jokes about Estonian intelligence services. They are saying that Hamas could attack Israel soon.
I think Estonia said that they want to be part of the peace negotiations. So I looked into this. Estonia has nearly 1.8 million people. 74% of their economy is services, right? And the rest is like timber. So Estonia can really like rock the geopolitical boat by like not serving biscuits with their tea. So we await their impact on negotiations. But anyway, I remembered what Bigari was going to talk about. Bigari was going to talk about Zelensky's recent adventure in Poland, which was really interesting. So this is reported in Polish media. Zelensky went to Poland looking for money, of course. And the Polish brought up the issue of all of the war graves in Volhynia, which is the western region of Poland.
Yeah, I live in Volhynia.
Oh, okay. So you're probably like you're living on top of.
Yeah, my grandmother is Polish, and she told a lot of.
Okay, so anyway, the Polish brought this up, and they said that they wanted to go and exhume these graves, right? And Zelensky then said there has been desecration of war memorials for Ukrainian nationalists, and so we want to talk about that too, right? But so the point is this, right? It's not going well. Zelensky then said, but anyway, we should all be friends and look towards the future for happy times. And the Polish then went back to the issue of exhuming the dead Poles in Volhynia. And Zelensky went home empty-handed. The point is this. Poland could have been more diplomatic. They could have not talked about that issue. They could have not pushed that issue. Or they could have spoken about that issue in vaguely euphemistic terms saying, it was a terrible thing that happened, but isn't it good that we're all very different now? and we can move on. But that's not what the Polish did, right? What they did was they stuck a fork right in the eye of Ukrainian nationalists and sent Zelensky home empty-handed. This is a pretty big deal, right? Because if you have a look at Ukraine's local environment, Hungary is the same. Hungary want their bit back, and they're not happy. Romania is eyeing off their bit that was taken, because remember that, you know, Ukraine was cobbled together in its present state at the end of the Second World War, and a lot of lands were taken off the Axis powers kind of as punishment by the Soviet Union. So Zelensky is really isolated in his own local region, and that's going to put a huge amount of practical pressure on him. He is, you know, the Polish are the only local power with any kind of military, and they are not playing nice at all. The other thing that I thought was interesting about that exchange was it's pretty clear that Zelensky is still, you know, he can't override Ukrainian nationalists in his own country. The Ukrainian nationalists still clearly have a lot of influence over him. He was not in a position to agree with the Poles. And the other thing about that is it's looking more and more like a partition of Ukraine is being contemplated by everybody. And so, you know, we have to keep this in mind when we talk about like the peace process going forward, because it may be that Ukraine is fighting for its life as a state. The British recently said they've entered a 100-year partnership with Ukraine. So they're nailing their colors to the mast, and they want Ukraine to survive as a state. But it's really unclear what Trump's position is, because Poland is a famous ally of the US, right? And it may be that the Trump administration is in communication with the Polish administration on this issue. So that to me was the most interesting news about Ukraine to come out this week. But Bagari, have you got anything to talk about on that?
Yeah, I want to correct you, because the issue was brought up not because Zelensky visited. He visited because they agreed to, like, what's it, the word in English? Like, to work on the dead bodies, like exhume.
Exhume.
Yeah, that word. Yeah. He went to Poland because they agreed before that. So he went like to make it official deal. And the biggest story out of his visit was that he fucked with Polish opposition, and he slated Polish opposition leaders and all that stuff. So Polish politicians, like oppositions, are saying that he is interjecting into Polish affairs. The same as in Slovakia, because he's working with Slovakian opposition party and trying to displace Fico. So but it's Zelensky, so he can do that shit. Other countries, we can create Russian influence in Romania out of nothing, and Zelensky can do that just by visiting your country and talking openly. So that's one point. Another point is that in Poland, they never forgot about that. In Poland, about Volyn massacre.
Well, they keep bringing it
they
up.
never forgot.
Right? And this is what I thought was really interesting. It's like putting it front page news like this. They of course they predict the response. Like it's going to inspire Polish nationalism. They keep bringing it up in the consciousness.
But they were talking about it for 60 years.
Forget about it. I know, but
they were talking constantly about it. Like when Ukrainian children in Poland are going to school, there is announcements in schools that you cannot talk about Bandera at all. If you talk about Bandera, you will be fined and something like that. So Polish are strict about that shit. And
so what's your view?
Ukrainian
It's been a sore spot. It's been a sore spot forever.
Their eye on Volhynia?
What?
Do you think that Poland has? Do you think Poland has their eye on Volhynia? Do you think that they
of
are
course.
eyeing
If I were Putin, if I were Putin, if I were Vladimir Vladimirovich, I would pull a Trump
Well, you
and
kind
say,
of are.
yeah, like, yeah, of course. I would say, like, publicly, Poland, when we are done, you can take like Lvov, you can take Volhynia, Hungary, you can take Zakarpatye, Romania, you
said
can
that.
take you can
Yeah,
take
Putin said that.
Bukovina, you can take that. We are
They
not
insinuated it.
against it.
He didn't
They
say it in
Just
an
say it
official
openly.
capacity, but he basically
What?
said that.
But
They
what would the
He said
insinuated
that multiple times.
you know, guys, this is an important question. What would the people think of that? Like, what would you and your neighbors think of that? Would you accept that because it would get you into the EU, right? If Poland took your region, you'd be in the EU. And I know a lot of people want that. Back in the early days, this is all people wanted, was to be inside
Like,
the EU.
man,
Toby, once the
Toby, you need to
fascists are
understand
dealt
that
with, there's not going to be,
that
and nobody's going to care what they want. They're just going to take it from them. Who's going to
Yeah, I
ask
know,
the
but I'm
Ukrainian
asking
people?
Bagari. I'm asking Bagari because he's actually from there. So,
But Bigari's government is not
what's
asking
funny?
Bigari.
What's funny is that the biggest number of refugees from Ukraine are from Western regions in Europe, the regions that are not affected by war. They just had the opportunity to fuck off, and they fucked off. Like, there
They
is
just
nothing
want to
you
be
can
in
live.
Because it's the poorest part of Ukraine.
And we have EU here. Oh man, maybe I will even come back to my home, man. Why would I need to rent a home in Germany when I can live in EU, in Poland, in my, like, in Lvov or Lutsk? I don't care, man. People here don't really care about Ukraine. It's just, man.
It's that small, tiny minority
Ukrainstvo,
of the
as they say,
hardcore fascists. It's those guys.
is a social construct that is a myth. Like, people in Ukraine don't want to have an own country. They resisted the centralized government for the whole duration of the existence of Ukrainian people, and they ruined the country that was top 6 economy after Soviet Union collapse in Europe. They fucked the country over, so we are on the brink of like destruction.
The dissolution of
I think
Ukraine.
it's better if Ukraine stop existing. Like, it would be better for all.
I mean, Ukraine is tragic because the only country that can make secure Ukraine's sovereignty is Russia, and wants to. You see, it's weird. The only country that wants to keep Ukraine is Russia. Romania wants its part. Poland wants its part. Hungary wants its part. It's only Russia that likes Ukraine to exist as a friend. This is fact.
Yeah. So about the I guess unless we're still on this topic, because I want to go back to what we were talking about before.
No, we're done on that. So,
Could I just put a point on it though?
Please.
I think that the whole corporatization, of our various countries, has seen in the last, let's say 50 years, all it's done is made people less patriotic, right? So Gary's point is valid. He's like, well, what do I care? I'm still living in the same place. And somebody asked a couple weeks back, would you defend Canada? Why? Why would I? And you've seen this kind of shift happen all across the West, where you're seeing the opposite in places like Russia, and I would probably argue China too, where their countries are becoming more, I guess, cohesive, whereas ours aren't. And that's why you'll never get an army raised in Europe. Is like, what is it that people are actually fighting for? They're not fighting for a country anymore. Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to your point, like, you're saying that Russia can raise an army. Like, the question is why? Like, we need to understand the question why. Because, like, Russians really care about the history and lineage of, like, the Second World War, like, and the victory is a cult in Russia. Like, we lost 25 to 30 million people to defend our nation, and they cherish that. And like, the big point is that from Second World War there are a lot of like heroes like that did heroic things. Like Matrosov, he threw himself on the like a machine gun nest to block it with his body. Everyone knows those legends. Like if you think about this war, like it's going on for 3 years and like with some extensions, like still since 2014, there are no heroes in this war. Like on Ukrainian side, I cannot name one heroic like action.
Zelensky.
Yes, exactly, Nika. Zelensky is a hero. No, he's the main actor in this game, and this is why like people like fighting for what are you fighting for Zelensky, so he can steal more money from United States
To fuck
and
you more. And to
yeah,
fuck you
so
more
he
and
can
fuck your
like
country.
right
Yeah,
now
so I want to kind of jump on that
17th century you
So the,
what Bradley?
no, I was agreeing with you. I guess finish your point before I hop in.
Yeah, like Ukraine came did an interesting, like Germany is industrializing, but Ukraine just went back in time to 17th century. So we have slaves, like we have Szlachta, Polish Szlachta. Polish Szlachta is TCC officers. We have Zelensky, who is like the king, same as like Polish is like our Verkhovna Rada, and everyone else is people that live on the land and cannot leave the land without the like allowance from your Szlachta, from your
The serfs.
Yeah, serfs. Yeah.
Warlord or serf, yeah.
Yeah, we are serfs. We cannot leave our land. We cannot leave our home. You are legally not allowed to enter into another oblast, into another region, without documents, because you are going from your TCC to another TCC. So you are like serf. Like you cannot travel even.
Are you serious?
Wow,
Yes.
Bigari, looks like you got your monarchy back. Look at
You
that.
cannot go into other province for a year.
Yes,
I never
if
heard
I want to
about
go to Kiev right now, I can go for like 3 days, and after that I need to register. So,
Oh my God.
I traveled.
This is even worse than I thought.
It's a modern day slavery, man.
Modern day serfdom. Yeah. So I want to say that the Ukrainians, just to kind of go over what Toby was talking about. So the Ukrainians that are like hardcore pro-Ukrainian and pro-Ukraine and like, you know, love Ukraine. We call them like the ultra nationalists, you know, probably aptly named, aptly titled. But you know, they love Ukraine, I bet, but not as much as they hate Russia, and maybe not even as much as they hate Poland. But the regular Ukrainian who's been living in this like corrupt, falling apart country for, you know, the last couple of decades, I don't think they have that same feeling of loyalty to their state for these corrupt oligarchs that just keep doing nothing but porking him over, just continue to get rich off of the legacy that was left from the Soviet Union and the falling apart of the Soviet Union, you know. So those guys, those are like that oligarchy in charge that just keeps passing power back and forth to each other. They kind of those are the real power in Ukraine, and they can use they have a base, you know, like the Yanukovych's base was like more in the Donbass, right? Famously, and Poroshenko had the ultra nationalist support. So they have their own kind of like base of people that are actually loyal, you know, but the majority of Ukrainians are kind of like just looking for what's convenient in this like corrupt ass country. And that it's not my job to fix this place. And there's nothing I can do because, you know, that's kind of like the attitude that most of them have. Yeah, but those ultra nationalists, nobody's going to care what they think. When those ultra nationalists, or when Ukraine is done and used and thrown under the bus, it won't matter if they're complaining. They'll ship them off to somewhere. They'll continue to use them like in Operation, what was it, like Paperclip or Gladio? They'll continue to use them like an Operation Gladio and stuff again to continue their geopolitical goals. I don't know who's next. I think it's Bigari. Wyatt had his finger up too. I don't know.
Bigari, continue first, because I might change topic.
I just wanted to add to the Brady's point. Like, have you read the great thoughts of Ukrainian ideological leaders like Bandera and Shukhevich? What they envisioned Ukraine like at that time, like Ukraine was like 25 million people. Like they wrote like, if we will be if you will have like 6 million people in Ukraine, but they will be true Ukrainians, it's a win for Ukraine. If you lose like 10, 15 million people that are not willing to die for Ukraine, that's acceptable for us. And so the prophecy is coming to effect.
That's scary thought to think.
Okay,
but yeah, I mean, I don't know.
So I'm thinking of changing topic because I have been looking at Twitter for the past like 15 minutes, 20 minutes on Trump's inauguration. So of course the biggest thing that is going to happen within the next 2 days is Trump's inauguration. And the news coming out from this 1-2 days that Trump is moving the entire inauguration indoor. And this is a shock to a lot of people. The reason given was because the temperature is going to drop below 20 Fahrenheit, which is like super cold, I think. So the thing is
I said it before. It's just because snipers cannot shoot you inside.
Exactly.
So the thing is now the thing is that from all the rumors that is going all around, the fear is not a sniper attack. Now the fear is a drone strike. So they say that there's multiple possibilities of how the drone will be striking. It could be those bomb dropping type, where they drop a chemical weapon. So that's one of the one that is their biggest fear right now. Of course, there is assassination.
No, but seriously, who fears this?
I don't know.
Like nobody's attacking Trump. Like, yes, I agree. A lone sniper, yeah, that's a concern. But I don't think anybody's going to be dropping drones.
I don't know, dude. I'd
on a
buy it.
building.
Come on, like we had all that New Jersey drone shit going on recently.
Who would do this, guys?
The fucking deep state.
Can I just say that
what are the conspiracy theorists?
You need to understand how drones work.
Zelensky got rejected 3 times from. He wanted to come to the inauguration, and Trump's administration just said no 3 times.
Now that is a fuck you.
If only those drones are on fiber optic, then sure. But you need to understand how drones work. Basically, whole Washington is like drone-free area. You cannot fly drone without allowance, because it's like jamming. Like drones are programmed.
Right.
So
okay, cool. Okay. Point made. So it's not likely to be drones, but I think the more important point, the overall point of why it is saying, not specific thing, maybe whatever it is, they're trying to they actually fear for like the physical safety, the physical safety of Trump, and it's probably a good measure. And the fact that they said it's the weather, even though it's only 20 degrees Fahrenheit, that's got to be like a troll. They know that people know that they're lying when they say that.
So a lot of rumors because that's why I was like scrolling through, because it's like there's so much different things that is being mentioned. But the people are still queuing up. No, they don't care. People are still queuing, and they say the rumors. Some of the rumors is saying that it's because of CIA or deep state, they're planning something, and then it's like it was a sudden division that shocks to like disrupt any plan of assassination, and also like that. Even the actual schedule is not confirmed, even right now, even though it's like only like less than 2 days away. Like there is a lot of different locations that Trump might be at different timing, and they're refusing to say anything. So a lot of weird stuff that is moving around. So I can't be sure right now, but it's interesting that this could be a case where. Yeah, I think Trump must be very disappointed as well. I mean, he definitely loved to have one super last epic rally thingy. Now they're having a Trump rally, actually. Now they're having a victory rally.
Inauguration, it was the numbers, because Trump wanted to claim it was like the biggest crowd ever, but most of the experts say it wasn't, because it's going to be cold. Maybe Trump is looking at it like it's not actually going to be a huge crowd. And in order to save, like, instead of like, there's not such a huge crowd for his inauguration, that he's going to
counter rumor
to for his ego to defend against that. Actually, he doesn't actually have that much mass popular support, and it wasn't going to be such a huge crowd.
Which will be a massive coup.
About this?
It was like 2 years where Trump lied about
What's
the
funny
numbers
about
at his
this
first
is
inauguration. So I mean, presumably that like it's not especially in the cold, it's not going to be like a huge crowd. Maybe like 15, 20,000 people are going to show up, where Trump wants like 100,000 people. If it's only going to be 15,000 people, it might as well be indoors, and that's his excuse for not having like the biggest crowd ever.
I don't know. I think that there's literally.
Have you seen the fucking Trump rallies, man? Like, I bet the fucking whole Washington would be in the Trump flags, man. Like, this argument that the crowd will not show up is like fucking retarded as fucking coke.
I mean, it was the whole thing. The whole
20 degrees is cold,
for
but it's
years.
not
Like
that
his
cold.
first inauguration, there was 2 years of arguments over the crowd size at his first inauguration.
It's
And,
a
like,
fucking
the Biden,
copium
the
as
Kamala
fuck,
Harris,
man.
the size of the Trump crowds was
There is
also
no argument
under
with it.
dispute.
Even he go to those out countryside, small little towns, he's getting like 15,000 people.
Those
Like, in
numbers
those-
were all under dispute. Like whether, but so
Oh,
like,
man.
you're hearing the
People
numbers-
in DC can handle 20-degree weather. It's not.
Yeah, but
it's
saying,
not like that cold.
the dispute
man.
over
It's
how
not
many
like that
people
cold.
actually want to show up to see him.
I want to kill
That's
my.
part of it, because you guys think like, oh, probably hundreds of thousands of people want to see Trump, and he wants to keep. They want to keep that aura that he's this mass popular figure. You have to be worried
Okay,
about.
so what I'm getting from this is that David has an alternative theory for why they're holding it indoors. But I
think it's because it's going to be a low crowd size, and they want to cover up. They want an excuse for the low crowd size.
Yeah, could be that. Could be a third explanation that we don't know. Honestly, there's obviously we don't know, but I sort of think I'm on the side of security. I'm on the side of security.
The funniest thing about this is that hundreds of people from foreign countries paid through the fucking lobbyist inauguration, and then inauguration is inside, and there is like only like 90 people close to Trump will be there inside, and all the fuckers like Liz Truss, who is in Washington rocking MAGA hat, probably won't get inside. It's the funniest shit. Like they paid like through the lobbyist like $100,000. I want to be on the Trump, like the Zurabishvili, the Georgian president, still president according to her, is in Washington on the to visit inauguration. Probably wanted to have a couple of photos with Elon Musk. Probably won't get into the Capitol inside. Like when globalists.
I mean, it's
Could be
like
an epic
if
troll.
you've been to any event in America, there's tiered like VIP sections. So like it's like $1 million to actually. There's going to be a black tie event the night before, and that was I think they might even close it up, but that was like $1 million a pop to be at the private party with Trump and Musk, Zuckerberg, and Miriam Adelson the night before. But like the actual inauguration will be like tiered seating, and there'll be a certain intersection where you could actually like walk around and hobnob with the big players. Then there'll be a second tier section, and eventually there'll be just an open section where anybody who wanders in could get. But it's basically completely pay to play.
That is just normal, right?
Yeah, I mean, if people are familiar with like America, like concert seating, stadium seating, it's completely pay to play. But at the Trump inauguration, it's not going to be like a stadium these days. Like like thousands of dollars. You got the box seats. It's literally like $1 million for the box seat, like $100,000 for the VIP section, tens of thousands of dollars, like and then like the nosebleed section for everybody else that you don't even have to pay for.
So what's the problem with that? I'm not sure. I don't understand.
I didn't say the problem. I'm just saying that's how the political things work in the U.S. or really everything works.
I not just in America. I think the whole world is like this. This is just a normal thing, right?
So your
like
average
even
person,
like you.
Yeah, I mean, like Trump
Exactly, I
rallies,
understand.
like okay, they made like cute because it's elections. Now the election's over, so when they need you to vote, they'll do mass rallies. Everybody could get in. Even that
They're
like,
having a
security
rally right now.
They're having a rally right now. Yeah.
At this
still.
moment, they're having a rally. They're having a victory rally. in
David,
full house.
how much Soros pays you? How much Soros pays you?
Yeah, not on Soros' payroll. Like I actually, worked with people that directly worked with Trump years ago, God forbid. But yeah, man, the number of people at Trump's rallies right now is also disputed, and you can't even really get like clear footage, because of these disputes. So you could probably look online right now and
This
try to
is
find
the
out
most
how many people
retarded
are at
argument
Trump's
ever.
current rally right now.
Well, they're at the
the-
NCI
the-
Center right now. It's packed. Like the whole
But that's
stadium's packed,
disputed
and
whether
that's
it's fact.
Like
It's
there is
no. You
clear
can see the
footage
pictures. It's
on-
packed.
Yeah, but I'm saying you
live
can
stream.
show pictures of the area that's packed. but
There
when
is fucking
a third
clear
of the
footage of
stadium
the
is
area from the
completely
drone
empty.
view or some shit, and the numbers are disputed. We cannot say that it's packed, man. Are you working on CNN or some shit? Like, what the fuck is going on?
I found the election.
numbers are disputed.
The whole number of sides at the rallies, the Harris, Trump, Biden was disputed the whole time, and both sides tried to inflate their numbers. So you can't really know. And the question now, Trump's getting in, whether he's massively popular or not, is disputed.
By who though? Like he won the vote, and
It's
he
disputed
won.
by David.
He's literally more
It's only
popular than he
76
was.
million people voted for Trump or some shit,
Yeah, I mean,
but
we'll
it's
see,
disputed that he's popular, man.
No, I mean, there's almost no chance a few months in. What was his approval rating when he was president? It wasn't that high. He had pretty low approval rating. Probably 2 or 3 months into office.
I'm entering my
he's gonna
Super
have really
Saiyan. I
low
will
approval
teleport
rating.
and fucking kick David in the fucking head, man.
I mean, you have people in power, people want to get on his good side, largely people who already are powerful now. Once he's in office, chances are he's going to have low approval rating.
Sure, but isn't that just politics? Couldn't you say that about any politician? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, of course.
Like any politician is going to ride on a high after getting elected, except Keir Starmer. But anybody else, you usually have a grace period before, you start getting reality starts to hit, right? So I agree with you. He's going to become less popular as his tenure goes by. That's just politics. I get it.
because
there's even the New York Times had
the real problems come is going to take time to solve.
The New York
and
Times
people will be like unhappy.
New York
because it's
Times
not
just
fast enough.
published a few days ago. Trump's policies are more
New York
popular
Times
than him.
is useless shit.
It's New York
Well, I'm
Times.
saying his policies are more popular than him. So running on the certain issues like immigration, mass deportations, getting out of foreign wars, these various things that they hoped that he would do, those ideas are more popular than him himself. And there's just the hope that he's going to do these things. And it'll become apparent very quickly whether he is or isn't. And if he doesn't, his popularity will probably have, be polling in the 20-30% approval rating like Biden.
Agreed. Yeah, he'll have a short leash for sure. And I agree with you. The reason they voted for him was because they were sure that Biden was going to continue course, right? So voters are going to hold Trump to account, no question about it. So I think he will have a short leash.
And he knew the immigration issue was very popular.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but like
Those
will he actually
ideas-
deliver on immigration? Most people think not. And like already like the H-1B1 visas, the various things, of all the things, like he's likely to deliver on helping Israel. But the thing that he got most voted in on was the economy, inflation, and immigration. Unfortunately, those are the things that he probably can't deliver on and won't deliver on, and the population will turn against him extremely quickly after he doesn't deliver on those.
Yeah, but I think there's other reasons that he got elected as well. And I think he can do, and we can see him trying to make progress in the direction of, can I ramp down with the Ukraine war through negotiations, which I think they're right now finding out, maybe not. What can we tone it down with Israel and claw back? Trump can still say, oh, this is still a win for me. Look at all these things I did. Go ahead, Bigari. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. I just fucking reject the idea what David is presenting here. Like Trump got elected because he's a symbolic figure of resistance to the current like order and like state of things, because he presents the like he will destruct the current order and establish the good old times, as they say. Yeah.
But he got on
Like,
the right
I
side.
don't think that people.
They're not
I
getting
don't think
voted for a
that
guy
people
in politics. He
voting
got on
like
the
that.
right side of the issues
People
that
in
matter to America.
shut up.
Shut up.
People
He got on the right
vote-
side of the main issues being inflation and
Shut the fuck up.
immigration, which he's probably not going to deliver on. He's not going to be able to bring down
I will
inflation.
fucking teleport and
He's not going to be able to stop immigration.
and not that fucking little
It's lip
little
service
head
to the
from your head,
issues
man.
Americans care about. All this symbolism, or whatever. American, they don't give a crap.
What?
About the
Okay, we
leader.
got it.
They wanted
You're
somebody to get
repeating
done,
yourself.
and he's not
Okay.
going to be able
The
to
fuck
do
up,
it.
you fucking.
Yeah, okay, yeah, please.
Respect the finger, motherfucker. I'm talking. You are not talking. Okay? I don't interrupt you. Why are you interrupting me? Go fuck yourself.
Okay, because
Okay?
I'm American. That's how we do it.
I will fucking kill you.
Okay, you're Ukrainian. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
Bigari, what were you gonna say?
Where was I when this fucking nigger interrupted me? Like, fucking retard, man.
You were claiming how much people actually love Trump and how he's symbolic of something, and it wasn't that he just gave lip service to the issues Americans care
Yes.
about, like inflation. The
I remembered. People in democracies vote with emotions, not with the head. That's how people vote. You may think that it's otherwise. Like people are like, oh, this person is looking at this policy and that policy. People vote on emotions, not with like, oh, like policies. Policies is secondary to emotion. In every democratic vote, people vote on emotion. Trump is going against the woke shit. People are tired of woke shit. Like, how many companies already abandoned DEI? How many companies? Because just Trump elected and companies abandoned the DEI. Because he's going to disrupt that order that is put against the will of the people, because no one believes in that shit that, oh, DEI works, we need to have more blacks, Mexicans, women there, blah, blah, blah. People don't believe in that shit.
Can I
Because
jump on top of that before I forget my point, Bigari?
why people abandoned that without, and no one is like protesting against that, like, oh, they abandoned that policy. Why no one is protesting? Why no one is steering the shit? Like, because no one believes in that. Like, did you read that in Financial Times, that quote from the banker that, oh, we can finally we can call each other's retards and like pussies again. The good times are coming back. Because people are fucking tired of that shit. Like, if you ever worked in the company, like, and you go outside for smoke, like, when you are in the office, you are saying like all the right things, like, oh, we are striving to do this, we are striving to do that. When you go outside, you talk like, oh man, we are so fucking retarded. Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? And then when you, as soon as you go back inside, you're like, company ethics go back again. Like, people are tired of this bullshit. That's why they voted for Trump, not because he's against immigration or something like that. It's because emotional things. Not because like, oh, economy, immigration. It's just missing the point so much.
And DEI is actually very expensive as well.
He was
So,
controlled opposition. The media propped him up largely because he's probably going
dude, he's about to, he almost died in the assassination. He's not a controlled opposition. He's literally the opposition
He was
of
propped
the.
up by the media.
No.
At a certain
Since when
point,
Trump is propped up by the media needed Trump to get people to even read the newspaper. Nobody cares about the newspaper. That's why they keep.
At a certain
I
point,
thought
the media made a shift.
the Jews are smart. David is proving the point that it's not.
Okay, so I want to jump on top of this point. I've been waiting to speak. So, so I think that the basically Trump was the only anti-status quo option that the people had to vote for, and he won, and he won in an overwhelming fashion, which shows that it's not necessarily that people are getting into the weeds because on whatever particular policy positions he has. Like, you'll remember that when Bernie Sanders dropped out, they were making a big deal about it because they're saying Bernie voters are going over to Trump. How does that make sense? Those are like the two polar opposites on the spectrum that were available. And same thing with RFK Jr. RFK Jr. ended up joining Trump's campaign. So I think that these elections are won and lost primarily on emotions. I wouldn't say people vote on emotion, like Bigari said. But I would say that elections are won and lost on emotions.
That's the fraud. Trump is not. He is the establishment.
It doesn't matter. Let's say everything Trump is saying is a lie. Hold up. Let's say you're right. Everything Trump is saying is a lie. It doesn't matter. What the people are doing here, or those people that voted for him overwhelmingly, right, is they're using the only opportunity that they have to show the middle finger to the people that they really hate. And those people are saying, you should hate Trump, you should hate Trump, you should hate Trump. And there's a lot of people that do hate Trump. It does work on some point on some people, but really what these people are saying, it's not even that they're pro-Trump, you know? Like I said, Bernie voters, Robert F. Kennedy voters, Robert F. Kennedy himself going over to Trump. It's about fuck the system, fuck you guys, screw you guys. So if Trump is saying, I'd like to fight, hold up, I'd like to fuck the system from the right, and then Bernie Sanders says, I'd like to fuck the system from the left, and then somebody else says, I'd like to fuck the system from the back.
Trump was created by
all of
NBC.
these people
How is Trump
are all going to get.
David, please stop interrupting.
NBC.
Dave, shut up. Put your finger up. All of these people are going to basically vote for that option because the emotion that people are voting on is a angry emotion of screw our so-called elites. These guys are idiots. Hunter Bidens and Joe Bidens of the world are our leadership. Look at what they've gone the world into. We don't like those policies. We don't like, we don't like the policies in Ukraine. We don't like the policies in freaking Middle East. We don't like the policies about in our schools. We don't like all this stuff. And Trump can just come out there and selectively say some of the stuff. He could be like, I'm totally pro-Israel. But okay, fine. I don't like the policies on this. Okay, but I'm totally for this. Is it going to deliver on any of those things? It doesn't matter because he's the only option that the people have to basically show a middle finger, and they want to show a middle finger. They don't believe anybody else's BS anyway. They don't think Trump is a bigger bullshitter than Biden was. They're equally big bullshitters. The only difference is that Trump is a middle finger to the elite, and Biden is the elite. Go ahead, Coping.
Yeah, thank you, Bradley. As a non-American here, if I can just show my perspective from the media I've seen, Trump is definitely getting a lot more support than the Democrats, and it's not too hard to see a cursory glance at the so-called left-wing media of various different stripes are kind of eating on each other because of the ambivalence of Biden's policies, and also because identity politics, having essentialized things into group, have invariably caused a whole bunch of contradictions. And Trump is significantly more capable of navigating all those contradictions and placating. But and as you said as well, a big fuck you to the system. That's definitely something I've noticed as well. But I have a question, and I know this can be searched up, but you guys probably already know it. While Trump may have won with a majority, how many actually care to vote? Because you're talking about big rallies and whatever, and you get it like United States have well over 300 million people, so you can easily get a big rally for any sort of state leader anyways. So how many Americans actually bother to vote? Because as far as I recall, the only reason Trump lost the last round was because there was the highest voter turnout ever, and that was still just barely over half. Like the biggest voting bloc doesn't even vote.
The short answer is more than usual, Coping. The short answer is a lot and more than usual. Was David still waiting to speak, or is Vaughn up next?
Well,
Vaughn, get the military example of other things. I say Biden was a stutter.
No. I had the finger.
Okay. Well, you had the finger up.
I want to hand it to Nunya. I had the finger and I handed it to Nunya.
He was in order.
He went to the
he was in order to speak after you.
He was propped up by NBC. Biden, they thought he was retarded from when he was a kid. His father was poor. How is somehow Biden the system Biden was the FU to the system? Trump is the system.
If you think that, David, if you think that, you're an idiot. I'm just going to say
that. Biden, when he was a kid, he was in special ed class.
David, if you think that, if you really think that, you're an idiot.
It's a fact. When Biden was a kid, he was in the special ed classes. Teachers
David is retarded. I will answer Coping.
Okay, please, Nanya, go. Please.
Sorry, Nanya. I will just answer on the numbers. Coping asked about number of people voting. Like you can look at that on the internet because it's free. Because these elections is in line with all previous elections except in 2020 when 12 million votes suddenly appeared. You can look at elections in 2016, 2012, 2008. The number of people that voted similar to like 1 or 2 million difference. And
Yeah, and then this election,
the only
the
election
12
that
million
is
disappeared.
sticking out is fucking 2020 when somehow 12 million people showed up and voted for Biden.
Then Biden
Yeah,
becomes the
but
most
then
popular
12 million
president in
people, and
history.
then this election, 12 million disappeared, never to be seen again.
Yeah.
So
where did those 12 million go? They either
back to the graveyard.
They either back to the graveyard, or they were so put off with Harris that they just didn't bother to vote. But David, that's the point. Like, if you want to make the argument that Trump's a terrible candidate, yeah, totally, I agree with you there. Like, America should be choosing better candidates than Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, no doubt about it. But at the end of the day,
hey, I got a question.
You've got
like,
Trump
seriously, who out there's better? Who out there's
better
better
than Trump? Fuck, man. Like,
no, I mean seriously, who's out there that's better that's going to get anything done? I mean, who's out there that's braggadocious and loud and
Vaughn,
J.D. Vance is better than Trump, but Underland, Trudeau,
better leader than Donald
Fico,
Trump.
Melania.
God help you. No, it doesn't even have to be a politician. Like, the quality of candidates in the West.
Nobody cares about qualities; they care about results. I mean, nobody. If Trump is a degenerate and he delivers, that's all that matters.
But he never delivered his first time in office. I can't see
That's
why
your
he will now.
opinion. That's your opinion. He delivered as best he could, considering the circumstances. He did
But
a
he
better
didn't really
job.
deliver anything, Vaughn. That's the point.
I mean,
Like, he
I
didn't
had a
really
good
pass
time
anything.
with Trump. My life was better. My economy was better. I mean, I don't really know what,
Right,
I
but
was.
that wasn't because of
life.
Trump. That was because of the time, right? It was 8 years ago and the economy was better. Like, Trump himself, if you look at his presidency, he didn't pass a whole lot.
Well, then I
other
guess we
than
don't
some
even
tax
need a
cuts.
president. We just don't even need an election.
Well, true, you don't.
Leave the
Right?
system in
Like,
place. The
that's
work.
where we're at. No, I agree.
Well,
That's where
now we
we're
got
at. We
something
do
else
not.
going on.
Democracy is absolutely dead, 100%.
I don't.
Yeah, it's funny when the Americans think they choose their candidates. It's funny when Americans think they can choose. I read the comment in the chat and it's like 100% correct. No American choose.
It's funny. You know, it's funny. It's funny when foreigners think that I have a say in my candidate. That's what I think's funny. Because see, I know how to play the game. I'm voting for the guy that's going to give me whatever I can get off of him. That's what I'm voting for. I'm not voting for what you think I'm voting for. I'm not voting because I think he's a savior. Let's put it this way. I'm voting to get whatever percent of something versus all of nothing.
Listen,
so, you can't nuance that, then that's not really my problem. I mean, it's just like a perfect example, like Mitch McConnell, total fucking shitbag, but he delivered on the Supreme Court justices. I'm good with that. He gets my vote, even though he's wrong on everything else. Sorry, that's just the way it is.
Sorry. What Nika said was proven when Biden stepped out. Like Kamala, she didn't have any fucking primaries. She just got approved because people just wanted her to be the candidate. Like,
and I agree with that point. But that was a certain example for that party in this time. That's not something that.
It was just they just showed the true colors, because they needed to do quickly, and they skipped all the fucking steps, ceremonial steps and bullshit, and then just promoted the whatever they wanted.
What I mean, Vaughn, is like Americans choose what the system gives them. It's not like you have.
I get that.
Like,
you gotta make the best.
The system
you gotta
gives
make
you
the
two
best
choices
with what you get. You got to do the best with what you get while you get a chance.
Because it's not free. It's like it's not choosing. I give you two products and say, choose. You have the free one to choose.
We don't believe in that. We already know it's bullshit.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Vaughn is saying
People
we know
don't
it's bullshit. Okay. Well,
it's like two facets.
Then you said it. Great. Good. Why are you saying it again?
But it's working like that in every fucking country in the world that has elections. So it's not exclusive to America.
No, but especially
especially democratic elections. I would say democratic elections to the masses,
because there is no democracy in the world.
Because
we need upgrades for that to debunk my
even in the US. hold up. Let me explain kind of the voting process. You go to the voting booth, right? And let's say you're voting for whatever candidate for the presidency. Like we're legit voting for the presidential election. Go in. You don't just vote for the president, right? And especially sometimes there's a local election going on too. You're voting for people like who's going to run your library. You're voting for people like who's going to choose the textbooks in your school. The people that even know about the names that are there to choose from, that's such a small number of people. And that is those people, they know how to actually play the game and they get what they want. They get results. A good example is like groups like Mormons or something. Mormons have a senator in, the Mormons almost had a president. They get a lot of what they want in their state. They could just pass laws about abortion, about gay marriage, about a bunch of whatever it is, right? As much as they can. It's not because the Mormons are voting for who will really make the world a better place. It's because they understand how the system works. And when you're saying like, oh, it's fake, we're saying, duh, we know that. Okay. It's still people are voting for Trump, especially because of that. They're voting for Trump because it doesn't matter. Everybody else is going to basically do it. Let's say you get Trump in there. What's going to happen? He's going to be surrounded by many of the same people that Biden was surrounded by. They're going to give him the same intel briefs. They're going to be giving him the same options and choices to choose from, just like we were saying, oh, you just give them fake options, right? People understand that. They're voting for Trump because they're saying this is like a Molotov cocktail. They're throwing Molotov cocktail. I don't remember the comedian who said it, but he's like, hey, Trump was like the first president who won the election, ran into the White House, and he came out and he was like, you guys won't believe this. I wish I remember the comedian's name. You guys won't believe this. Everything you think that they're doing, all of your worst conspiracy theories, they're true. It is happening in the White House. He turns around and goes right back in. Just like, and Americans freaking love that. At least somebody said something. And they're like, yeah, fuck you guys. That is the only fuck you option. Okay, go ahead, whoever's next. I don't know.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that point. Like, I don't remember what politician was it, but like some like channel on YouTube, like some like variety or some shit, where they ask questions from the internet, like etc., like AMA or some shit, and someone asked like which like TV show depicts Washington the best, and that guy like from Congress, I don't remember. He was from Congress, if I think so. Like he said that House of Cards is the best representation of American politics. Like, and if you watched House of Cards, like it's so fucking fucked up. But yeah, he said it's the best one.
Think about it. They used a real life pervert, Kevin Spacey, to play a politician in DC. Right. I mean, that's why it was so good. It was so real.
I will die for Kevin Spacey, man. I will die for Kevin Spacey.
They had the right like writers, and the writers had the right like inside, like they obviously knew people on the inside to know how it works and get a drama going out of it, because whatever's going on in real life is way more exciting than what's happening in fiction. So
okay, Wyatt, I have unrelated point, so if you want to go, then go.
Yeah, so I just want to share my experience. So when 9/11 happened, I was 1 year. I was actually in my final year of studies before I go to the military. So it was when 9/11 happened, my first reaction is, fuck. Just when I spent 10 years or 10 over years studying, I'm about to finish my study, you got to start World War III. That was my thought. And then I was going to the army, so I will be the first to die, And then that was when I started to take notice of politics, especially American politics. I saw George W. Bush, talking about all this war on terror and shit. And then I follow, and then I start to realize all this crazy, shit that's happening in the US politics, that you cannot believe the president, they talk shit, they do evil stuff. And then Obama happened, when Obama first gave his speech where he wanted to run for president, everybody is inspired, we said, wow, this guy is amazing. And I was one of those people who really liked Obama when he was running. And then when he finally became president, I was so happy. I thought that, wow, the world is finally have something, positive going. And then he really is different. He's trying to talk to to the Arabs and whatnot. You know? But the thing is, he never followed through with any of his promises. He don't. Because I was following so closely that I realized that he don't follow all his campaign promises. He never follow. So then he re-elected, and then that re-election, the second term was worse because that's when everything went to shit. Because like Singapore's relationship with China, you know, the South China Sea problem, everything just went to shit because Obama didn't do his job.
Yeah.
Then Trump decided to run. So similarly, I followed very closely. I always liked Trump because, you know, I got his books and, you know, I liked the Apprentice and whatnot. So when he actually became president, so I have a decently high expectation for him because I thought businessman, so no people of action. So I believe like at least he'll get things done. But he actually outperformed my highest expectation for him. He literally really go to try to fulfill all his campaign promises. As much as people think that he didn't fulfill much, but he moved the capital to Jerusalem. He tried to build a wall, but he very hard to get the funding. He tried to pull money from all over the place. He started the Space Force. He tried to, you know, he cut the taxes, and then the cutting of the taxes literally become a strategic threat to Europe. Because suddenly everybody is moving from Europe to America. So he really did stuff, and he pinned back China, and then, you know, gave everyone in my region able to breathe. Because China was literally, you know, punching everyone down. So that was my experience. So and then Biden get elected, and then the whole world go to hell. Then we have wars, millions of people died, and then now Trump is back. So no, when I listen to people, you know, being very anti-Trump, it's like, what the fuck you guys are talking about? Because I was following very closely to the point where sometimes I thought that I'm American, you know, like sometimes I thought that I'm half American because it's like, but the thing is like my own politics, my own country politics is so boring, you know, and I'm reading so much US politics, but you know, and ultimately I'm not American. So yeah, I just want to share my experience.
So anywhere in the world and you want to know what's going to happen in your country, you should pay attention to the politics in America.
Yeah, it really directly affects. Like it never appears so stuck until, you know, when like Singapore, literally our leaders, Lee Kuan Yew, even go to talk to Obama, tell him that you need to pivot to Asia. You know, the China issue is getting very bad, and then he did nothing. He just said pivot to Asia, but literally he didn't do anything. There's no actions, and then China just continued to reclaim the island and become a massive threat to us. So it affects. There is impact.
Hey, Wyatt, didn't China also, isn't that when they really amped up the island buildup under Obama too? Yeah.
And then it was the last 2 years of Obama's term is like China just don't give any respect to Obama. Like don't give at all. They just do whatever they want, and then Obama is so weak. And then they expected Hillary to win. So it's like they're just flexing their muscle. They know they are going to like dominate the region, because if Hillary become president, they know the American attention is just going to be in Middle East. No, they're going to conquer the region, but they'll end up Trump become president, and yeah, that helps to slow down China, but it didn't stop China because Biden became president.
There was a standoff between carrier groups and the Chinese Navy at some point under Obama. It was right after there was going to be a trade deal between China and Japan. And after that, Obama got kind of bitch slapped. But according to the Chinese, they were supposed to gonna.
CIA got him. Shit.
Go
CIA
ahead,
got him.
Bagari.
That's what you get when you jump in the gun, man, and don't respect in the finger.
And just super chat. Trump pisses off all the right people. FBI generals, Atlantic Council, Bush wing of the GOP, mainstream media experts. That's why you voted for him. He's our human Molotov cocktail to DC. They hate him. Yep.
That's what I said.
Yeah, they try to silence you because they don't want you to hear the truth.
Yeah, I will go. So I will make my last point, because we were talking about democracies and shit. Like, and I was like thinking about that, but I forgot every time to talk about it. Like, when people elect like your local like politicians, blah blah blah. What is sovereignty? Like, you can talk about sovereignty only in like couple of countries in the world, because every other country in the world need to have approval of other countries for the elections to in their own country, like Romania, like look at Georgia, like Georgian people voted for Georgian Dream,
That is a
normally
good point.
voted, and everyone is like, we don't respect your vote, we don't care how you voted, we don't give a fuck. Those are not legitimate. Belarus, the same. Russia.
Yeah.
Putin is so fucking popular in Russia. It doesn't even like he has like 80% approval, but people like say it's not legitimate that he is a president of Russia. People still.
Yeah. No one can have 80%
Romania.
So
You
it must
forgot
be
Romania.
Every country in the world depends on foreign countries approving the elections in that country. Is it fucking democracy? Is it sovereignty? Like what is this? Like can somebody like explain
It's
to me
just an
how?
excuse.
We first try to manipulate the elections, and
Just
then
an
we
excuse.
can even annul your elections. Crazy.
Yeah,
I can,
like I
think that
don't
is
fucking
crazy.
understand this. Like people still talking about democracy with a straight face and about sovereignty of countries when there is no one. There is no sovereignty of like 95% of the countries on the planet Earth. Like if United States and some other like countries don't want to accept your leader, you are not legitimate leader. Even though you won your election fair and square, you're not legitimate, and no one
I
will deal
disagree.
with you.
This doesn't apply in Asia. So in Asia, almost all leaders that was elected was like accepted as is. So in Asia we don't have this
Because
experience.
they
But in
are
Europe,
aligned.
I think I agree.
They are aligned with the West. That's why.
Not necessarily.
Just because they are aligned.
Not all the
Not
time.
necessarily. Like in Malaysia, they changed the prime minister like multiple times in a few years because of political turmoil. I don't hear the West say much. No, they happily
No
work
one
with
cares.
any corrupted
You see
politician.
in
They're happy
Pakistan
with
what happened, for example. Pakistan, you see what
yeah.
happened.
So like I said,
Yeah, they
most of
removed him.
Asia. I said most of Asia. I'm not saying all of Asia. I said
Okay.
most of Asia.
Okay.
We don't have these problems. Like the entire Southeast Asia, nobody have this problem. Like,
But did you have
Yeah, but-
someone who's against the West who were elected and he got accepted?
Duterte, right? No, in Philippines, he was like he got to pivot to Russia and China, but no, nothing really bad happened. Like, of course, there's bad press and whatnot, but nothing really bad per se happened. It's not like the Imran Khan situation. But Imran, you have to understand also Pakistan's politics has always been like this. It's not a US influence thing. It's like their politics is just shit, They always pull down their leaders. So that is a Pakistani problem.
How long
But in
has
Europe,
Pakistan
I agree, because
existed?
the European Union have direct interference to all the elections. This is something that I noticed like these few years. It's like it's very bad. How can they make
I don't know
decisions?
what I seem to recall them trying to assassinate Duterte many times back when he was president of the Philippines.
So that I didn't catch. That I don't know.
Oh yeah, they hated that guy.
They
and what
definitely
about-
hate him because he's difficult to deal with.
What about all these prime ministers in Japan that keep on getting assassinated?
Not really, right? Like they have the last one is already retired. He was just like doing some campaigning for someone else, and then he got killed. That one is the previous prime minister. The current, all the like active prime ministers, usually they are alive. I don't remember getting
On top of that,
killed off.
in Japan, like Japan is like the least criminal country in the world after Singapore, and their prime ministers keep on getting assassinated. When they step out of
hide
line.
their crimes very well, or they hide their
When-
crimes
I mean-
very well to the point where you can't find it.
The West power against to do this is declining rapidly, right? Like if you look at around the world, just off the top of my head, Venezuela, like 10 years ago, Maduro wouldn't be president, but he's still there, and that just shows that he's being assisted by, people in the East, such as the Chinas and Russias of the world. I'm sure of it. And, it just shows to me that the West and our ability to geopolitically influence things the way we'd like it to be, I think people are just tuned out. Like a lot of these countries are just pushing back now, and they have other places to go. So as we move forward, our ability to, influence the world the way we'd like to is going to wane quite quickly. As I said, you're already seeing it.
Yeah, the thing about democracy is that it's the favorite system for merchants. Like there's 4 classes, like universal classes. You have the merchants, the plebes, the priests, and the warriors. And throughout history, there's been different coalitions that have control over the situation. But democracy is definitely the favorite of the merchants because it's where they can have most power over what's going on. Like whenever the priests or the warriors are in charge, they always suppress the merchants. But and the populace always hates them. Like always, they universally hate the merchants. And when they take power, then they enforce democracy because that's the way that they can control power without being themselves the ones that are blamed for the problems.
I think the difference was because in the ancient world, right, most people are just farmers, so they don't become the merchants. It's not so easy to be the merchants. I think in modern day, people can be more acceptant of it, maybe because anyone can be a merchant, anyone can be a businessman and become successful and be part of this, elite merchant class. Maybe that's the case. And because if you talk about the knights and all these samurais or all these lords, the problem is that there's no way to become them. There's no way for normal people to become them. You have to accept this hierarchy, just like in the Indian caste system. If you're a Brahmin, you're a Brahmin. You're just going to be that level. And if you are the outcast, you forever be the outcast. Your children will be the outcast. You cannot climb. You cannot change caste. So in I think it's similarly, in Japan, is like ancient Japan is the same thing. It's very hard to climb if you're in the house, royal house, or
that's
prestigious
true,
house. You are.
But that depends on the social. For example, like to the warrior class, people can access the warrior class, but only in times of war. That's when any peasant that, like, for example, the first shogun was a peasant. He wasn't samurai class. He rose to the ranks during the time of war, and once they establish power, then they can protect their class. And that the same thing happens with the merchants. Like when at the beginning of the takeover of the merchant class in this era, it was, as you say, Wyatt, people can access, but as they consolidate power now, for example, like the people who have most money, the real merchant class, they're the investment banks, and they make their money out of a special licensing that only they can have, that allows them to manage the exchanges of all economic activities, like any stock market exchange. It passes through them. Doesn't matter who wins or loses, they make money. Every time corporations merge or acquisition, they make money, and they do that because they're the only ones who have the licensings to regulate those exchanges. And so they have they're no one can get into that circle. It's them, and there's quite a few, like Citibank, and there's one from Britain as well. Like I can't remember the names of all, but they're the only ones. They already consolidated power. Go on, Kobe.
Thank you. I kind of am reminded when talking about this with democracy and all that stuff, we tend to have a lot of Shadowy said it quite a while ago, a year ago maybe or something. I just for whatever reason recalled it, and I think it applies. Democracy, it lands on a spectrum. One could even argue that any king would still needs his elite, and so the election, if you like, the constituent assembly would be his key personnel. And so when we kind of have like the plurality of people vote in, you vote with your dollar, the product, just if you think about that. So that kind of pertains to what Gabriel was saying regarding the merchant class. And in here, when we're really distinguishing what kind of what is considered meritocracy, because here, like if you're the merchant class and you're good at making money and whatever, or if just simply being goddamn rich, then you're kind of automatically one of the successful ones. So that's a attribute of merit. Whereas in a warrior class, for example, it's like Gabriel said, you would either be from an entrenched house of the feudal lords who have probably through war gotten themselves into that position, or there is a war going on, and then offshoots from those families or entirely new families can occur. And that will be attributing what kind of meritocracy. But such systems are also quite unstable, or they used to be. But if we take another typical conflation when it comes to democracy and so-called freedom of speech, right? Because freedom of speech is actually a very useful tool. It enables both the rulers and the populace to take the pulse of each other. And while, yes, there are going to be attributes of censorship and so forth, there are still threats to that being the case. You don't necessarily have to have the democratic vote going through, for example, the freedom of speech mode or anything. You can also have that in China, right? An authoritarian can also utilize the freedom of speech to take the pulse. As I mentioned earlier, the United States let loose the internet just as it has it foreign media and whatever to kind of be able to influence the other countries around the world. And the internet in particular was good at kind of sensing like, oh, okay, here is something here's a movement coming up that is probably going to be hostile to our interest. Call them whatever you want it doesn't matter. It's that they're against our interest. And who is our interest? They're the ones who hold the economic centers of power. And, like Gabriel said, at some point you become kind of like the capitalist commissars, right? Just like because when you have corporations and the public and the private so fused on the bigger level that you kind of don't really have an iteration between state and the rest, right? Then you have basically the same like the Soviet Union. You have your set of elite, the one-party system, and you can, it gets harder and harder to climb up that ladder. It pertains more to what are your connections, how can you get your jobs to, or whatever opportunities to kind of reach into that class. So, and the problem there is this comes with any system. Centralization. I'm going to hand it to you, Yvonne, soon, but this point here, centralization tends to be often like what can you get from releasing the production power of the society in your favor if you kind of decentralize and you let that come to you. But as you start losing power, and centralization is still a necessity, but centralization is like any institution. It has a filtering mechanism to maintain itself. And centralization will invariably detach itself from the population it derives its power, like we're seeing in the United States, like Kamala Harris, completely out of touch, right? And that's part of the elites, right? Be it the political elite, financial elite, right? They are one of the servants of the upper class. And notice, just like with the kings of the old days, kings were also quite detached from the situation of the overall population. So even if they wanted to respond to an upheaval or something, they weren't actually capable of seeing and understanding it. Whereas what we're having now, for example, with the internet and freedom of speech and so forth, and that enables there to be like, okay, but we can counter this with what? Propaganda, because it's not considered permissible to retain the monopoly of force, that is the state, through force. Well, you can do that, but only to a certain extent. So mostly it relies on propaganda. And so here we can see the tons of him. Yeah. So I've been talking a lot. Yes, it's always a black hole talking about democracy and whatever. So what to expect? Sorry about that. Vaughn, please.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of move on and talk about the potential Iraq or Ukraine-Russia peace deal. And some of the comments I've seen people in America, pundits and people that are in the government. And there's been some talk about the negotiations and how hard it's going to be to set it up. And I've actually heard some people say it could take as long as 6 months before the negotiations might start or before they finish, which plays right into Russia's hands when you think about where the war is at on the ground. I mean, they could potentially be where they need to be in 6 months, regardless of the negotiations by ground combat, and just take what they want. And then the deal at the end is just certifying their holdings. I mean, I obviously want to try and end the war, but it doesn't sound like it's going to be quick. And it sounds like they're kind of going to let Russia obviously keep going, because I don't think they're seriously going to suggest Russia take a ceasefire. Maybe if they're actually at the table, but until that point, I see no reason for Russia to stop. And honestly, I would keep going during the negotiations, and I wouldn't stop. So I think it's kind of playing again into Russia's hands. But then again, Trump's made it pretty clear that the United States would be negotiating from a weaker position in this war. So it's just kind of playing out. Toby.
Yeah, well, the thing is about the war in Ukraine, the sanctions may have actually been like a really great blessing upon Russia. Now that might sound weird, but a lot of people are noticing that the global financial system, the music's about to stop, right? Like all the financial indicators are that a huge crash is coming, and it's not hard to see why. It's not like anyone's planning for it, but you know, the concentration of wealth, inflation, and basically out of control generation of money is creating a perfect storm that looks like it's going to end with a financial collapse. The sanctions, weirdly enough, forced Russia to become self-sufficient. Everybody else that depends on global trade for their supply chains, if there is a huge financial collapse and it goes and the contagion spreads across the globe, there's going to be some really bad losers out of that supply chain. Not necessarily America. Like a lot of people have noted that America has like a lot of good stuff and good real estate. So America will be okay. But there'll be a lot of places in the world. And, you know, I'm looking at the Europause specifically. They're going to be in a heck of a predicament because, you know, Europe has very, very little energy supply. But also throughout the third world and the second world, a lot of their development relies on globalism and global trade as well. So Russia may have been put into, ironically enough, a supremely strong position by being forced to become self-reliant and being forced to be self-contained. Because, you know, the characteristic nature of economic collapse is that the trade ends. And you just have this domino effect of corporations just ceasing to exist. But look, I also wanted to say something. Well, Wyatt, you speak, but and then I want to say something about like
because I want to echo the feeling that something huge in the financial world is coming, which is why I started to cover the China economic problems as well, because it's like if China have problems, then the whole world is doomed, because China have the most strong, like they have full control of their economy, and even they are struggling to deal with their internal issues, and they are very sheltered. You know, they have a lot of foreign exchange. They are selling all the goods. They produce everything, and yet they are having some problems. And if they have problems, then it could be a signal where, you know, their customers are having a lot of problems as well, potentially. So I'm not sure. It seems like it's a massive crash is going to come. I also reported a bit on the US debt issue, which is like sky high, like it's the highest ever, I think, if I'm not wrong, in terms of debt. Then there's also, you know, a lot of office closing. They are all defaulting on their mortgages for office. So a lot of signals here and there is to me is very scary, because it's like I just bought my house. I know I'm not sure, you know, what will happen because I depend on ad dollars, and if the global economy goes down, then yeah, I think it's going to affect everybody. I think no country is going to run away. And like you say, Russia might survive this much better because like they detached earlier. So they're going to like find their way, build up their own industry. They maybe coexist a little bit with China, and they try to help each other and survive this. But imagine the Great Depression, how long it lasted. It lasted for a long time, right? The Great Depression. Sorry,
yeah,
Gabriel.
Arguably, the Great Depression culminated in the Second World War. But Gabriel, I hadn't finished. I wanted to talk about the furries, right? Because like it's an important issue. Now,
Furries.
Fuck you, Vaughn. And also, well, before I get to that, right, and related to the furries, Vaughn's boy Mitch McConnell, right, who he was like giving a big tongue kiss earlier, that guy appointed Amy Coney Barrett as at the High Court. This is judges. Oh, my Supreme Court judges. That's why yeah. But what did she do? She just sided with the Democrats and the communists again, right? So like Vaughn is clinging to the broken husk of America, and we love him for it. But like
you win some, you lose some.
Yep, right. And when
you're trying to join the broken husk of America, you're trying to join us, for the record.
No, I've since Red Book, I have I am now the top barbarian in mining colony Australia for Chinese overlords because they have food and houses, right? So, but anyway, here's the thing, right? Like everybody is talking about what they deserve. We deserve this, we deserve that. It's like, I don't know about this. I'm kind of, I look at Vaughan and others that are even worse, and I think maybe there is redemption in nuclear war. I mean, do we deserve anything better at this stage? Everybody's out there worshipping the holy dollar, worshipping Mammon, right? Let us not forget the cities of the plain, Gabriel, right? Like, let us not forget divine judgment upon those who worship money. Where I am, I checked, you can check, there's an application online and it will show you where the nuclear fallout is likely to hit. And where I live is actually pretty okay, unless the wind's blowing the wrong way.
I don't know,
But
Toby.
for
You
all
might
of you
deserve
people
it,
in the
but
Northern Hemisphere, with your worship of money, you know, I blame you, all of
Toby,
you, collectively.
you might deserve
for,
it.
For
You
what
might
is going
deserve
to
it.
happen.
You might
And
deserve
you-
it, but not my cat. My cat doesn't deserve it.
Yeah, like what are they doing? What are they doing
What
with all
the
those
cats really
guns?
think, nobody knows. But my point is, the worship of money in the world, right, is what allows the merchant class to go back to what Gabriel was saying, which I thought was pretty interesting. The worship of money is what gives those people power, right? And the worship of money is also what erodes feelings of patriotism and community, and which leads to falling birth rates and all of the other interesting maladies that are affecting the globe. The globe really has started to worship money above all other things. Ironically, right, the Marxists worship money more than anybody else. And that was true of Karl Marx as well during his life. He was a great stock market speculator, never made any money out of it, right, which made
He
him
was an
bitter.
awful, but very enthusiastic.
Coin operated, right? And so we live in this coin operated world, and that gives immense power to central banks, but they're not really in control of the system that they have. And with fiat money, pretty much any kind of nonsense can be paid for by kicking the can down the road and just generating more money. Pay for more nonsense. Pay for DEI, right? Pay for all kinds of crazy social projects that actually restrict people's liberty to go work for a living. So when I see this worship of Mammon in the world, and Coping, you know, you should pay attention to this too. You're not innocent as much as you put otherwise, right? When we look at the furries and we look at all the other degenerates, I really wonder if we do deserve to come out of this without a limited nuclear exchange in the Northern Hemisphere. And if the South rises again from that, my personal cult, right, will not worship money. And my advice to everybody watching this OM is abandon modern politics. Look to your local community and your family for happiness. Because if you're looking to a political party for happiness, and if you're looking to, you know, your finances for happiness, you are a fool. You know, happiness comes from
How
and going fishing and talking to your neighbor and going to church and reading scripture and all of these good things. And people have known this for such a long time. So I'm still
having
Toby, wait, let me go first. Toby, the thing you said about me, joke's on you. I live in the part of the country which we have the highest immigration rate of. And you know what, one of the highest emigres we have is not only just the local population who keeps going southwards, it's also the immigrants. So we have taken in large swathes of immigrants who in turn emigrate back south again. Nobody wants to stay out here. Nobody's going to waste a fucking nuke where I am. So yeah, I'm probably going to be doing just fine. But yeah, nice rant, Toby. Though.
But
so I
Toby,
add on to what Toby said. You know, you want to get happiness. You know, get into furries. You know, if you are a furry, you'll feel happier as well.
No, you that's not it, Wyatt. Goodness me.
Wyatt, you are incarnating the devil right now.
Yeah.
It's called oppose for the sake of oppose. So now the conservatism is back. You know, now is the main thing. So we have to oppose it. You know, we have to go walk. You know.
Yeah.
No, yeah, but still, what Toby's saying, I'm pretty impressed. Like, did you go to Damascus or something? Because, like, holy shit, Toby, that's it. Like, there's no greater happiness in life than in like joining with your community, and especially finding a mate with which you can like be proud of having children.
You know, I've been preaching. You know that I've been preaching nuclear redemption on the open mic Telegram for a long time. I'm
Yes, but
consistent in my
now
belief,
you've gone
right?
straight up biblical. Now you've gone straight biblical. I'm just
It was
saying.
always informed by Jesus. Well,
Then Toby, you should
perhaps
be
the God of
supportive
the
of
Old
Israel.
Testament.
Hey, real quick, don't
Toby's a
forget
prophet.
when
Take
World
the-
War III starts, you need to shift over to DPA's nuclear war live stream. So just
Oh yeah,
remember that.
definitely check
When
that stream out. It's
when
gonna
the
be epic.
Orishniks rise, go to DPA nuclear stream.
It's gonna be absolutely epic.
You can easily see the firebrand preachers we have here, from Toby to Vaughn. You have redemption in the end of days here.
Yeah, you'll see a very
We'll even have
very
a
bright
pool.
flash and then just disappear. You know,
Yeah,
off
we'll
the
have a pool. Who's the last person on the stream before they blank out?
Yeah, I will make a point to appoint a few people as an admin for the Streamyard, so that like different continents, so that make sure that the stream will go on even if I die, because I think Singapore will be a prime target. So it's like you'll see a very bright flash and then I just disappear.
Wow, why you're so important? You're gonna be one of the first to go.
Yeah, Singapore is the perfect target. If like I said, if I'm Russia, China, or whatever, World War III happen, Singapore will be one of my first target for sure, 100%. I will hit it with a nuclear bomb. Bigari.
Yeah, I came back because Toby was speaking the fucking truth, man. And the biggest example of that is we can say is North Korea and South Korea. People want to liberate North Koreans, so they became like South Korean. They integrate into society where people are fucking suffering from solitude. They don't have children. They are miserable.
They
This
kill
is
themselves.
this is the dream society they want to have. South Korea, where people have money but they don't have anything else.
And if they don't have money, they don't have anything.
Hey, so I don't know if somebody can check, but somebody posted in the chat that the first hostage or hostages have been released or exchanged.
Yeah,
they released
Israeli
3 of
got
them in
three-
exchange.
three
They released
girls,
3 of them in
three female
exchange
soldiers.
for 90 Palestinian
Anyway,
prisoners.
I'm going off. One point is that people on the ground in Syria say that operation against Kurds is starting. So HTS and Turkey is going against Kurds right now.
Oh yeah.
That's big breaking news.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good night.
Peace out.
Let's
But it is true. Some people are so poor that all they have is money. It's a terrible situation.
At least when you have money, you have some options. No, when you have no money, you don't have options.
Yeah, dude. Like my mom used to say,
You can't even be a furry. Fur coats are expensive.
It's
Yeah, well,
better
that's
to.
the
It's
point.
better
Interesting
to.
option. I like
It's better
that.
to cry and have an existential crisis in your Mercedes than it is to do so on your bike.
You can make your own out of roadkill, so you can save money.
If I may add something to what Bigari was saying, because I thought he made a very interesting point using South Korea, because it also applies for Norway. Norway has like a above average suicide rate compared to even our neighbors and so forth. But and it can be attributed to dark seasons and what have you. But it's still above average, whilst while at the same time being considered one of the best countries to live in. So it's an interesting paradox, especially when you kind of consider having money to be a good thing, which arguably it is. It helps you move around and get things done, and have nice things and whatnot. But it's not the source of happiness. So yeah, I think I'm gonna join Toby's call. I saw someone has already started burning their cash. Yeah, let's just also burn our cash. I'm sure it's gonna be successful. I'm sure.
Is there a crow harassing your dog, Toby?
No, my dog is harassing the crow. Get it right, Vaughn.
Oh,
Everything is upside down where you live.
I know.
Everything's back to front.
Crows are the Zionists of the bird world.
Go on.
Well, I just wanted to follow up on Coping's point. The government here in Canada came out with this assisted suicide program, government-sponsored assisted suicide. It's called MAID. MAID now accounts for 1 in 20 deaths. Every 1 in 20 deaths in Canada are now the result of the MAID program because
Wow.
somebody has decided to, and they're like 1 in 20. Go look it up if you don't believe me. It was in the news not too long ago. In the
I saw
Globe.
the article. Yeah.
And
Hey,
like,
Liam,
what the hell have we? Like, what have we created? What kind of society have we created?
I might have
This
read
is
it wrong.
Canada.
I read it was 20%,
No,
which
1
is
in
not
20.
5%.
No, it's 1 in 20.
Not one. Okay,
Yeah,
I
1
read
in
what
20.
I read 20%, which is quite
Well,
more
still
than
far too
20%.
like even 5% is still
Massive a
far too
number,
high,
yeah.
right? Like that's unbelievable when you think about all the causes of death and what have we created that a government would even create such a program?
Dude, that's some
What a
Hitler level
sick-
shit.
Well,
I
we're
don't
just
know.
a
I'd say that
sick,
sounds.
depressed society, and it's just sad. It's
I
unbelievably
don't know.
sad.
I'd say that sounds about right. Just because if you look at public polls of just like people who say they'd, like take euthanasia over having to deal with, terminal illness or whatever, I'm sure it's more than 5% would say that. Let's say they would do that. So I don't know. I'd say 5% sounds probably honestly a little low compared to.
As far as I've
most
understood
people.
it, that is just a popular opinion of it. But the problem with this MAID thing is that it includes quite a lot, even on like mental illness levels. So it's basically takes away anyone who is in despair, anyone who won't be coping with the system or whatever. And they feel like, well, maybe you should off yourself, and we can help you with that.
If you have long COVID in Canada, you can kill yourself. This is how far they've expanded
It's
the
such
program.
it's
Well,
such
you
an
can do that in any
indication
country,
of how
yeah.
selfish it is, right? Like this is fundamentally a very selfish and cowardly thing to do. If you're going to die in pain, right? Look on the bright side. Set an example, right? Be stoic and persevere, right? And use what time you have left to set an example.
Think about it. It's a factory death machine. It's
This
some
is not
Hitler
somebody
level
with pancreatic cancer. These are people maybe with pancreatic cancer, but it's also people who are just depressed. It's also people. The MAID program. If you're poor, you can kill yourself under the MAID program in Canada. If you are financially, if you feel whatever they call financial hardship, time to kill yourself. This is the program.
Yeah, Trump become president. Go and kill yourself.
It's a freaking death machine. It's like, okay, think about Hitler killing people en masse, like killing the disabled, the mentally ill, the undesirables, going, and now look, they're doing that same thing in Canada right now, and they're just doing it out in the open, and they're like, what? We just made these people's lives suck so bad that they want to kill themselves. It's different than what Hitler did.
So if your government tries to roll out these programs, don't let them do it. Do not let them do it.
Do not.
Maybe the bandana migrants. Maybe the bandana migrants.
The level of evil.
But it's very scary, right?
Imagine the level of evil in which, like, on one hand, you have literal prohibitions on the press to inform of rates of suicide, of like suicide cases daily. They do it from time to time, but they have a prohibition of the amount that they can publish because of the incentive that is on people's rate of suicide. And in Canada, they made a fucking trailer for it. They made a beautiful, very photographically aesthetic with a beautiful poem and, a sweet voice narrating it, sponsoring the program. Like a disgustingly evil thing to do. Absolutely unacceptable.
Yeah, but of course they're going to do that. If you support a program, you want to make it look good, And I don't know. I think it's honestly not that bad an idea. Like in general, I'm pro people being able to make their own choices on that kind of thing. So I don't know. I'd say it's.
Let me quickly dispute that because
if I can interject,
then they would kill themselves. That is different. You see, if people want to, if they say they want to kill themselves, it's usually a cry for help. Because if they really wanted to kill themselves, they would simply off themselves. What you're calling here with assisted suicide is an entirely different dimension where it normalizes it and it paints it as in this rosy,
socially acceptable
way. It's not the same. What you're saying, like if you want to kill yourself and end this life, then do it. And I would actually support that if that was really just as simple as that.
That's crazy talk, coping.
Far
That's crazy
beyond
talk. This is the real sickness of individualism, right?
Kill yourself, you'll burn in hell.
If you're that much of an individualist, has it not occurred to you that you're going to be lonely? Like, how much of an imagination do you have to work out that if you just shut up for a minute, Coping. If you want to write a really sad story, right, like about the dog that had a paralyzed tail and it couldn't wag its tail, so it had to fight with all the other dogs, right? If you wanted to write a really sad story, Vojan, listen up, you're Serbian, right? You would write a story about a lonely man, right, like the Grinch. And so this individualism and this preoccupation with money, of course you're going to end up lonely and miserable and wanting to off yourself because you're isolating your soul from the community of souls. And that is the root of all evil. And so, you know, I saw a really interesting statistic. Niall Ferguson quoted it. He said that like the level of suicide in America now has only been matched once in the 20th century, and that was in the Soviet Union before it collapsed, right? Because the communist system is every bit as inhuman as late-stage capitalism. Late-stage capitalism says be an individual and worship money. Communism says be an individual and worship the state. But in the end, it's just it's a curse of the ideology. It's the ideology of the miserable and the lonely. And I don't know, as I say, I don't think you need much imagination to think your way out of this.
So
but I'll pass on to Voyan. Voyan is a communist Serb, so he's going to come in and correct me with his economic theory. Jesus Christ.
Is it Voyan next or is it me next? Then I guess I'll go.
Sorry guys, I have not following. I have not been following the last 10 minutes, so I don't know what you have.
Okay, well then
about.
Let's not change the subject. Then I'll go. Okay, so I just want to address Rylar before we get too far from when Rylar was speaking. I want to say, like, I hear you. There may be circumstances where suicide may be preferable for some individuals, depending on whatever. But like we're talking about a murder industrial complex, complete with advertising and like a campaign of normalization and pressures from health professionals for people that could probably not have to experience that. And people, you know, and like, just like we're talking about not just that. Think about the drug paraphernalia vending machines that they have in front of the hospitals in Canada. This is another extension of the same thing. Instead of like hearing the suffering of people as of your population, as you don't address their fundamental underlying issues, you just want to like have them suffer and like away from public view, so you don't have to hear them. And it doesn't matter if you're getting rid of the undesirables, like the homeless or whatever, with a heroin needle laced with fentanyl in there or whatever, or you're doing it with taking an old person that could have probably sucked out government resources for another decade, and you get them to make that decision. It's a tricky issue. I don't think there's an easy answer, but I think that this tricky issue gets exploited, just like kind of abortion or something. It is a problem now.
What's so surprising, and also like it's very fortunate that we have a representative like right here, because like back in the day when they started all those brilliant, all these geniuses and intellectuals that started these brilliant programs of mass extermination to get rid of all the undesirables and purify the population into the ideal that you want it to be, whatever that is. There were people with like exactly the same affirmation. Like it was, there must have been a like critical mass of support, you know, of people with the same smug face saying, you know, I think this is a good thing. You know, these people actually shouldn't be here. It would be much better for all of us if we just get rid of all these, you know, undesirable rotten wood, and the tree would grow better, you know, and they went on doing that. And well, we're living in the aftermath of that situation. Like there's a lot of discussion about the quality of life, you know, like people levels of happiness, all sorts of things going on. But like, I'm going to tell you guys right away, and I'll take it, you can take it to the bank. The level of happiness of a population is measured in three things, okay? Their birth rate, their suicide rate, and their recruitment capacity. like how much people volunteer for their army. And those are the three markers. Like those are the only three important things that can define quality of life, you know, because if people want to live, people want to reproduce, multiply themselves, and they also have something to die for, you know, because it's completely the opposite, having something to die for than like not having anything
to live for.
Not having anything to live for. You know, it's the complete opposite. And like the level of suffering that a person endures in their life is directly proportionate to their desire to live. And like I'll tell you right away, and it doesn't matter what psychologists or psychiatrists think about the world, they're retards anyway. The kid that's crying in the mall because their parents don't buy them the toy they want, that kid is suffering far more and will suffer throughout his life far more than the kid that has to dodge bullets to get a cup of water. Go on, whoever wants to go next.
I just want to add just now. I want to say, you know, the about the assisted suicide thing. Like, it's quite scary that if we look back in every one of our own life, you know, there will be times that we thought that, you know, things are horrible and shitty, and, you know, like you're in rock bottom. And imagine that you are given the option is that when you say that, oh fuck, my life sucks, and they say, why not you try to die? Try dying, you know. And then given this option to assisted, maybe a small little percentage, maybe 1% of us might have taken the option because life sucks so much, and then you are not here anymore. And I just want to add, you know, for those who are watching, you know, don't be lonely. You know, that's why we have DPA Open Mic. You know, every week we come here and gather. You have friends. You can make friends, right? You know, if you come on screen, you go to the lounge, the DPA Open Mic speaker lounge. 100% every day there's someone talking to you. You know, there's always people no life would be talking to you, you know, every day. If not, then there's DPA forum, you know, there is a lot of people also no life over there. every day chatting, you know. So don't worry, you won't be lonely in the DPA army, you know. We are all here for you.
Even Wayne has friends.
Yeah,
we all love
you see,
Wayne.
Wayne is so happy, you know.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Like no one is kicked out from the speakers lounge. Like not even Gareth or Wayne. Those guys, like,
the only one who doesn't have any friends is Toby.
But that's okay.
Well, that's because he's the leader, right? So we listen to him.
I'm trying to start a cult here. I don't need.
Hey, a leader
you're off to a pretty bad start.
But
cults need charismatic
I can be your friend.
All cults have a rocky start.
I can be your friend, Toby, if you ever need one.
Yeah, no, you're the South
like a
Royals
friend.
again, Gabriel.
I'll smack you like a real friend.
Yeah,
there you go.
Voyan is a problem. Voyan is very Serbian, so like we have to work on Voyan.
That's not the problem.
And he's an engineer too, so
it's an advantage.
It's an advantage to some, at least. Yes. I have been listening part of your discussion, the last discussion regarding euthanasia. I think we should not think too much to it. I would not want to apologize it in any way because I do not like the topic, and but I think most of these euthanasias currently are done by people not wanting to extend life-saving measures. You know, I'm not sure about that, but that's my belief. Regardless,
still the majority. It's probably still the majority.
I'll tell you right away that all medical diagnostic, and that's all of them, like by procedure, by protocol, like they must give you the worst case scenario. That's their protection against liability. So whenever they diagnostic you, and so the most common situation is that when someone is I don't know how you say that in desahuciado.
Diagnosed.
When someone is diagnosed as unsavable. I don't know how you say it in English.
Terminally ill.
Like written off.
Terminal. Yeah. when someone is diagnosed terminal, like there's probably an 80% chance that that person is going to live on. You know, a couple of those terminal diagnostics before they die. It's a massive, like, so imagine what you do to these people. Like if your protocol, which is it's logical because they have to do that. They have to cut your hope so that you don't suffer further if it's wrong, and also so that they don't sue you. Because if you told them, oh, you'll be fine, and then they die, it's like it's your fault. So like I don't blame them for it. Like they have to do that. They have to diagnose the worst case scenario. But imagine like the devastation that does to people's psychology. Like people are diagnosed with cancer and their whole world falls apart. And not only for them, it's a massive black hole in the entire family circle. Like anyone gets cancer diagnosed and the entire family suffers depression immediately, automatically. And so you tell people not only that like their life is ruined and they're going to die, but that they're going to suffer a shit ton before it. And you offer them an easy way out. You know, it's going to be painless, they say. So like imagine the incentive that is to the population for their struggle to survive, you know, to fight away from a disease, to fight away from a problem, to overcome any challenge. You know, you're suppressing like a massive amount. Anyone who doesn't have like a heroic fortitude in their character to surpass all the challenges that life inevitably are going to throw at you. All those people are going to be like at the brink of failing at the game of life. So it's fundamentally a death cult, a pessimistic, nihilistic death cult, you know, worship of non-existence.
Yeah, dude, they're incentivizing people to kill themselves. The argument that, well, there's people that kill themselves all along, and there's people that want to kill themselves, and there's people that whose quality of life is so poor that they that killing themselves is not the actually only real humane solution. Like nobody's arguing with that, but what people are saying is like, whoa, you guys are trying to find like, what is this, like some kind of insurance scam where you guys are trying to like get out of paying for a bunch of people's like bed hospital bills by emotionally manipulating them in some way with advertisements and having the doctors talk to them and all this stuff, you know? So I think that's the bigger issue.
Well, I'm really not sure about the numbers. So they seem to be quite high already in Canada. I have also read, like the super chat said, that 20% of current deaths in Canada are supposedly from
1 in 5, 1 in 20, 5%,
1 in 20.
1 in 20.
Sorry,
yeah.
1 in 20. Yes, but
well, I also read 20%.
Yes, but the thing is, probably these are not young people who are in an illness or in a sickness.
Wait, Gabriel, did you just say Canada's death toll is 100%?
No, I said 20. Oh yeah, death tolls are always 100% because we haven't discovered immortality yet. Yeah, but what I was
because Canadians are immoral. That's why, because they're killing people.
No. What I was saying is that I had also read 20%. 20.
No, I read 1 in 20.
I think that's probably the aspirational goal, but you know, we probably need a few more years to get there. And to answer your question, boys, yes, absolutely. Like obviously, these would be older people with, I would think, some sort of physical condition like cancer or whatever. That would be the majority of the people, for sure. The concern, though, is they keep broadening all the various issues that you could have, that eventually it's going to flip. And you're already seeing that. Like you're seeing lawsuits of people who, you know, went through this program and their families are suing. Like it's a complete mess right now in Canada. Do not, like I said earlier, if your country tries to put in something similar, run the other way. Run the other way.
This is the danger that I see. The danger is exactly normalizing the topic, you know.
Right.
And then some older people maybe feel the pressure not to be a burden on their family and choosing that exactly because of the, you know.
Yes. You can kill yourself if you're broke in Canada now. Financial hardship is a valid reason. I'll leave it
Really?
at that. I don't know what else to say.
Plus, once it's an industry, like the murder industrial complex is a thing,
Yep.
and you have
Then it becomes
lawyers
a
that
big cottage
specialize.
industry.
Yeah, yeah. Well, lawyers
Yep.
that specialize in that. You have professors that
Consultants.
specialize in that.
That's
Exactly.
already happening.
Now you
Already
have
happening.
who's paying for the advertisements and who's thinking up of the advertisements for this. That's also somebody that's also building their career in a budding industry right now. So once you also have that going for it, it becomes exponentially harder to stop. So yeah, Nunion's right. Freaking don't let them start that shit.
Okay, how did this topic come into Canada?
The black hole of euthanasia. I mean, we've made it pretty clear the problems with euthanasia and the percentages and the numbers.
We are breaking up, Vaughn.
We're just solving the world's problems,
Yeah, well, that's what Joseph Stalin said, right? Joseph Stalin said, death solves all problems. No man, no problem. Sorry, go ahead, Wayne.
Just one question more to this topic. I think it's a very sad topic. But how did this come into Canada's politics? Because I remember when 30 years ago in Europe, at least, when I was young, the talk about euthanasia was that it is even also in Western Europe, both in Western Europe and Eastern Europe, is that it's a very bad thing, regardless of its religious, background that is guiding you not to accept such a thing or not, because it was also associated with National Socialism, because the Nazis had euthanasia programs. They had the concept of unworthy life. And how did this creep into Canada's politics?
I don't have an answer for you other than to say that I don't recognize this country anymore, and I'm sorry, we failed the world. I don't know what else to tell you. That you can't. I don't even recognize this place anymore, man. And I live here. I'm sorry.
Okay, I've got an answer to this. I've got an answer to this for you, and it's this is a very, very ancient question, and the answer lies in philosophy. So you might have heard of Heraclitus, the weeping philosopher. He was the one who analyzed the existential crisis, which is a term that's used a lot. A lot of people don't know what it means. It's basically the end point of materialism. If you are focused inherently on the material world and you're smart enough, sooner or later, time enters the chat. And you start to realize what Heraclitus realized, which is that the past is gone forever and doesn't exist. And the future is yet to be and doesn't exist. And the present is infinitely brief and gone as soon as you try and grab it. And so the material world is a strangely illusory thing, and it's very difficult to come to grips with the material world. It's constantly changing. It's constantly fading into nothingness that we call the past. You can't rely on the future because it's yet to be. And the present, if you try and grab it, becomes a distant memory very quickly. And they called him the weeping philosopher because this is such a devastating realization. So this is called the existential crisis, or the crisis of materialism. And this is what led to later philosophers like Socrates talking a lot about the spirit and the soul, and the realization that human beings are creatures of ideas. We are creatures of the spirit, and we interact with other creatures of the spirit, other souls. This is also where, the idea that the soul is eternal comes from, because ideas are eternal, whereas material things are constantly changing and degrading. So, the idea of a chair lasts forever, but a wooden and steel chair will eventually crumble to dust. So the materialism of the modern world, it should be no surprise that it creates a great deal of anxiety. This is not a new concept. And this is why throughout history, you've always had priests at funerals, right? Consoling the bereft, because you have to have a conversation about the spirit if you want to lift people's spirits up. And this is one of the curses of the worship of money. It leads to the existential crisis through rampant materialism. So that's where all this comes from. But anyway, there are some folks in the chat. I want to bring up what they said. They brought up the issue of abortion. And, we got a bunch of dudes here discussing it, but there's some good points being made in the chat. Abortion is almost indistinguishable from child sacrifice in the old days with Moloch. And this ties into what Bradley was saying earlier, which is a very underrated point, that once you have an acceptable social practice at law, you end up with an industry growing up around it. And so what you have with abortion is an astonishing amount of people who are making money from the destruction of children. And you have all these people preaching abortion to young women, telling them the same sorts of things that the priests used to tell the women who would give up their children to the fires of Moloch. And that is, they would start to preach of the future and talk about how your future is going to be happier. You're going to be a happier person. Things will go well for you, right? Soothsayers. And you also have the priests of abortion going out preaching that it's a good thing for dear Mother Earth, and the spirits of the earth will thank you for not overpopulating the world. If you have a look at the sheer amount of human life that is being destroyed through abortion, it is arguably the greatest stain on the modern world. It's the slaughter of the most helpless, and it's the indoctrination of young women into destroying life itself. It's a big issue in the world, and it's reaching epidemic proportions in the West. So that is an issue for folks to think about. But Gabriel,
is there any communists in the house apart from Toby?
I think my cat believes in the fair division of labor and seizing the means of production. Right.
Well, we are a community after all, right? So
We are
all believe in
community-ists.
community. We're community-ists. Yeah. What I was going to
Gabriel,
say.
congratulations to your country, though. Argentina have this first surplus, government surplus. Military.
Yeah. Viva la libertad, carajo. Yeah, I was gonna add to what Toby was saying, that I've been pondering this really hardly. He brought this up. It's like, so I'm just gonna go with it. I must. I might drop a bit of a bomb here, but don't take it too seriously. It's just a thing, another thing that's happening in internet. Nothing too dramatic, but today isn't any day. Today is a very important day. It's the most important day since I was born, probably. It's the first anniversary of my daughter's passing. And
I'm sorry to hear that. Rest in peace.
and so the thing is, the thing is that I've been wondering a lot, because there's this whole theme in Christianity of the great sacrifice that Jesus did for humanity, and he endured so much pain and so much suffering for all of us, and after my own experience, those are peanuts, passing through all the torment, being crucified, dying for whatever reason in the worst possible way, the worst torture imaginable, is peanuts to me. I think of anything, and I would do it a million times to avoid any suffering to her, to have her back, And so what's greater than the sacrifice of one's own life is the sacrifice of a child, there's no greater love than one feels. I don't know why that is. I have a theory about it.
Unless you're a narcissist or a psychopath.
But that's the thing. I was going there because I think that there's the most important thing in life, through our own biology, is ourselves, our own
our genes.
Preservation. But then there's something more important biologically, which is to procreate, because we wouldn't exist if that wouldn't be the drive. It's not enough to just want to survive. We have to want to expand. If not, we wouldn't exist as organisms. And so that makes sense. That we must first be full with our own self, and then we can want something beyond ourselves. And so the thing is that what I was thinking is that the actual story of the crucifixion isn't actually of Jesus sacrificing himself, but of God sacrificing his son, which would be the real sacrifice. You know, that is the greatest sacrifice. And that's a very old tradition in mankind, to sacrifice the children, as Toby was saying, like the soothsayers saying, oh, it will bring you blessings, it will bring you. And that was like according to the Christian doctrine itself, that act of sacrifice, that is the redemption, you know, that made that ancient pact of sacrificing the children useless. You know, it abolished it, made it obsolete. And so the sacrifice of one's own child can be something like that, you know, like, I don't know, because every family has lived it at some point in history. Before, in ancient times, it was very common to lose children, you know, and I wonder, like, how did they survive? How did they survive that shock? It's unbelievably difficult to survive after something like that, to want to keep on living. You want to go with them, you want to be with them, you know, take care of them wherever they are. And so how did they survive? And they must have had something that was beyond that motivated them to keep on going. And so you have that type of sacrifice, like a mother who sends her child to war, who says goodbye to her child, and because he's going to war to defend their country, you know, that type of sacrifice, which is the greatest sacrifice, is one thing. But then you have the other side of that, which is like the soothsayer saying, you're going to have a better life. You're gonna, or the contemporaries saying, you're gonna be able to have a career and enjoy life and travel around, you know. And that's the complete opposite. It's the complete lack of any value in your life. Go on, Coping.
Yeah, that was really well put. I just want a small thing here on there, what you said. You want to go with them, because that kind of presupposes the afterlives, and you know, that kind of explains why would one want that, right? One want there to be a place, you know, which is where you're free from the suffering of life, and where you also can follow those you love. But then you also have on the flip side, when you don't have it, when it's just, you know, I wasn't bothered before I was born, so I won't be bothered when I'm dead. Right? I didn't ask for being born. I can't remember the interview. I'm not given any instructions of how to or why I'm even here. And the retirement plan is pretty sketchy, right? Like, you never know when you're going to just get snapped off. And you're also not going to know who you are programmed to kind of be in connection, because we're social animals, right? And so when you have that being taken away from you, you know, and that's a really good question, because I sometimes ask that myself too. Like, when you lose someone really close to you, and especially your child, and when you think about the mortality rates they had back in the day, and you know, the amount of desensitization that must do, like yeah, I think this discussion brought a lot of questions, but I don't want to be bringing it into a ramble, so I'll hand the word to whoever. Really well,
Yeah,
and Toby in the background, that was beautifully said, by the way, because it covers a lot of different religions, from Hinduism to Christianity to even Islam, right? Like, you need a higher purpose to die for, and the best thing in Islam is to die in war, just like we had with the Vikings. The Vikings had a Valhalla, the very same form of martyrdom. You know, the most glorious thing that you can do, and where you would find the most form of happiness and least amount of suffering. You know, which kind of loops us a little bit back to the merchant class and the warrior class, and you can kind of see, like, and the priesthood class, like what would they use as instruments of societal control pertaining to our beliefs, because we must have beliefs. You know, you may think that someone having a religion or not or whatever is silly, but you know, if you take it from their position that they are just simply like every one of us, we're just put into this shared existence, right? We have a shared existence, but because we are subjects, we all have different realities. And so you know, you can, like, Toby was kind of a little bit in a derogatory way when it comes to those who are kind of like, no, I have suicidal ideation, I want to die, and so forth. You know, it depends on where you're coming from. You may end up having a pattern of reasoning that makes you very liable for thinking, you know, even if you're not really truly suffering, you have made yourself suffer. How many times how do you see, for example, social media causes people to become depressed? there are factors that which basically warps the perception, just like media does overall, right? The world is going to go under, and the climate change is going to be making it pointless to have children, so forth. So like, you got to have a little bit of sympathy for folks. Toby is a little bit harsh, but still very beautifully said. Yeah, Wyatt.
Yeah, so just now Gabriel was asking, how people moved on. When you lose a child and something, and from what I've seen in my own family's life, like the story of my grandmother, like I heard that she was pregnant 10 times, but she only have 6 kids. So during the old days, people like they lose their child very easily because they have to do a lot of hard labor, right? A lot of works, so they lose child easily. So I feel from observation is that by having the next child, I think that when you have the next child, the hormones and everything will help you move on to the next one. So and then you can actually cope. It seems to be the case. Like even my aunt also, she lost her first child. Then after that, when she had the next child and then that got born, and then she can move on. But I think the modern world is a bit sad because we first world countries, even in like China, where people living in the cities, all the city dwellers, I feel is a bit more either too stressed or too materialistic. Like in Singapore, we have the same problem where people are not having children, and often it seems to be like because both parents are working, so both husband and wife is working, so they are very tired. They don't have the mood. So once they have the first child, and the hardship of raising it, through they have to work and then they have to manage the child, they just don't feel like having more. At most they have one more, and then that's it. They give up. They just got to say, okay, that's it. It's enough. 2 is enough. Some say 1 is enough. They don't want anymore. And also, of course, materialism. Like in Singapore, a lot of people, they have a child, and then instead of having a second child, they will say that it's very expensive, but they still go on holidays. They go to Europe, go to Japan, and yeah, they like, then they want to maintain a certain level of life quality, of certain luxury. So they rather spend money on those things, and then they dump the rest of the money onto their only child. And then and then of course, like you put all your eggs in one basket. So, and that's like the curse of the first world. I would say, like very few people is willing to take the sacrifice, like our grandparents' generation, where they're still living in the village. They can have 6 children, 12 children, and then they are so poor, but they still have the children. They just make it work somehow, and then
it's because
they
you
have a
needed
very,
the
very
children.
good life.
You needed the children.
But they have a very good life at the end of the life. You see, at the end of the life, when they are like 50, 60, the life is so
the
good.
perfect life. And just to say real quick to coping, like when you said that it presupposes an afterlife, and it's not necessarily the case. Like you can believe, like I'm open on that. I'm absolutely open. I have no presupposition. But the feeling is, the sentiment is just to go with them wherever they went. Like even if it's simply not having to be here without them anymore. And yeah, to what Wyatt was saying, yeah, that's absolutely how they did it. They had someone else to live for. They had someone else that they cared just as much, and that's what has been holding me as well. But it's hard even as such.
Damn, dude, I'm so sorry to hear about about your daughter's death anniversary.
It's actually very heartbreaking to hear, but it kind of really brings in very neatly with the topic, and I really appreciate that you share, because as far as I'm concerned, these kind of topics, we don't tend to be handling them very well, and we seem to, for the moment, getting really deep on it. I just want to touch on one thing that Wyatt said regarding like all cities, and this thing is true also in Africa, where you see like the demographic decline is still occurring. And what Bradley just kind of pointed out there, because there you would have a benefit from it. Yes, if you're in the rural, and that's where you still have the high birth rates, right? But if you go to, for example, the Western world, like in Norway, this is the opposite. You have the young people that are moving to the cities because that's where you have the jobs. They're also an expense, and you have the poorest paying jobs often in the rural areas. And so you end up with just a bunch of pensioners mostly, and the only jobs you have there are people taking care of them, and then some few other things. But basically, like we have like sizable villages and towns that are just like no people left. Like the final person just moved into the elder center of the nearby municipality, basically. And it kind of like if you look at, for example, Ghana, like there I could see it pretty straightly. They have like what you would call a pro-natalist culture. You know, you're supposed to have a child like when you're at that so-and-so age, and you know, you should at least have a couple of kids. So when you grow old, you know, you have someone who takes care of you, and that still kind of applies in the cities. But then with the all the economic factors that come into play, the economic material reality basically of living in a city where having a child doesn't help you, it actually holds you really, really back, right? And so in the cities, what you will notice that they might be generally somewhat slightly above replacement rate for the time being, which they have hit recently. Maybe they're below it already. It's only in the rural areas. And you have, like in the Western world, only one example where the demographic decline is actually not where it's kind of like an exception, and it's hard to tell why. No, actually, it's Israel. Israel is the only one in the Western world, at least, which is above replacement rate, and it's not by a very good margin either. And it's also when you see, like, when you go into the demographics of, for example, the rural communities, like I mentioned in Ghana, which applies for most of Africa, by the way. In Israel, it would be like the ultra-Orthodox, and these are people who have, you know, the religious aspiration, a pro-natalist culture, right, in and of by itself, but they are also peculiarly shielded from the material reality because pretty much every one of them are state funded. Like they get the welfare checks simply by being, you know, cosplaying essentially, right? And they don't have to go to the army. You know, there are a lot of perks of just being like that, which is one of the reasons the religious of a sort of specific type of religious communities are growing, just keep on growing and growing. And yeah, this is like it kind of intermingles. Like, do you need to have a faith? Like, you have a faith in something beyond, right? But then you have to actually, you know, the abstract and the material, they will necessarily collide, right? In our shared existence, we see this happen all across the globe, it seems. Yeah, Vojin.
Yeah, commiseration to Gabriel. It's a sad thing when a child dies before his parent. For the parent as well, obviously for the child. Regarding this topic, what are we here for? Some people claim people are born into life without a purpose, without the purpose beforehand. You know, we create purpose along the way. And if there is a general purpose, we have not found it definitely yet. And the only chance to find it is probably our descendants. Maybe they have a chance to find it if one wants to philosophize about it. And this is a main reason to one of the main reasons to have kids. You know, thousands of generations before us have had kids, and so we exist. And one of the main goals in life, in my opinion, is to have kids and to procreate. I have kids, and they mean the world to me. And as a parent, I would do everything for them. Obviously, I try not to make us parents slaves to them, because it's also neither good for them nor for us parents. But in the end, they are what matters most for any parent. We are kind of slaves to our genes. We people, we or any living being. In the end, we do everything to procreate, and those who don't procreate, well, in 100 years, no one cares about them, and only those who procreate have an influence on the future world, or a big influence on the future world. The world is kind of captured in a thing that Gabriel also mentioned a few minutes ago. Happiness, pursuit of happiness, and there is a lot of egoism in that. You know, the egoistic pursuit of happiness, and it's holding us back from procreating, at least having replacement numbers, which is kind of sad. But there is not just these cultural topics which are reducing fertility. There is also our societal change from to urbanize everything, and in the town it's harder to have kids and to manage them, and they're growing up. But it's also a topic that we are too egoistic and look to have it good within our lifetimes, and not look that there needs to be a generation that can take over. So the happiness issue that Gabriel mentioned, well, it is a big. These three topics that he mentioned are good indicators for happiness, an average happiness in the population. But happiness as such is a thing that is difficult to grasp for me. What is it really? And I can definitely say it's children are happiness for me. Having children. So, who wanna go next?
I think Toby.
Yeah.
Toby.
Listen, to me, Varian, you answered your own question. You know, you asked what is the purpose, and then you answered it with like, you know, you care about your children. The thing is, what was Christ's purpose was to build the church, to build the kingdom of heaven, right? That's your purpose as well. That's all of our purpose. We're trying to make the world a better place for our children because we care about our children. Everybody has a purpose, which is to build the kingdom of heaven on earth, right? It's a single purpose. And it makes sense because we care about our children. So that is the answer. That is, you know, the purpose. That is everybody's purpose. Unless you are a pathological person who doesn't care about other human beings or about children or about the future. So I really think that if you're searching for purpose, just make the world a better place for your children, which I'm sure you do anyway, right? Like, so I think if you're looking for a better purpose than that, then you are extremely ambitious, because like we've got our work cut out for us trying to build a kingdom of heaven. But to change to a topic slightly, there's been disclosure on the UFO front, and I want to talk about this briefly, right? It's all going to come out in the next 24 hours. This is what they say. There is a mothership that's going to visit Earth. The word is it's going to be 2027. It's going to arrive, and it's going to blow everybody's minds. So keep an eye out for the big disclosures in the next couple of days. It's all happening. It's very exciting. Coping.
Geoffrey,
Yeah.
in the backstage, can you wave your camera? All right. Welcome.
Hi, new dude. I'll get over to you really quickly. I just the thing about what Toby was rebutting regarding what Wojin said about purpose, and we may not know. Well, it's kind of, this is not something I can profess to know, but as far as I'm concerned, what is. Purpose is a value-added thing. It needs interpretation, right? So when we say purpose, when we say truth in a, say, how do we run our society? It's not like math where it's 1 + 1 = correct. It is 1 + 1 = consensus, right? And so when we on a societal level, because like you said, you would find, like, for example, procreating life, and you can find a rationale behind it and so forth, and one could argue that life in and of by itself has no other purpose. Like the only reason for life is to expand, so like that's kind of like already built into the mechanism. Why that's why self-preservation tends to be a strong thing throughout the entire nature, with some exceptions, right? Ants may have a self-sacrificing in a certain way or whatever. But generally speaking, like if our hard wiring, which has made us go through 100,000 years of a cognitive evolution, and like 10,000 years of more or less, like, not written history, but more or less recorded history, like where we started using tools. We had a Neolithic revolution and so forth. And now, over just a couple of generations or so, it's this thing that you said, Vojin, where we have a consensus of purpose that it is to have children and the next generation, and like Toby said, it will be the heaven on earth, basically. Like we want to make our children avoid the suffering that we had, for example. We want to improve it, and eventually that's going to be, within some framework of religion, like Toby put it, that be the kingdom of heaven. But when you boil it down to it, like be it the Christianity or any religion, it's more that you have the society has a consensus that, yeah, we have a greater purpose for moving on, and we're going to have children, and we're going to make the society that we're living in better. But where do we actually see that actually being encouraged? And like in what are the metrics? Like we tend to it kind of comes back to money very often, right? No, I think maybe it's the new dude should be permitted to introduce himself.
Geoffrey, no, introduce.
Yeah, I'm Jeff. I go by Jeff. That's my God-given name, the one I got on the screen. But yeah, as far as your guys', I've only heard a couple people talk about what their view on life is. I guess that's what you guys are talking about. But there's a big difference between like us and how we relate to reality and the actual reason why we were created in the first place. And that's kind of what we got to get back to, because we weren't really created for ourselves. We were created by the Creator because he needed something other than himself to love as like family. And once we realize that that's why we're here, is to love the Creator and everything he's created around us, then we can get back to the basics of how to love reality. And our reality isn't science necessarily, because that's trying to figure out reality. But what the Creator truly wants of us is exactly how Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden before their fallen state, and that was just to live within his creation and love the Creator. And we're kind of like its pet project essentially, and we have free will to do whatever. But what makes him happiest is just every time you look at a beautiful sunset, just knowing where it came from, and acknowledging that something other than us created that. And if we can actually understand that, then we're a lot better off than people that want to, manipulate reality. And someone just brought up money just a second ago, but man, money is the root of all evil. And if we could go back to how Adam,
if you're Christian, it's the love of money. Sorry.
Yeah, the love of money, exactly. So my point basically is that a perfect society would just essentially be all of humanity enjoying physical reality without, the evils of, bartering systems and all. But obviously we're too far away from that, and there's no way for that to actually happen within our reality. But I'm just saying that's the way it's supposed to have been. I'll let someone else talk.
Yeah,
well,
I want to
I don't
say
share.
real quick.
Go ahead.
Okay, go on.
Oh, okay? I'll just, I guess.
Oh, okay.
So I don't share your theological opinions necessarily, but I think that there's a lot of value in those kind of traditionalist ways of thinking. I don't know. We should have a DPA theology open mic. It wouldn't be DPA though. It would be like theology open mic Asia. But anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Gabriel.
Oh yeah, I just was gonna say that the fallen state that you're talking about, like in theological terms, is not a mistake. Like if the creator that you're talking about is omnipotent and good, then this is all part of his plan. And you can see that principle sort of in the doctrine of redemption, right? That it's the sainthood is not of he who never fell, but of he who fell and redeemed himself, was redeemed. So like applying it to because like what Bradley says about like not sharing your perspective, he probably does in a lot of senses, just that he's understanding something different to what you're actually saying, and you probably yourself are saying something that you don't fully understand. That's why there's a disagreement, because that's the thing about like life's profound truths. They are ineffable, all the wise men of all history, and even scientists today, with all their presumptuousness, they have to admit, if they have any intellectual honesty, that what they know is a question mark. The closest thing to the truth that they have is just a question mark. And throughout all of history, wise men, people connected with God or with whatever inspired them to their wisdom, they were approaching a truth. They all of the teachings, they're approximations, and because whatever reality is, both materially and transcendentally, it's beyond what is possible to express in words. That's why the name of God must never be spoken, because it's something because naming it would be making an idol out of it. It would be false compared to what the real thing is. And that's sort of the nature of reality. When you name something, whenever you describe a law or a theory of the world, it's always an approximation. People believe in the Big Bang, for example, and almost no one understands what that actually is. And the same happens with God. People believe in God and almost nobody understands what that actually is. And it depends on the depths of the person's spirit. How much truth they can handle is how deep their idea of this creator goes. You can call it Big Bang, or you can call it God Almighty. And if your vision of that is shallow, it's going to be false or partial. And if it's deep, then you'll know what you're talking about. And so in that sense, the circumstance in which we find ourselves is not that of like a lost sheep. We still have fundamental sort of instincts or perception, a spark of that divine. And so we know what we actually need. It's what our very being indicates us. And then we have a bunch of confusion piled up on top of that, distracting us. And so it's a matter of actually questioning it and start seeking deeply into our own soul. What is that which we actually yearn for and fight for? And about what they were saying earlier, and with this I'm going to finish, about what they were saying earlier about how urbanism, like the lifestyle of a city strangles people's will to reproduce. It's because it's out of convenience, departure from what our being, what our soul yearns for. And that is devastating to the spirit. And I wanted to respond to a question that Toby made me in the voice chat, which was a very good question. He asked me, is that which decays worse than that which it decays into? It was a very good question, and it has a context. And I would say to him as an answer, the brave and robust wild peoples of the mountain that rain down from the mountains and from the wilderness and scourge the decadent cities of high civilization, those people are better than the stagnant, urban, comfortable, and spoiled civilization that they become to once they have conquered it. Go on. I think Coping was next.
Yeah, that was a really nice take on the broad existential level, where you kind of also you kind of sort of touched on the thing that I kind of that's my perception. You know, is there a God or is there not a God? And this is kind of a response to Jeffrey. Now, I personally don't think it matters what I believe in that particular case. Like, if there is a God and I don't believe it, you know, a God shows itself, then my disbelief is swept aside. And if I just simply believe a God to be there, but there is no God, well, you know, my imagination won't really create it, except it does kind of create in my subjective reality, because the reality is made by me. What we see in our world, it just is. But if you then presuppose, let's just say, I'm not disputing, I'm actually just agreeing a bit with your logic here, with if there is a God, right, and we say, okay, there is a God, he's shown himself, then there should be kind of one logic to assume, one can't be sure, right? But one can assume that the God who created you and all of creation needs you. Because think about it, if do you make a chair or the computer or your phone or whatever because the chair and the computer and the phone needed you? No, you made it because you need it, right? So if a God exists, if there is, like, let's say, quote unquote, intelligent design behind it, then it would make sense that God would need you, and included in that would be that you must be fruitful and multiply, as they say, thinking about in one of the Bibles, and you know, basically back to the life must expand, and then try to figure out, you know, but looping kind of a little bit back to what Vojin said, you know, ultimately, can we tell? You know, it's up for what our descendants may be. You know, maybe they can find out what's the objective reality. But if it was up to me, I'm pretty sure it's all going to be a matter of consensus. We must find a consensus to why we would want life to continue. Why would we want to procreate and expand and so forth? How would we try to troubleshoot the things to kind of keep the spirit going and figure out maybe at some point that question mark that Gabriel mentioned is no longer a question mark. But think about it then. If that happens to be the case, may you not very well risk losing your meaning? You know, yeah, Toby.
Okay, I have to respond to Gabriel's terrible mistaken reasoning and just general depredation as a person. For a start, when I asked if something can decay into something better than it is, I was having a go at the word decay, because the word decay implies a devolution. Whereas had the word been evolve, well, then that would have a different implication. Had the word been change, it would be neutral. But the other thing is, like, I want to take issue with your dirt worshipping here. Even if, in God's good judgment, the wicked people of the city had fallen into such depredations, Serbian level of depredations, where they needed to be punished, right, by the tribes people, that doesn't necessarily mean that the tribes people are good. They may be God's wicked instrument to bring justice to the Serbs and to smite them with great smote, right? And I'm sure that that has happened on occasion, but that doesn't confer any decency or any godliness on God's instrument. They are still nasty, horrible tribes people from the hills, and they eat the cats and they eat the dogs. And we mustn't make this mistake of reasoning, of thinking that the enemy of my enemy is a good guy, right? And so, you know, I think you've strayed from the path here, Gabriel, and I will hear your repentance in due course. Prada.
God's great, in Allah we trust, said Da Silva.
Yeah, good on you, Voz.
Allahu Akbar. Prata, you're muted.
Jesus is king.
To the whole respect that God is great. Unfortunately, the propaganda about God is great to the streets of Syria, the cities of Syria, screaming, God is great ad eternum, I don't think it brings anything back to earth. It remembers me actually a very interesting experiment There was this manager of Auschwitz that in one day he killed over 10,000 people. And that was an experiment. It was not aus weakness, aus badness or from his heart. He wanted, it was an experiment because he wanted to prove that there is God. And because God didn't react it after he killed so many people, after so much evil, he didn't want to make the evil. He was just making a test. And God didn't show up. And because he didn't show up towards such a horrible evilness that he did, then God might not exist. So interesting experiment. Anyways, disgusting for other words. There is a very interesting, one of the foundation studies of anthropology from Frank Fanon in Africa, Within a Tribe, where he studies the relationship with religion that these people had, and and people are always blaming witches for anything that happens. So I broke my leg; it was a witch that made me a bad sight, and so on and so on. People died and so on, but nobody ever saw witches. But everybody believed there were witches. So he came to the conclusion that we need sometimes religion to explain the things that we cannot explain rationally, and in doing that, it's a way to go further with our lives, to get eased from. And of course, we know that in many of those extreme moments in our lives, we get a bit more thinking and questioning more, and that's when I think religion developed somehow more explanatory, more deep meanings of life, trying to make things look reasonable in these dead and life experiments, frontier experiments. And that's why we also confuse religions with philosophy. Well, Wade is from Asia. In many religions in Asia are philosophical, most and foremost. They don't need even a god in order to explain the relationship between man and nature, and the finitude and the afterlife and so on. And nevertheless, what I want to say is that we are pretty much social animals. We construct cultures, and in each culture there are different sense of purpose, different sense of realization, of spirituality even. So I heard people here that are definitely more old book. There are some people that are more like evangelical Christians, other more traditionalist Christians, and so on. Yeah, whoever. And I noticed there are many, although they all wanted to agree somehow with each other, there were many differences on basis, but it doesn't matter. We are pretty much, humans can communicate, and especially people that are a bit more educated have a better understanding of different perspectives. And I wanted to make a critique to our way of life in Europe, and why do we think our elites, because our elites are the ones that most and foremost pave the paths of our realization, what we can do and cannot do. They make decisions which we are not called upon, or we have very little understanding how these decisions were made, even if we sometimes live in democracy. And in doing that, the possibilities of our life are also very dependent on those paths chosen. And saying that, I would like to make a kind of a critique to our way of life in Europe, where we still think that after 300 years of colonialism, we are still the chosen ones. The ones have more rights on earth than others. And it's clear that this narrative is falling apart for many decades now. The end of colonialism, and so on and so on, the construction of the European Union as an answer towards that. And now we are seeing that the world is becoming multipolar, and peoples around the world are awakening to the potentialities around them. They also many of them work really hard to come to the point where they are. And we are decadent in a way, not decadent because our values are bad, well, that's another question. Some people argue that's true, but we are decadent because our society is falling apart. We don't have a clear path towards a clear project towards the future. We are stuck into the past, into an easy life based on easy resources, on oppressing the other directly or indirectly. And in that sense, what I want to say is that we in Europe, but also in the United States, we have to wake up to this new world, find our new purpose in this new world, one where we can live with the others in more or less equality. And if we want the resources of another, we have to offer something them that weighs pretty much as much. Or as much as he wants, because there are others around the world that can offer more than we do. So in that sense, is what can we offer? Can we just offer material things? Can we offer? We have a lot to offer in Europe. So this neocolonialism path that was chosen, especially with this war in Ukraine, doesn't bring us anywhere. We have so much in Europe to give. We're still a very rich place. And so I find it sad that our societies are becoming decadent in the sense that we have less and less to offer, but we do have. Just the paths were not chosen in that direction. Voyager.
Yeah, guys, I want to propose to change topics. This is a very deep topic, and it has a lot of meaning to most people. But everybody can choose his own philosopher and have some discussions in small round. I think it is better because this deep topic is seducing most of us to, I think, have a long monologues, and there is not a lot of discussion happening then. I don't know. What do you guys think? We could change topic. Last time I proposed we could discuss the topic of the fire in the United States. I'm not sure. The new guy, sorry, are you American?
Talking about
I'm
fire,
American.
I just
Yeah,
wanted to say real
fire.
quick that
Yeah.
I'm going to scourge you, Toby, with great scourge. You will feel the wrath of God through the fury of the wildlings of the wilderlands. And yeah, the cities are the work of the devil, okay? And they will be rained down upon by nuclear redemption, as you well say. So keep that in mind. Then everyone will go back into the wilderness.
This
Huh?
majestic language, epic and escalatory.
I say
Yes,
keep the
the
same
fire.
topic, just drop everybody's time down to like 2 minutes, so you don't
No, yeah,
ramble on
but
about belief.
religion doesn't bring as much. That's not the purpose of the channel. And you're right, Voyager. Going back to taking example of the fires, it's quite interesting. The bad management of fires has been a problem both in Australia and the US, where fires can get really big. But the problem is that, well, in Portugal as well, forest fires happen everywhere, and it's interesting how, although this has been happening, well, at least in Portugal since the 80s, then they keep guessing the causes. They still keep guessing the causes. They still keep guessing what could work, and whatever works for one summer doesn't work for the next summer. But it's
Yeah, it's
interesting, the
just a
discussions.
perpetual. It's just a perpetual sieve of government funding that, just like the homeless problem in California, nobody wants to truly address because it's just a perpetual flow of money that goes into certain people's bank accounts, and the problem stays unresolved.
Yes,
I
called it. Oh, sorry. I just to finish. I called it the fires industry, or the migration industry in Europe. Go on. Wait.
So I'm quite sure a lot of people don't really give a damn about the fire in USA. So I just want to give an update what is happening right now. I asked Brock, the Twitter's AI, So, is the California fire still ongoing? I got shocked by the answer. It's still ongoing. The fire is still ongoing. You know how long has this fire been going on? So there is, as of this moment, there is still wildfire in California, particularly in the Los Angeles area. So it's nuts. And I clicked through the sources. It is really still at extreme level because of the high winds and everything. It's like, the fire has been ongoing for so long. The media don't even want to report about it. It's like, it's normal. This is model. There's always fire everywhere.
Trump is strong. Is hotter than the fire in California.
Well, the thing about the fire in California
I'll be back in a while to discuss the fire. Go on, guys. I'll be listening.
So I'm a couple states north of where the fires are happening on the west coast of the U.S. And I find it pretty darn amazing that California has all these problems with fires, but somehow our, the country one click south of us, I don't ever hear about fires in Mexico being a problem. And you would think they're supposed to be less of a dynamic country, with the fact that the cartels run that country, that why can they handle their their land better than the Democrats of California, that just essentially it looks like a big old sabotage job to allow that to happen, because about a week before the fire happened, about a couple 100,000 homeowners lost their insurance for their fire. And then the fire hits. So, and then I saw some footage of a man on a GoPro camera. He's a real famous guy that goes into the casinos and rings them up for a bunch of money, and they don't like him in their casinos. But he went through with a GoPro camera, and he would stop at certain situations where there'd be a car completely melted with aluminum rivers coming out of the car, but the tree next door to it was completely untouched. Not one lick of fire touched the tree, but the car is melted down as if some sort of Tesla beam hit it. It just, this stuff going on, it's almost like it's a weakening of the infrastructure there to allow possibly some sort of infiltration or something. But there's some sort of globalist plan being implemented that I'm worried about, because I'm only 2 states north of that.
Yeah, because I also saw a lot of imagery, like for example satellite imagery, where they saw that 3 different places all have fires started at the same time, which doesn't seem very natural. And there's also footages of they caught people starting fires, like some of these like crazy people, or maybe they are illegals. Maybe this fire is actually an attack. It could be Russia, it could be Iran, it could be China. Who knows? That they pay someone to start the fire.
Don't read too much. It happens in Portugal all the time. It happens in Portugal all the time. But you are right. They never start a fire in just one place, because the probability that fire gets extinct is too big. So they always start the fires in several places. 3 is the normal starting point, and they use helicopters. But it's not an attack. This is an industry. It makes a lot of money with it. Why in Mexico or in some poor countries you don't have that? Because you can buy their wood intact for very cheap, but in places they are richer. Now Europe or the United States, wherever they can put a fire on them, they will put it, because the wood is not destroyed. The wood inside is still okay. They will be used in the industry. It will be sold extremely cheaper. And then we have all the accessory industries, the firefighters, the helicopters and the airplanes companies that they are used to put up the fires. We have all the politicians that ask for extra money to to solve the problem, but they never solve anything because the money goes to their study companies, consulting companies to ask something to do something. And this is a huge industry of interconnected people. And that's it. But I wouldn't wait. This has been going for so long that I would put apart any type of attack, really.
Okay, that's fine, but you're talking about like forest fire, it sounds like to me, with the damage of wood. These are entire neighborhoods that look like Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
They don't care about.
They look like completely nuclear bombed because the intensity of this fire just took out neighborhood after neighborhood after neighborhood. These are homes.
They put a photo next to the Gaza one. It looks like the same thing. So, for me, it's just that when I saw how they can't even stop the fire, it made me realize that if an enemy of United States want to attack United States, they could just send agents in to set some fires. You can have the entire state go into total meltdown. No, they can't even handle the fire in their own country. You don't even need to send like big fighter jets.
Be quiet.
Well, normally you can't. Their interest is not really that the fire gets so strong. The problem is that sometimes climate conditions provoke these huge fires. We have had that in Portugal as well. Village completely being destroyed. This is a combination of a valley with strong winds and these kind of columns of fire that are created when so much organic material burns, and it's like a column of fire that goes over wherever they go through. They burn everything in a few minutes, and it's horrible.
I understand your point.
In Portugal, people dying.
I can't disassociate that fire with how the Maui fires happened as well. I can't disassociate these fires because this is the first time this has ever happened in America. And another first thing that ever happened in America was this bioweapon that came from China that got my president ejected out of his presidency, and Biden replaced him. So it's very easy for me to see how a globalist entity could be pulling strings to cause the strongest country in the world problems.
Well, but it's the problems that your country also found because the laboratories in Yuan were being financed by the United States to study coronavirus.
Yes, I understand.
Which we know that extremely deadly virus that was found in Saudi Arabia that killed 40% of the people that got it. And they wanted to manage what if this virus mutates, how can we do it? And somehow, it's more or less studied now, somehow it got out. And it got out much earlier than what we know. We used to think it started. Go on, Wojciech.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that. I can visualize a woman named Nancy Pelosi calling the Wuhan laboratory and telling them, hey, you know, all that millions of dollars we've been funding that little special project, we need you to go ahead and release it. We don't care how many millions of people die. We need to get Trump out of office. And that's exactly what happened.
The most common history is about that the researchers got sick.
Rata, be fair. Come on. So I had the finger up for 15 minutes, and you guys talk. I also would want to give a few points to this topic, because what is most interesting for me is that this information is so few that is coming out at least in the last days, and then on the other side there was these numbers, crazy numbers of 150 and then 250 billion dollars of damage, which does not fit together. You know, why ignore that, and why is not half of America, you know, busy extinguishing the fire? You know, why is it a small topic in the news, and still it's creating so much damage that there is a lot of things fishy, not just the creation of 3 fire starting points. However it happened, it's a very strange thing, and what also is strange to me is that I have not seen that seawater was used. I mean, the ocean is directly next to the city, and they're talking about not having water. You know,
But salt water might kill the plants. You might
They were
destroy
pumping water out of everybody's pools. They were using pumps to pump
if you
pool water out.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
you
normal.
normally
It's
don't-
happening everywhere. Fire departments have the rights to empty pools in Europe as well, if they need to. But if you don't have water in your reservoirs and in your pools, then I guess having a bit salt on your house is better than having it burnt down. You know, even if you get some salt into your soil, rain will reduce the salt levels over time. But once everything is burned down, then you didn't help anyone. So why don't they use you know, fire extinguishing planes much more? I think Canada could have sent them dozens probably, and every state who does that. I have not seen a lot of that. Go on, Wyatt.
So I can predict that there will be an economic boom in California. That the construction industry will be like, oh, the furniture industry, oh, all the great economic, you know, success, you know, of the Trump administration in California.
The
So
use
it's like,
of
no,
those
it's coming
airplanes,
for sure.
The use of those airplanes and helicopters on the high sea, on the sea, depends on the sea conditions. So that's one of the reasons. Also, normally, well, at least in Portugal, we have water reservoirs, especially for that, to avoid that they use water from the Atlantic. But they use water from the Atlantic. Just the problem is you have to have conditions on the sea to be able to use them. So that's a bit of the problem. If there are too many waves, the airplane can't land and pick up water.
So the
So Archimedes said that
Governor
they're using
Newsom
seawater.
of the state, Governor Newsom of the state, he chose a month prior or maybe 2 months prior to drain the closest water reservoir to that area of the Palisades over some little fish called smelt. And it had something to do with some sort of environmental problem with this smelt fish. And he decided to save the fish by draining this closest water reserve. And then all of the people in that area, they're all furious with him because they weren't able, there was plenty of fire hydrants that had no water available because Mr. Gavin Newsom chose a little fish over the safety of his citizens.
I don't think
there's some super chats. So give me a second. Madeline asked, far more important than fire, where's the kitten emoji? Send a polite email with kitten emoji. I support this channel quite well. I need to check. Is it to me or is it a red note kitty? Because I heard red note have a very cute kitty. And there's
Is that a euphemism for pussy? Maybe like
I don't know. I don't
like
I
a
think
pussy
I think it's just a
emoji,
cat.
because a vagina emoji could kind of look nice. No, I don't know. I'm just guessing.
So then the Silver say tonight we have a proper maga in the house, and Archimedes said they're using seawater. Why does this myth exist? So me no
Really?
idea.
Well, they can use seawater. It's just a question that the airplanes can land in the water, pick up the water, and bring it to where it needs to. So that's well, Vojand, I think what happened was that first of all they don't have those airplanes, Secondly, they could have asked them, like Wade said. And third, it sounds like they send a lot of firefighting material to Ukraine. So that's also normally it's a combination of all possible elements together. Like you're approaching the winter, I presume, in California too, or already during the winter, and quite normally, like this September in Portugal, when nobody was expecting fires anymore, everything was pretty much went very well until September. It is exactly when nobody was expecting anything anymore. They sent the airplanes home and so on to other countries. It's when we have some of the worst fires ever in decades. So it's quite often a combination of bad decisions. It's not that you were completely criminal. It depends on the context. But yeah. It's how it is sometimes.
Also, Canada sent 3 of those water aircraft down, and they had to ground one because some idiot was flying a drone and it collided with the wing and damaged it, so they had to take it offline. And also, the first night or two, I think there was extremely high winds to where helicopters and shit couldn't operate safely. So that's the thing. I mean, but it does come down to the fact that Gavin Newsom and the California government's criminal and negligent with what they do with the water. I mean, I lived in California. I'm from California. For the life of me, I don't know why these motherfuckers don't build reservoirs and get the snow runoff from the Sierra Nevadas and Big Sur and shit, where they get literally 5-10 feet of snow every fucking year. I mean, if you go to Maui, if you go to the tropical side of the island where all the rain comes, you know, these ancient spear chucking savages on Hawaii back in the day apparently took rocks and then they made like aqueducts, and apparently they used some kind of primitive cement that only these, you know, people could come up with, and they built these aqueducts. They go all across the island from the.
Hard. Can't even do that. You do no manual labor. Look at all this cement here.
Damn.
I'm just muted, Joe.
Oh, okay. Hey, but yeah. So, what was I saying now? In fact, I forgot.
Fire.
Yeah, the aqueducts in Hawaii.
Yeah, they built these aqueducts so that they could take water from the tropical side and run it over to the dry side and farm. And if you look at these things, they're very aesthetic. They blend into the background because they're made out of lava rock. And it's like, if you got such a fucking hang up in California about that, you can build earthen berms that look natural and blend in and just drop a reservoir behind it and a pipe to run it where you need it. Or if you don't, I mean, it's just stupid. It's like, if you need the water one summer, great. If you don't, then you got extra. I mean, it's just the dumbest.
You're getting away from the fact that this was obviously sabotage against the communities that live there.
Oh, I agree with that too, to a point. But I'm just saying, I mean, regardless of the sabotage, there's no excuse for California not to have the water available to put out fires. They literally have it in the mountains. They just let it run in the ocean, and they prefer they buy water from Colorado, which is fucking stupid.
And Gavin had that reservoir that he drained because of that smellfish.
I get all that, but I'm just saying, whether the reservoirs are full or empty, they don't have enough anyway, and there's just no excuse. This should have been taken care of decades ago.
Yeah, they've known that those winds in combination with a fire will annihilate the whole city. And they've known that for 100 years now. And every time they have the Santa Ana winds kick up, oh man, I hope a fire doesn't start or we're going to be in big trouble. And then 3 of them happened the same night, someone was saying on this. I mean, I'm not that familiar with it. Just like he was telling me about Portugal fires. I had no idea there was a bunch of fires in Portugal. But
no, it's horrible. Since the 80s.
But not this year, not like recently.
Yeah. No, every year, but this year was okay until in September, when people thought, okay, the fire season is over. It's when they all relaxed, and the worst fires we had in decades happened again. Also with a lot of people dying. But this is happening in Greece. Greece last year was completely devastated as well by fires. It has become even German, where it's a very mild climate with more rain on the summer. They have been having fires as well. This is as I said, this is an industry that is expanding. It's having more and more difficulty in finding woods to burn, so they are expanding and expanding. The Russians had these a few years ago. They cut the head of some, and the fire stopped. So perhaps we have to ask the Russians for help in how to deal with this mafia, with the mafia.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. So there's a very human factor in a lot of these fires, and my hope is that, you know, Mr. Trump and his new Attorney General, Pam Bondi, can go into the records of California and find out why they had this pre-knowledge to cancel all those insurance policies prior to the fires wiping out $2 million homes, $3 million homes, because that's basically treason against the American people if they can find proof that they were pre-knowledgeable about this atrocity. You know,
yeah, but think about this too. I mean, you got people whose whole job is to evaluate the risk, and a lot of people are saying that they saw the risk, they saw the governor and the state not mitigating the risk, so they stopped accepting new policies and didn't renew any of the existing policies. So, I mean, who knows if we'll ever find out the truth about it, but they do have people that look at that, and they obviously made the assessment, and according to the report, that if you're not going to do anything to mitigate the fire, then we can't continue to offer insurance because it's just too expensive. So if you had hold up, if you have a policy, I guess it's in effect until it expires with no renewal.
Exactly.
If you wanted to get a policy, you're done. Unless the company's still in California, you can't get it. And it's fucked
that's
up.
my point. The termination prior, you know, I don't see how that could be legal because you pay for a certain year.
You might have some civil liability in there with the reservoirs being emptied and stuff like that. Maybe there's some kind of civil liability you could get them at, but I don't know if you can get them with criminal stuff, or if you'll ever find the smoking email that says, "Hey, fuck these rich bastards, we're draining the reservoir and let it burn." I mean,
yeah. I think we're going to find out a lot of stuff now that Trump's in there. There's going to be information that's going to come out about
well, you got to figure the day after he got elected, all the shredding trucks started showing up.
It don't matter. They're going to figure it out.
Hey,
Go ahead, sir.
Brian.
You're talking about the aftermath, but it's still very much ongoing, if I understand it correctly. The last time I read about it, it said 6% is controlled, so 94% is burning uncontrolled. It's burning in one of the biggest city of United States.
Another thing they do in California is they use a lot of prisoners to fight fires. But as we found out in the beginning, apparently LA Fire Department gave away a lot of equipment to Ukraine. So I wonder if the equipment they gave away to Ukraine, now they don't have the equipment to give it to maybe 500 to 1,000 firefighters because that gear is gone.
But
you know, it's another way.
What about solidarity in America? Wouldn't other states?
Other states have sent people, but it's after the fact it started. I mean, the fire had 2 or 3 good days before all the resources could get in there, and the stuff they had in there, like they had the 3 aircraft, but they lost one because of a drone, so they had to ground it. So they had 2 planes, plus they had more firefighters come in. Even Mexican firefighters came in, but you know, it's already hard to fight the fire. Then on top of that, you're fighting a fire in a state full of idiots that are basically going to do everything they can to undermine you fighting the fire. Or they created the conditions that are so horrible that it's a huge battle to fix it. I mean, it's almost 2 weeks later, it's 96% out of control still. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's just unacceptably ridiculous. That's supposed to be the story I heard. That's supposed to be the 7th largest economy in the world, and they fucking burn down every year. It's a joke.
You're better off living in a shithole village in a mud hut because at least the shit don't burn down every year. I mean, it's ridiculous. The richest country in the fucking in the state in the country probably, and they can't even put out a damn fire. It's a joke.
Can I add to that, because it kind of pertains to a lot of economic factors that also Prata touched on, and I'm going to refer back to what Toby was saying. Like when he referred to Estonia, what is it? A bunch of IT people and cheap timber, and that's true. Norway actually imports a lot of timber from Estonia because it's cheaper than because we have bloated our economy, both in wages, but also in prices, to ensure that we lock in and loop in as much money in a consumerist economy as possible. And so what this has resulted in is that large swathes of forests that were planted, right before we discovered oil. That we have many, I don't know how much, it's a tremendous amount of acres with forests that are very mature, that should have been taken down 20, 30 years ago. But they have been able to build up a brush. And so we have fairly recently, a few years ago, I think it was, they started annually imposing a law where from a certain period after winter until autumn, you're simply not permitted to be out in the wild and just have fire. Because now, like what Prata was saying, in Germany, this is starting to get more common. As I was growing up, this was never a concern, very rarely a concern, because usually the fire would be fairly contained. There was a lot of water and most of the soil is wet and the moss is holding it. But when we have prolonged periods without rain and high temperature, then if we don't have snowfall during winter, and it's in a minus degree for several amount of time, then everything gets super dry, and things that can ignite rather quickly. And so we have, even at times at winter, we have general prohibitions from lighting out, even in general wilderness, but especially if you are close to any of the forestries, who are often not too far away from population centers as well, of course, naturally. So what is the economic, these trees could easily be dealt with, but we don't even care to try to garner the profit, because we have geared our economy in such a way that we don't even care to work with it, like even try to make money. It's just cheaper to import it. So it's kind of like, I thought I'd just throw it in since we were talking forest fires. Yeah, Vojin.
Also an interesting point, what Geoffrey also partly mentioned is, well, there are trees standing next to these houses which seem to be, alive, and which is kind of strange. Houses burned down. I have seen some birds view pictures with whole neighborhoods burned down houses, but the trees among the houses still standing mostly. Well, the resolution was not so great, but maybe they were charred, whatever. But they seem to survive much better because they're still standing with branches and seemingly leaves, while all the houses were burned down. So there is also a question of the tradition of how you build your houses. You in America seem to build houses mostly of wood, and this kind of material that you use, at least in these houses, which were supposedly so extremely expensive, on average, probably some 10 to 20 million per house. If you come to such a high gross of overall damage of 250 billion, then it's strange that you still do it if you have regular fires there. Why don't you build with, like most of Europe, with bricks?
Prettier. Wood is prettier. No, do you guys remember the Hawaiian fire?
It's an expense thing. You can imagine how much they're charging for these stick houses. Imagine what they charge you for a brick house.
Yeah, so it's definitely a price point. Like a brick house would be probably 30% profit margin. With the stick built, they're talking like 70% profit margin. So it's cheaper to build that wood one, and then it's more flammable and it's wears off. But back to this California guy's, incompetence that he noticed within the government. Oregon sent down like 16 fire trucks. They all got stopped at the California border for not having the certain tier engine. They got like environmentally stopped from continuing down to the fires. That's how stupid they are.
So I just want to highlight. Do you guys remember the Hawaiian fire, where the entire town was
Yes.
burned down, and there was the
Absolutely.
same accusation that the trees seems to survive much better than the houses. The same accusation, and I wonder if, let's say, it's a conspiracy, because the
No.
Hawaiian one was a conspiracy where there was some developer, they want to burn down the place so they can buy out the place. I wonder if that was just a smaller experiment, and then now they're going to do it on a big scale, which is on California. I'm not sure. I'm just saying this is conspiracy.
A green
I mean,
tree,
it's
a green
possible.
tree, a green tree doesn't burn like that. You need
Green tree
extreme
because
high.
it's wet, right?
Yeah,
There's water
it's
inside the tree
exactly.
as well.
Yeah, exactly. So for that green tree to burn, you need extreme high temperatures that will dry the tree, and after the wood is dry, that tree will burn. So this is so in a sense there are different types of trees as well. For instance, pine trees or eucalyptus, they burn faster because inside of the tree there is still a lot of oils, and those oils after a while become like fuel. That's also one of the reasons some trees burn easy than others. But in a sense, like if we have a neighborhood with some green trees and the houses are built in a material that is very easy inflammable, what will happen is that the flames will consume the houses very fast, and there isn't, and in that fast movement, there is not enough heat to dry out the green tree. The fire goes to the next fast inflammable material, and the green tree will be saved by itself somehow.
Super chat. The Iranian Putin said, to be honest, altering a wood-built home is a lot easier than brick. Also, majority of the US is rather okay from natural disasters. I also want to add on to this is that why Hollywood, especially all those rich people like wooden houses, is that it's prettier, and you understand that most cities mostly concrete and brick. So when you have wood, it's actually more prestigious, more luxurious. But people who living in the suburb or living in the countryside, they would rather have brick houses or stone houses or concrete houses because it's much more resilient to the environment. But for rich people, it's about luxury, and wood is nice. I mean, similarly, I have wooden floor, so in my new house, it's the same thing, because for urban people, the wood is more nice. But of course, for Hollywood, that is like a sad thing. Bojin.
Prat did cover my point already regarding the different trees, but Geoffrey, just a reminder, mute yourself when you're not speaking, because we can hear your family arguing among themselves while the others speak. Yeah. Have you other, because for me it's very interesting that there is so much damage, at least financially, and it's not seemingly a big topic. All of this help to Ukraine is from the United States is less than what has been damaged there. But I do read American media, but I don't see it as a big topic.
Do you guys see the news where the guy, he stayed at his house, he didn't leave, and then he just used his water hose to fight the fire, and then he saved his whole house. Everyone around is all burned out. Only his house is perfectly fine. I was like, what? Water hose? And he saved his house. I was like, what the fuck? So,
it was a very dangerous adventure, though. He could have died consumed by the fire or just the smokes around, because if everything was burning around, the smoke would have been unbreathable. Oh, the air would have been unbreathable.
Yeah, but at least he saved a few $1 million, I guess. So yeah, maybe for some people, if the house burned down, they'd rather die because they can never rebuild the house. Imagine now they can't even sometimes they can't even they withstand the cost of the grocery. Imagine burn down your whole house. It's like your life is over, man. and maybe a lot of them are still paying for the house. They're still paying the installment, and then now the whole house is gone. You still have to pay for it. You rather die, man. So yeah, so that was a bit sad. Fujin.
I have another topic. If you don't want to discuss this further, I think we have chewed it through.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Bigari is not here anymore. He's quite angry today. I have seen the first part of the open mic, but I wanted to ask him, or I could ask you of the opinion about the Ukraine topic again. There is this talk about Ukraine building new brigades and that they are using mostly new people or mobilized people for it, and not mixing it with experienced people, like this 155th, which was in the news lately because a lot of them went AWOL. And I have seen a discussion between either Ukrainians on a Telegram, which were or pro-Ukrainians. I don't know. I don't know them personally. And one of them said that it is a big topic among them in Ukraine, and that they don't understand why this is a strategy of the leadership to build these new brigades with all or most of them new people. And there was another guy who was answering him quite confidently, not as a question. He said, "Well, it's being done, because the current mobilization as it's going is not very successful, and the numbers of mobilized people in Ukraine are going down, and therefore they offer the mobilized guys to make them more accepting the fact that they have to join, that they can choose what they will become in the army, like an artilleryman or logistics or whatever. So that obviously most of them don't want to become infantry fighting in the trenches on the front line. So this is a way to make it easier for them to join, to get some experience. But then what happens is that from these newly built brigades, that a lot of people then get transferred exactly to become these infantrymen on the front line. I'm not sure if this is true. Do you guys have more insight or understand it, Vaughn?
Yeah, along with what you're saying, like what happened with the 155, they were supposed to be kept together and deployed, I guess, somewhere to fight, to stop like around Pokrovsk or something. And the thing is about the 155th, yeah, a lot of guys deserted, but the reality is the bulk of that brigade was sent east of Pokrovsk and got wiped out. I mean, there was a lot of guys that left, and yeah, there was complaints about being promised certain positions and then being like there was a guy who was an artillery guy, and he was told he was being sent to an infantry unit, and he went AWOL. He's like, I'm not fucking going. It's because he knows what's going to happen. So you've got that going on, and like these brigades, like you said, they're promising you can pick your job, but once you're in their grip, there's no guarantee that, and there's obviously no, they obviously don't have a conscience as far as honoring their agreement, because they're just trying to get bodies in the door. And I mean, you're not really much, you might live 5 minutes longer as an artillery guy versus a stormtrooper, but they're just sending these guys to their death. I mean, maybe if you get to be artillery, you get to hang in the back for a few more weeks before they finally figure out somewhere to stick you to die. But I would imagine a lot of these guys, I mean, I still think they're just getting caught. I don't think they're really falling for that pick your job shit, because I'm sure they know people that picked a job and got screwed. And they probably know people that picked a job and are dead. So I would imagine that's not even working that good. But that's all I got on that.
Well, the deserting was already happening in France. So it's no surprise that people that were forced, conscripted, and have no wish in going to war, that they, on the end, try to get the way out of it as much as they can. And I heard that in other camps in Europe, things are also happening. And the way, like we saw some descriptions, people talking about it, that the camps were being guarded almost like if it was a prison camp. It's quite sad that this can happen in Europe. I think in the last open mic, I made some comments on it, how immoral it is that in Europe this can happen, especially how these people can be transported through Europe like they were prisoners through so many European countries, and nobody makes questions, nobody says something. I heard as much what the Virgin was saying, what I've been reading as much as that, especially they were trying to take people out of the Air Force to put into the infantry as well. And that was a big scandal because they were like taking old technicians. So in the future, Ukraine wouldn't have no qualified people whatsoever to have an Air Force. So there was a kind of a very strange statement saying from Sorchi, well, the big general, and he was saying something like, "No, of course not. These people can't be taken from the Air Force, but we'll have to take people to the infantry to move people to different brigades." So it's a strange game of cat and mouse, which is not really understandable. On one side. On the other side, what I see is that Ukraine is trying to do something big and is hiding. So what for do they need these brigades? Is it to make another offensive in the north of Ukraine against Russia? Who knows? Nika.
Yeah, about the Air Force, the airmen. The excuse was, it's not the excuse. The thing is that a lot of technicians of Soviet weapons, they don't have enough Soviet weapons, so they don't need those technicians. This is one thing. Secondly, the thing about brigades, they run out of them and they cannot like bring more, so they don't need those technicians, and so they feed them to the meat grinders. It's sadistic, but it is what it is. Secondly, the thing about brigades, I think the creation of new brigades was a myth from the start, because Ukrainians weren't like doing it from the start, because they were letting the European build new brigade for prestige and for moral stuff, to say like brigade such and such is built by the French or by the Germans or whatever, and then when they come back to Ukraine, they will put them to whatever other structure, because practically you cannot like keep introducing brigades upon brigades upon brigades. You cannot have like the CEOs, you cannot have like the administrative structure and logistics, and it will be a very big mess. One thing about the subject earlier about the fires, just a comment, because something that I know. Why American in general, North America, built with wood, because like 200-300 years ago that they started building with wood. So when you build with a material, you will have an ecosystem with that material. You will have more and more technicians that work only with wood. You have manufacturers that work with wood. You have all the logistic, all the structure. It will be made to manufacture with wood. It will happen in time, and that will happen, and they will get stuck. But because if you want to transfer everything with bricks and with cement, you will not find like enough qualified people to build with it. You cannot not find enough logistic to do with that. You need iron rods, you need cement factory, you need a lot of things that are not built for this quantities. This is what I wanted to say. Virgin or copy? I didn't see who lifted his finger first.
Well, I just got one
Wanna
quick
go,
thing
Copy?
I want to ask. What's the deal with the Catholic Church in Ukraine fighting with the government or something like that? some like making them illegit, like taking away their authority or something like that. There's some sort of fight between Ukraine and the church.
Just because they are Russian. That's it.
Yeah, it's just because the Orthodox Church is like their HQ, something like HQ is Russian. So the thing is, so it's just like the Catholic, the church is in Vatican. So the Orthodox is actually in Russia, and of course the Ukrainian don't want their people to worship in a church that centers in Russia. So they declare their own church. They have their own Ukrainian Orthodox. And then after that, they start to bring in more of this Protestant Christianity. And so it's like, yeah, they are basically conducting a cultural revolution. So those, like there's actually no other way to put it. Like it's a cultural revolution. Yeah, which is what they're doing right now.
And it started with America getting involved in their politics.
Yep.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Yes, it is. By the time of Poroshenko, actually, it was the Americans.
2010 or 9 or 11.
No, it was after the Maidan revolution, the time of Poroshenko. I think it's 2016 or 18, something
No, before
like
that. Before
that, they already
No,
influencing
it's
already.
9. It's I think 2009 or something.
Okay, so
regardless, we caused it.
Okay. Yes, more
This
or
is
less.
Virgin, is it?
I can explain. I can tell the story, but it's a very long story. I don't think we were in another
don't tell the
topic
story.
actually before. Yeah.
I just wanted to bring up the point that we caused this nightmare, and we put Biden in, who caused the nightmare, and now we're trying to clean it up.
Yeah.
Actually, it was Obama. It was in
no,
the
it
time
was
of
before.
Obama.
Every president contributed to that. Even Trump, he sent weapons to. Don't forget, guys. Even him.
Virgin, if you don't mind,
There
I
was
just want
very
to.
land actually acquired.
Okay, Virgin, you go. Virgin, take the word, and then I'll go after you.
I have a short point. I have to leave soon, so I'll make it short. Regarding what Nika said, there was this word about these MiG-29 technicians, which were then mobilized to the front. Well, even if they have less and less MiG-29s, these are still technicians, and they can repair tanks or IFVs or whatever, they are specific technicians for some specific part, but still they are better.
It's a very different skill. It's a very different skill, man. It's not as you have a turbine engine, you have a lot different parts. You need to practically to do it again from zero. It's not the same
Not
thing.
from zero. If they are technicians, they are technicians. They know how to hold a screwdriver in the hand at least, and what torque to use for which screws and whatever. It would be maybe
yeah, but you have like a lack
No,
of
come on, Nika.
to make them
But you
so.
don't need you don't need to interrupt for something so small. It's obvious that if it is a mechanic, will be a mechanic, and that's it. Go on, Virgin.
This is an interesting point because the Ukraine is showing that they can recruit or mobilize basically everyone. Either they want to send a president, or they're really short on men, especially for the front lines. I had this other topic that I wanted to discuss in the open mic, but I'm going to leave now, so I will keep it for the next time. I would really like to discuss AI as a topic because it's a really big topic and we have never touched it. I wish you fun in further discussions, and I'm gonna leave now. See you guys.
See you, Virgin.
Take care.
Thank you, Virgin. I would like to. So I was the only one holding the finger here, and only thing I want to do is really just summarize the topic a little bit because what I noticed it just brings me down the yellow brick road. I'll be quick. It actually refers to one of the first. I think it is actually the very first panel that was recorded here on DPA, which I believe Wyatt might be found on the main channel, where Vaughn was one of the main speakers, and a very old speaker that I haven't seen in such a long time. I've actually forgotten his name, But I recall what he said, though. He made an analogy pertaining to the disparity and superiority proportions that the Ukrainian army had. It had superiority in infantry. And if they kept on going like that, with NATO just giving them crumbs, then what one would see, and he used an analogy from World War II using the Germans, right? And touching on what Wojciech just said here, they're able to expand the mobilization until taking everyone, even kids and below 18 and what have you. That was what the Germans were able to do. And what you saw was towards the end of the war, when things really started collapsing fast, that's when they had the highest casualty rates. They had all the casualties of the 4 preceding years more or less accumulated on the last year, the same, proportionally, like it was the same. And the reason that happened was because there were a multitude, but mostly it is that the qualified troops, they were dying out. They were not able to be replenished or circled around, so as the qualified one came, then, as was mentioned here earlier in the discussion, they are mobilizing troops with no experience, and they don't have experienced troops to kind of help train them, right? Which is a little bit, well, and then you go into having rear troops, those who are going to be operating drones and whatever, and engineers, because that was the state of many of the German units towards the end of the war. Yeah, on paper, they would be a such and such unit, but if you actually looked into the itinerary and what was left, it was mostly just support troops and auxiliaries. And so when they had to be put in, they were not trained for proper infantry fighting, and now here they also did not have the support, and so the casualty rates and so forth, they just skyrocketed. And this, since that was mentioned 2 years ago, 3 years ago, through the early stages of the war and early on the open mic, it should be fairly easy to find that panel where it was said. But it's an astute prediction we're seeing being just panning out right now. If it's indeed true that they are expanding their conscription rate, to 18 and maybe even below, they're already conditioning 16-year-olds to have like some idea of war, right? And so, and they're kind of finding themselves compelled to send like drone operators or artillerymen or so, what have you. That if it is indeed the case, and especially if it's widespread, that's pretty damning. Then what Vaughn said early on and said before in several open mics become very much the case. There is really not much to negotiate. It's just really how far the Russians care to be moving, because there's nothing there to fight anymore. It's just like what you're encountering, it's wholly inept against your already well experienced troops, which have a superior combined arms across the board. And yeah, it's interesting. I just thought to summarize before we change topic altogether, or
Closing.
6 hour mark. I'm not sure if you guys want to do closing.
I will do closing.
So that's all. Nika, you want to reply, or should we do closing?
No, closing. I will do closing. I'm agreeing with what Kopi said, 100%. Yeah. Plus one thing, we are going from a more fortified area to a less fortified area, so the casualties are even ramping more and more. With the weapons are less and less. This is okay. Closing. I'm happy that we finally get to a ceasefire in Gaza. I hope that people will enjoy it as it lasts, because it will never, the war there will never stop until all Palestinians will be treated as a human being. Inside the border in West Bank and in Gaza. And I'm not like delusional. I know Trump is pro-Zionist and he's with Israel. I think he sees that this war is against the benefit of Israel. So I think he's trying to save Israel from themselves, because Netanyahu don't care. He wants like his rule. He's more and more a dictatorship. Like he reminds me of our own leaders, Arab leaders. He's becoming them. The division inside the country, the loss, and the global view of Israel is changing fast. When it changed, I think the surrounding is like a bit stable, but not too much. Hezbollah didn't lost as people think, because Hezbollah is the people that are in the south. you cannot like approach the people living in the south. Weapon can get in easily. You cannot like, the only way you defeat Hezbollah is kill all the Shia in South Lebanon, which is impossible or very difficult. Weapon can get there very fast, so I'm not, even the rockets are outside the reach of that area, so it's not a defeat. Yeah, they had big losses, and the majority of those losses because they went to Syria, and Syria was very corrupt. And about the Syrian subject too, people like underestimate the Syrians, especially now. I think it will surprise, not in the near future, in the medium to the long future, it will surprise them what they can achieve in a few years because they have a lot of potential, a lot of people abroad they can get back, and after the consolidation period, after they get back their territory. And I hope peace upon everyone. See you guys.
Thank you, Nika. Geoffrey, closing statement. Unmute. Yeah.
Okay. Well, my closing statement has been nice talking to you guys about all these different world events and politics. I'll be praying for peace across the world and across the Middle East, especially in between brother nations in Russia and Ukraine, which obviously that all these wars are just completely ridiculous. And hopefully the New World Order isn't trying to soften the LA area and come through with some nonsensical attack on the homeland, because that ain't going to work out too well for them. And I hope they understand that. They're obviously trying to beat us from within. And with our new president, with any luck, he's going to be able to prove that the last president was illegitimate. And then essentially every decision the last president made will be null and void. And Trump will be able to then reappoint every judge that fraudulent president appointed. And that'll get us up to a real good start for the next 50 years. All right. Have a good night, guys.
Thank you, Geoffrey. I also emailed you the link to join the Open Mic Speakers Lounge. So, you can chit chat with more guys.
Yeah, dude, you definitely want to check it out. Yeah, I was going to say, I want to thank Wyatt for giving us this platform every week and all the forums. Like, subscribe, and share. If you need to catch up quick on the war or some other incident, Wyatt's usually got a quick sit rep for you or a nice little summary, maybe less than a half an hour. So it's not a lot of time in your day to keep up on what's going on and check the maps. As far as Ukraine goes, I just assume the ground war is going to continue. South around Pokrovsk is probably going to be the worst. Maybe something will happen around Kupiansk. I think Voroviy's probably going to be gone. There's reports that Russians entered Pokrovsk last night or the night before. But if they did, I would imagine that was a small special forces unit, maybe just probing to see what was going on or fucking around and seeing if, what kicked off. I don't think they've entered the city in any kind of force. I think it was just a quick peek. But with that being said, tomorrow's the inauguration. Obviously, it's been moved inside because of the weather and other things. I'll go out on a limb and make a prediction that there may be an incident during the tomorrow sometime, or some kind of incident that will happen that will be, possibly an attack against the president or just some random violent act just to disrupt it. I think there's a chance for something to happen or be discovered happening during or after the inauguration. Tuesday, they're supposed to start immediately start the deportation operation. They're already talking about targeting Chicago on the first day specifically, and they already have lists and targets. So we'll see how that starts out. Greenland, welcome to America. Canada, you're next. And we
own the Panama Canal. We built it, so we'll get it back, or you're going to make a hell of a deal with us. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Trump does. I mean, obviously he's boisterous and loud and talks a lot, but hopefully all that talk puts people in the right mindset to negotiate and work things out, because the bottom line is most of this could be solved by just making sure everybody's making a profit and not getting screwed over, or feeling like they're getting screwed over, and being friendly, and it'll work out. You don't need to fight China. You don't need to fight Russia. You don't need to fight India or Iran. You just need to figure out how to figure it out. Obviously, Iran and Israel is going to never probably end, but, you know, I think Russia will figure it out. China will probably dodge a bullet, and hopefully we can get past this tough time and get things going on the right course. Y'all have a good week. Thanks again, Wyatt. Good to see you coping. Nice you came on, Jeffrey. Make sure you get in the open mic chat, because it's crazy back there. If you're not comfortable, you can bounce out. If you're feeling like being crazy, it's the place. Y'all have a good week. Coping.
Coping closing.
Yes, well, quite a nice open mic, I must say. We touched on the Middle East and the hostage exchange and some political theatrics in the United States, and then that invariably put us into some talks about corporatocracy. And so we ended up at somewhere in Ukraine for a period where Bigari, in his characteristically very polite, soft-spoken, compassionate manner, told a whole bunch of things, among others that the only hero in Ukraine throughout this war so far seems to be Zelensky, which is quite amusing. And until we just end up talking about like everything from the societal structures of the merchant class, the warrior class, the priesthood, and so forth, leading us eventually over to somehow to the eugenics of Canada, which got us started basically in we started first with the idea of eugenics, and then we veered over to the meaning of life, essentially, and really delved quite deep into that for being the channel that we are. Over 1 hour black hole was what I registered there, but a very interesting one. I must say, one of the best black holes I think this open mic have had. And then we take a sharp turn over to some fires going in the suburbs in the United States, and forest fires in Europe, and a little bit how the economics of it all pertain, especially if you're in a rich country for some reason. That's a strange thing, how the dynamic can be so distorted, yeah. And then we are back into Ukraine, where we can actually, the topic hits actually a yellow brick road from predictions made early on 2 years ago on the open mic, of the speakers here, so which means, it's sort of like what Gabriel has once said to Wayne, or I forgot who said it, but, well, Mike was it? What, Mike? Yes, Mike says a lot of stuff which is kind of so outrageous, but some of it is definitely sticking, right? So he's bound to be there, hit something, right? And yeah, one can definitely say that's kind of like the open mic in a nutshell, right? Like on some things, we may be dead wrong on some, because we're just a bunch of dudes, random dudes, really, maybe a bit geeky and weird, but still, we're just a bunch of dudes like you watching, right? So we are prone to being wrong as well with our speculations and so forth. But sometimes when we throw some poo in the fan and it sprays all over, some of it sticks. And this one thing where the Ukrainians are now being compelled to expand their conscription scope and the type of troops they're utilizing, and overall having no superiority in any other form in combined arms, being very analogous to the most bitter, those who fight very bitterly, like, for example, the Nazis did. Towards the end, no matter if they expanded their scope and so forth, when they started to have to rely on their rear troops and inexperienced infantry, and were lacking equipment, or at least parity with the enemy, then the casualty rates were shooting up, and they also lost ground really fast as well. And it was eerily similar, right? It just presses, and then zoom. So this is what, like Vaughn just said, it may just be like that. At some point they've just thrown in whatever there is, and then no one else will be complying. And those who were otherwise trying to enforce it, they know that, the gig is up. Now it's just time to tail out of here while we still can. And yeah, the meaning of life. That was I would say was the all of that we're talking about here on the open mic is the meaning of life. And that's why we must give, a life-worthy thank you to those of you who have pressed the like button and subscribed, and especially to those of you who have so generously super chatted and come with some funny comments sometimes that we're talking about. It's really appreciated. Like, even Wyatt needs, what he enables here. It's not very common. I know of only one other thing, and it touches on completely different topics. But sometimes I see an overlap, and I can see the value of having an open platform, and it takes quite a bit to do so. Like what Wyatt enable, and he does an insane amount, 6 fucking hours, right? The other forum I know of is like 2, maybe 3 if you stretch it, and then it's like cooked, like it cannot do it anymore. So it's demanding. So those of you who are super chatting, like not only are you like, it's good for our coping that you're directly validating that the whole show is here, and that our guests, people like you who can come on and converse and disagree and be wrong to kind of give a clear reference to what may be correct or right or what have you. Big thumbs up to you, super chatters, and those who support Wyatt on Patreon, Ko-fi, Locals, and Boosty, where I'm still pretty certain there's a hidden OnlyFans account that you can unlock if you pay a sufficient amount. So, yeah, thank you very much, Wyatt, all my fellow guests that were there, and also you, the audience watching. I wish you all to be in good health, in decent wealth, and overall have a really good life. Bye.
Thank you, Coping. And it's just me now. So my closing. Thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 112, where the green bandana soldiers just pop up. It's still unbelievable how terrible that imagery is for Israel. It's like, after bombing the entire of Gaza Strip, and they just pop up like nothing have changed. So so it is what it is. And yes, DPA Open Mic is actually a huge commitment for me. But I find it like it's like a very important commitment, but it is very difficult. Like I was very, very sleepy. I'm super sleepy now. So I have to manage my time around, especially it's a weekend. So I try to I still have to go and sleep earlier, so that I can wake up with energy to do the open mic, because it's so long. I have to be mentally prepared for it. So I cannot just go through my day and then just immediately open mic. It's a bit difficult for me. I have to prepare for it. So so the what Coping said is true. There is some it's not something that I just do. So have to be prepared for it. So that's why all the super chats helps, because the open mic channel ultimately is a very small channel. All the open mic, all the super chats actually helps to help me make sense financially, and to do all these things. So that is very, very important. So it's a handful of people helping to make all these things to pay for the entire show. So I'm very, very grateful as well. And but hopefully we will continue to grow. I returned back to using the AI tool. It was previously called vidIQ, so now it changed name to Kuso. So I'm using it now. I previously have an editor to help me do, but I think the workflow doesn't make sense, and the costing also doesn't make sense. Again, costing is probably fine, but it's the workflow doesn't make sense. So I go back to AI again, and this time around, a change of idea is that the clipping that I upload is now all very short. It's like 1 minute, maybe at most 3 minutes, very short ones, and generally seems to be more like a highlight of a person saying his point and whatnot, versus a long conversation like a 15, 10 minute, 8 minute, 20 minute clip. So it's a bit of a different, so that it's a bit more palatable, I guess. I'm not sure. So it's just that I'm just gonna try and see how this goes and see what sticks. Open mic channel is very is not very boosted by YouTube. Like the reach is very poor, like super poor. So growth will be difficult. So you ultimately it still come back to everyone helping to by word of mouth, help to share, help to promote the open mic, and hopefully one day YouTube will treat us well and let the channel be boosted. But for now, we'll make do with whatever we have. We are a smaller community, but when it's smaller, it's warmer. So we like we know each other. Like I look at the live chat, you know, a lot of people, all regular live chatters, people, you know, regular speakers all come on. So it's like a family, you know. I see, like, you know, everyone is like very like I always see, you know, the same names, and sometimes we have new guys, and then I see them come back again. So it's nice. So small is not exactly all bad. So, but yeah, it's just that, you know, revenue wise, you know, it's just that it's not as high. So it's very dependent on the super chat. So that's what it is. So anyway, thank you everyone for watching, and I will continue to do as much as I can in terms of the other channels. I'll try to post as much as I can, especially nowadays viewership is poorer. I'm not sure. I think it's across the board. I think all the Ukraine war related channels are having lower views. I'm trying to post more on geopolitics and news, some economic stuff, because I think some economic problems is going to turn up soon. So I think it's important to talk about it, to get people to be acquainted to some of this basic stuff. I'm not an economist, so I'm always talking about the economics issues and the news from a geopolitical perspective. Like the China video that I did, that was not a economics video. That was actually a geopolitical video, because I want to put the groundwork for people to understand what is China's worries as Trump is going to become president soon. So, but people see it as an economic video. Although I honestly speaking, the facts are actually is all correct. It's just that people don't agree because, you know, they see they're too blinded by all the beautiful buildings. Like, yeah, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. I mean, over time, people will change. Like just like all the people who previously voted for Biden or hated Trump, and many of them just turn around, and it's just like maybe one day you guys will realize that maybe I was more right than wrong. I wouldn't say 100% correct, but yeah. So anyway, hopefully things. I'm quite sure it's going to be difficult. Especially if the Ukraine war wind down a lot. So I mean, life will be much more difficult for me. That's for sure. But yeah, I'm preparing life for it. And Open Mic is one of those very important side projects that would be more, I would say, resistance to problems with the reduced attention on Ukraine war, because ultimately we are all a community. We chit chat and talk about everything. We can talk if there's a lot more peace in the world, we'll probably be talking about cultural stuff, talking about fun stuff, you know, sports, and it's an open mind. No, we can talk about anything. So that's the beautiful part of this. So I think I have great hopes for DPA Open Mic, like really. And even one day, like when I was like, I've tried to like vision for in the way into the future where I have a team, where DPA transits to what I call 3.0, and I do not front the face for most of the channels, the reporting, the videos. Open mic, I believe, will still be my preoccupation. Like I will still be here physically, no matter how successful DPA becomes. So this is where I know I come from. So hopefully, yeah, I think this is a unique thing. So hopefully this will continue to work out. Yeah, and I say if one day we can grow very, very big, then we'll have a lot more influence, then we can help to change the world. So anyway, thank you for watching. That's it. It's a Monday already for me. It's 9:30 a.m. in Singapore. So have a great week ahead. Thank you for watching. See you guys in the next update. And thank you for all the support. And I'll drop in the outro. And yeah, bye guys.
Share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic. they grow. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, diverse yet aligned. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, diverse yet aligned. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table